so I can start the 15-minute delay here.
Yeah, that's good. Sounds good to me.
So, Big O Championship. This is event number 7. I think it's event number 7. Event number 8.
Event number
It's
8.
been such a long series for us that it's all kind of blended together. But I'll show you the series here. That's where we're at right here. 5:15, the Big O Championship. This was a $600 buy-in, $20,000 guarantee. We had exactly 40 entries, and we were right at that 20,000 guarantee. So, good choice by us. And so, like I said, that's the event number 8. We got some people in the chat. Thanks for everyone tuning in to YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch as Aiden and myself bring you this feature table. There's 2 tables left. Big O plays 8-handed, so there's 16 players remaining at this point. And this is a Road to Vegas eligible tournament, so these players are getting points here for getting into the money. I don't have the leaderboard quite with you as far as the payouts, but we'll have it here shortly. Let's see if I can pull that up here. As dealer Jason there is dealing out the first hand. $7,400 up top, what these players are playing for. There's 16 remaining right now. And we're going to be paying 5 places unless the players decide otherwise. Playing it on down to that first place prize and the trophy for event number 8. Those fantastic trophies that we've been giving out for the last week and a half, Aiden.
Yeah, the money's nice, but it's all about the trophy.
As you see there, for those not familiar, Big O is 5-card Omaha with a high-low split. What that means is the best 5 cards high, your typical Hold'em hand that you know, royal flush, straight flush, full house all the way down. And then the low cards. The low cards is not a hand. It is just the 5 lowest cards. And the low has to be ace through 8. And just like Omaha rules, you have to play 2 cards in your hand. So if you have ace deuce and there's a 4, 6, and 7 out there, you have an ace deuce low. Ace deuce 4, 6, 7. It's kind of hard to follow if you're not an Omaha player. And if you're not, even if you are an Omaha player, sometimes the high-low trips people up. But we're going to do our best here to walk everyone through this game here. 5, 5, 10 on this flop. Ruben there with a 5 in his hand, nothing connecting there. But MK has the pocket 10s.
Just a boat.
Just flops gin here. And we'll see if Ruben can escape this hand without throwing any more chips in there to see if he can make his boat. When you have 5 cards in your hand, you need to have a very strong hand to put chips in the middle. You're going to see a lot of boats, a lot of ace-high flushes. Just any old flush is not good typically in Big O. You've got too many cards out there. Somebody's got the ace-high flush almost every single time.
So the low not likely to come out now, right? Because 2 5's already taken off the board right on the flop.
Yeah, you could go runner 8, 7. So the low is possible here on this river.
Yeah, now it is.
You've got to have at least 3 low cards on the river. Ruben is going to get himself trapped here with trip 5s. He's going to call off another one here. That 3, see, he can't.
Oh, he's got a boat now as well.
Yeah, so he did pair that 3 on the turn. So Ruben in a lot of trouble here. 4 on the river.
Ruben does win the low though.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, because he can play. He can play the ace and the 8. So he's going to get lucky here on this river and get half this pot back. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is Big O in a nutshell. You're going to have the high hand win half and the low hand win half.
Lots of chop pots.
Yeah.
So the I know it's the ace and the 8 that plays, but pretty much if you have an ace, you have the low like pretty much locked up. If your opponent does not have an ace.
No, it goes by the highest one first. So if you have 5 cards, you've got 8, 6, 5, 3, deuce.
8.
Okay.
What?
8, 6, 5, 3, deuce. Let's just say that's your 5 cards. That's
okay.
the low.
Okay.
And your opponent has ace, 6, 5, 3, ace. Obviously, they beat you on the low.
Mm-hmm.
However, let's say you have 8, 6, 7, 4, ace.
Mm-hmm.
And your opponent has ace, 6, 7, or 8, 6, 7, 3 ace. his 3 beats your 4 in the next. You both
Oh,
have an
okay.
ace. So just because you have the ace doesn't mean that
Gotcha.
you automatically win. It goes in order of sequence, starting from the top down to the bottom, starting from 8 on down.
Gotcha.
And the only way to really learn how the lows work is to watch something like a stream and kind of get a vibe on how it works.
Watch something like this.
Yeah, but you have to play 2 cards out of your hand, standard Omaha rules. So if you don't have 2 separate cards that you can play for your low, that's not out on that board, because if there's only 3 low cards out there, but you share one of them, you don't get to play it.
So, looking at like stronger hands for Big O, I know it's even different than Omaha, 4-card Omaha. So Martin's got a pretty good, strong starting hand here. He's got the aces. He's double suited in spades and diamonds, and he has ace 4 for the low draw.
Yeah, which is not terrible, but a lot of your players are looking for ace deuces, ace trays, and so, the ace deuce, people get ace deuce in their hand and they just want to pile all the money in, and then they end up getting 3/4 of the pot.
Yeah.
Or they get a quarter because the guy beats you with the high hand, and then you both share the same ace deuce low, and you end up losing money on the hand.
So if he would have had the 2 instead of 4, that would have been a really good starting hand.
Oh yeah, well it was regardless, because you had the 2 suited aces. You had two different nut flush draws, which is pretty strong. Nut flush is pretty about the minimum actually in Big O, just because everybody's got 5 cards. Boats
Boats
will
are
win
likely.
a lot of the time. Don't get me wrong, you'll have some straights. It's just like anything else. That there might not be 3 to a flush on the board, but you definitely want like the best starting hand for Big O. In theory, would be like ace deuce, ace tray, double suited, and then like a king or a jack or something to have a Broadway card in there as well.
Oh, yeah.
But
okay.
that way, if a deuce hits the board, you have ace tray for the nut low. If a tray hits, you got ace deuce. If an ace hits, you've got deuce tray. So you have the 2 nut lowest cards. So in Big O, you want the ace deuce, ace tray, and then whatever else, and the ace is double suited. And then there's a lot of people who want Broadway cards, like in PLO High. They want, ace, king, queen, deuce, tray, so that way they can have a nut Broadway draw a couple different ways. There's a lot of theories out there, but like I said, it's in tournament you really need to know that stuff. But most of your cash gamers, they're looking for suited aces more than anything.
So I think I'm picking it up a little bit here. So he has ace deuce, obviously the nut low, but the Martin still has some. Why does Martin have more percentage for the low?
Because his ace got burned on that flop. So now there's 3 low cards, ace, 4, 8.
Okay.
But Brian can't play his ace because there's an ace on the board. So he has a deuce 6 low. And Martin has 6-5 low, or ace 5 or ace 6 low. But
Okay.
got
He's
the highlight
playing
up,
another
but-
ace for the.
well, the 6-5, well, I guess I don't know what the percentages would have been there. But the ace burned his cards. All he had was a 6 deuce.
Okay.
Kind of the moral of that story.
Gotcha.
But Martin there, I don't remember offhand with this software if the low is on the left or the right.
I
I'll
think it's
be
on
honest.
the right.
Is it on the right? Okay.
My guess.
That makes more sense. But like I said, I've only commentated Big O on the RF poker software. It's a little bit different.
A little different looking.
Yeah, but either way, no matter what, the computer, the dealer, they'll do their jobs and we'll figure it out.
Yeah.
And either way, somebody's going to win that 7,400 first place prize and that fantastic trophy. Like I said, we started this stream. We're a 15-minute delay. So when we started 15 minutes ago, there was 16 players. Like I said, it's an 8-handed game since everybody has 5 cards. And like I said, Big O's a lot of fun. It just costs a lot of money to play. That's why most people don't know it. It's definitely a gambler's game. Everyone has a draw.
Yeah, it's a big. I feel like the drawing games aren't as popular out here, even though, like, I've watched some horse live streams.
Mhm.
Kind of picking up the rules as I go. Just trying to learn myself something, and those games look really fun.
It's definitely something different, at least, and that's what a lot of these players do want. Shout out to Basil, our only North Korean viewer.
For now, I heard he's recruiting.
So we're going to go 3 ways to a flop here. 24,000 into this middle here. We'll get a chip count from everybody here shortly. 5-4 Reagan with the ace-4, Brian with the 4-5 flopped boat. So you're going to see some action here between Brian and Reagan. Reagan having the ace-deuce low draw. Brian doesn't have a low draw anymore because his 5 and 4 are both paired.
Yeah, so that's how we know for sure it's on the right because he is 0%.
Correct. So you're going to see, yeah, I was going to say you're going to see a raise here by Brian and a flopped boat. You're only afraid of pocket fives here. You're trying to push Reagan off of his low draw. That way you're not chopping the pot. So he knows he can't make a low, so he's trying to outprice Reagan so he can't make his low. But unfortunately for Brian, Reagan has that 4 also. So if he pairs that 10 or the ace, he will have a bigger boat.
Yeah, I think not as much bluffing in Big O, but Reagan does have a blocker to the 4, so he could be putting Brian on something else.
Well, typically in Big O, when you have 5 cards, someone pot, repot, back and forth, you can put them on pocket fives pretty effectively. So he's not necessarily playing. Yeah, he goes ahead and goes all in, or calls the all in there, Brian. Like, since this is a pot limit game, but the pot was big enough for them to have a bet and a rebet. So Reagan here in pretty good shape. He's going to have the low locked up if another low card does come out. Oh, and the 10, it gives Reagan the bigger boat.
Oh, wow.
7 on the river does bring in the low, so Reagan having the 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 low. That's going to be a full scoop, as they say. And Brian had a great hand, but in Big O, you need to have redraws. You need to have something to possibly come back with there. So we're going to lose Brian here on this featured table. But that's how that game goes right there as well.
I was trying to read the low he had there. So it was ace deuce 5 4 7.
Yeah, because he had
ace deuce in his hand.
ace deuce in his hand, and then 4-5 on the board. And if any low card would have hit that wasn't an ace or a deuce, he had the nut low, ace deuce.
Okay. Yeah, and he also had other low draws. I think he had ace deuce 3 4 5.
Yeah, the 3, he had basically
And the 10.
the nut low no matter what if it comes out, because if a 3 hits, he can play the ace deuce. If an ace hits, he can play the 2 stray. So Reagan, that's essentially why he went ahead and called that off. And he did have the 4 for the trips on the flop, which is not good, obviously, in this game, but you're trying to just boat up. But if your opponent doesn't have pocket fives there, and hopefully have some live cards to make a bigger boat if they just have the 5-4 and not pocket fives. But while they're trying to figure out these cards, let's see if I can put the stacks up there, because we've got a huge stack here that just shifted over into Reagan. It's going to give him the chip lead.
Oh.
Yeah, I didn't get it that long there.
We got a quick flash of Reagan's 200,000.
Yeah, that put him in the chip lead, 200,000. Martin here, kings, suited king, queen of spades.
No low draw.
No low. Executioner, ace 3-4 with the nut club draw there. Pretty decent starting hand. So in that situation, when you have ace tray, you're looking for a deuce to hit the board, counterfeit other people's ace deuces that they may play.
Gotcha.
You've got the 3-4 just in case someone has an ace deuce and an ace comes out and the ace gets counterfeit.
Yeah.
Hopefully they have like a 2-5 or something. That's why you saw him go ahead and raise that up and take it down pre-flop. So since that hand was kind of quick and easy, let's take a look at this chip stack here. Reagan wasn't your chip leader coming in, but after that pot, skyrocketed to the top in a pretty significant advantage as well. 203,000 for Reagan. Vac, who came in as the chip leader, 136,000. And then it goes on down to, I believe the short stack is Jose. He's got 35,000. These blinds are still pretty low. These are our championship series events, so the blinds stay pretty low and slow. Lots of poker that can happen. It's not really dictated by the blinds, so no one really here in fear of blinding out. They're only 1,500 to 3,000. Lots of action still available.
And I think Reagan and Brian were pretty similar in chip stack. I think Reagan only had him covered by about 10K, so that really gave him chip boost there.
Yeah, the scoops in Big O, they're not super crazy common, but they do happen. But the scoops are what you're shooting for,
Mm-hmm.
and that's what makes the biggest chip swings here.
I like the look of MK's hand here. Got double suited queens. He's got the king of clubs, and he got the ace deuce.
Ace deuce, yeah.
It is bad though that he has 3 diamonds in his hand.
Yeah, that's still going to get played a lot. Martin here going to make the call. He's got the 2-3-4, ace 2-3-4, so a pretty strong low draw with the nut spades. Deuce 6-6 here. Like I said, so now he's got the ace 3, so he's got the nut low draw. Martin's got the nut low draw. MK still ahead with his pocket queens.
So I think the percentage there is just if the low doesn't come out, basically.
Correct. The low is only going to make, I think they say 40% of the time.
Okay.
And so that Martin, he's still got the nut low because he's got the 3-4. But ooh, that actually countered. But he's still got a player. So even though there's more cards out there that are ace less than 8, but nobody really had anything on that. MK is going to win that one with the ace king high, ace king 6-6 tray, and then Martin there has the 3. The 3-4 low. He can play ace deuce, the 3 or the 2 in his hand, and play the 4 as a low. Whereas MK, his ace deuce was completely burned out.
I understand how people jump to Big O and focus on the low so much. It's I feel like it's what I'm starting to do. I'm always looking for the low, and
Yeah,
they're
that's
still the high.
unfortunately though. The focusing on the low is what loses you a lot of money in this game because, like that last hand there, he had a lot of backups. He had ace deuce 3-4. So you've got if something comes out, you've still got backup plans.
Mm-hmm.
But if all you have is ace deuce, and an ace or a deuce comes out, and you get cooked on that low, or if you do happen to have ace deuce and still make it there, somebody else is playing ace deuce as well because it is the most common, that they're going to be playing because it is the strongest one. So like I said, that's how you end up getting 1/4 of the pot a lot of the times.
I was saying even sometimes the low could not even make. So even if you have the backup like ace deuce 3, low doesn't even come out, and all you have is an ace, and he has ace king.
Yeah, typically your newer players are always taught to just kind of ignore the low, just play it high. I don't advise that so much either. You definitely want to play both. It is part of the game. So a hand here like MK, he's got the suited ace of spades, king jack of diamonds. In case the ace of diamonds comes out, he can have the nuts diamond draw. But ace deuce, ace tray, even 2-3 beats him here at this point. So it's not a super strong low draw, but it can be if deuce or a tray does it come out. Reagan here going to raise it up with the pocket kings, suited king, and spades. Not much of a low draw there, but he's got those new chips and he's kind of feeling it. So I decided to raise it up and build a pot. 25,000 in the pot. Queen, 6. Jose flopping the trip queens with the ace kicker.
And the backdoor club draw.
Yeah, you're never going to call off a 9 high flush draw in
Yeah.
Big O, but it is there in case something does happen and he needs it, but he's definitely not playing it that way. He's looking to, he's going to put in the rest of his stack there and just hope that an ace, jack, or a 9 comes out.
He takes it down.
Yeah, he's going to get away with it there.
Yeah, I wonder if would you consider the 9-4 to be blockers then at that point to the club draw? I mean, it just looks like
Yeah, you're taking out a couple of the outs off the board for sure. So that helps you with more information, but you're definitely not considering it with a high possibility.
Mm-hmm.
And 4-card PLO, you'll have people play lower flushes, but 5-card, forget it.
Even in 4-card, I'm not too happy playing a lower flush. It gets there, I'm like, someone has the ace.
No, you can only somewhat count on a flush if you just flat out know that person flopped a straight or something on a rainbow board and you end up going runner. You could think that it could be good in a situation like that, but at the end of the day, that doesn't happen that much.
Hello. Wrong mic got muted. All right, we're going off to hand number 9 here, going to be solo commentating this one, so just expect everything I say to be law and Big O. I know exactly what I'm talking about. I mean, I wrote a book on Big O for sake. We got Vac here with some pretty good percentages. I'm just looking at the percentages. It's way easier. Vac, our champion from yesterday, if you missed our high roller tournament, he did end up taking it down. They did an ICM chop at the end, so that probably changed the action a little bit, but he did take home the trophy, which, like I said, is the thing that matters. And speaking of Vac taking stuff down, he just took it down. Took down hand number 9. Most important hand right after hand number 10. So I do not know if the VPIPs mean much difference in Big O, but, well, I don't know if I really should even be bringing those up yet because we've only had 9 hands. So I'll bring up the wins for this table. So as we were saying, Reagan took that big hand up 80K. Jose with that all in took down 21,000. Martin 12,000 up. Executioner exactly in the black, which he's played a few hands, so that's interesting. I think he took down a few blinds and then paid him. Then we have Vac down 1,500, just took down a pot, so that probably helped with his losses. We have Ruben down 3,000, MK down 4,250.
Sorry, I had to step out and take a ruling there. Hang on one second here. Which one am I?
You're the green.
Oh, okay, there we go.
Yeah, you muted. I was like,
I hit
wait.
the wrong. I was like, wait a minute. Well, when I came in, it confused me. Had to make a quick ruling. Tournament call.
Yeah, you missed a big Vac taking on the blinds. Big hand.
Yeah, unfortunately, going to see a lot of that in Big O tournament poker. This is one of those games that if you're folding 85% of your hands, you're playing correctly.
Oh, wow.
This is just one of those games that you want to do a lot of folding here. Ace, 4, 9, rainbow on this flop here. Reagan, pair of aces. MK, pair of aces. Not much for either player there. A 3-5 player on the low for Reagan. MK only has the deuce 8, which is about as bad as you can get.
Oh.
Another ace might get a little bit of money put into this pot, but not too much.
I'm starting to understand the low. I didn't understand the concept of your low getting burnt.
Yeah,
before
because
this.
ignoring all this, a 5-3 beats a deuce 8.
Yeah.
Even though a deuce is lower than 5-3, you have to go start at the top and count backwards.
Okay.
That's what you were trying to ask a moment ago, and I didn't really have a good example of it. So if the low mattered and the ace is gone, 5-3 beats 8 deuce.
Okay.
Because even though the deuce is lower, the 5 is the lowest between the two of them.
Okay.
You start at the top and count backwards.
Got you. Okay. I think I get it.
Otherwise, the ace would win every time.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking. I was like,
Yeah.
does the aces win every time? So you start from the top. Okay.
Start from the top, count backwards. You pick your 5 lowest cards, and whoever has the highest, lowest card.
It's a low.
Yeah.
It's similar to like 7 deuce draw where you're trying to make the worst hand possible?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's if you're 5 cards and he's 5 cards, whoever's got the lowest 5 cards, and it starts at the top and counts backwards.
Gotcha. So in Big O, I know you were talking about the differences between Big O Cash and Big O Tournament. So Big O Cash, does it play a lot differently?
Well, mainly because you can rebuy.
Yeah.
That's literally the reason. It's a gambler's heaven game, and that's why the Big O Cash games typically play really big, because you want to gamble, but in a tournament you only have your tournament life.
Yeah.
And so it kind of changes the whole mindset of things. Whereas in a cash game, they just rebuy. They gamble. If it doesn't work, they reach for more cash.
Okay. So it's, I guess, similar to probably how Omaha plays here sometimes.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's kind of the same concept.
Gotcha.
Jose here going to put in some chips on this ace-deuce suited clubs hand, but he's got 4 clubs in his hand, so you have to consider that whenever you're going after a flush. You've got almost a quarter of them in your hand, but the ace-deuce, ace-4, suited ace, good enough for him to raise it up.
The aggression takes it down, gets Ruben to fold the better high hand pre-flop.
Yep. So the VPIP, do you have that selected or did?
Uh,
No, he's like,
okay.
yeah, there we go. So you see Reagan there, 194,000 still in your chip lead. Ruben now the short stack, 53,000. Pre-flop raise, you're not going to see this very high, or you shouldn't. Not in tournament poker. In Big O, not in tournament Big O. But like I said, you just have one life to live in a tournament.
Yeah, I guess so from what I've seen so far, it's pre-flop raises and generally induce either a re-raise or a fold.
3 betting is super strong in this game.
Okay.
You don't see it very often, mainly because in a pot limit game, the last thing you want to do is inflate the pot because everybody's got outs, everybody's got a draw, and a hand can get out of hand real quickly when you have too much pre-flop betting. Like I said, and now don't get me wrong, if someone under the gun pots it, obviously it's only going to be for a smallish amount because all you've got is the blinds. And in tournament poker, you play the true pot. So if the blinds are 1,000, 2,000, and you're the very first person to act, and you say pot, you know, you have the 2,000 out there that you call with, and then you add up the pot. So it'd be 5,000, so it'd be 7,000 to go.
Okay.
And which may not be that much because it's only 2.5x or 3x a raise. So if you're on down the table, you can repot and really make a statement. But like I said, pre-flop and tournament Big O, you don't want it to get out of hand too much unless you're just super deep, which these guys kind of are. Zach asking where his boy Blaze is. He's taking the night off. We've got a lot of poker left this weekend. I'm going to have him in the booth still. He's been doing a fantastic job. Probably could be doing a little more education on Big O. I don't know, though. He's more of a Hold'em guy.
Zach threatening the log off if Blaze doesn't get his butt here. That's funny.
Hey, Zach, I don't know what to tell you, buddy. If I thought me and you were cool.
Yeah, I mean, if you have his number and you can call him and maybe get him here for free, we'd think about it.
No, Blaze and Cruz did an amazing job. I spent about an hour in the booth with Cruz yesterday. Enjoyed myself. Very knowledgeable poker player himself. Blaze and Cruz had a great time in here. Going to see definitely more of them. 7-4 deuce, 2 hearts. Jose G holding the nut low with the ace tray. Unfortunately, MK has the same low. And then I was looking at the chat, looking at the hand, trying to play catch up with the hand here. A pair of fours. All I'm seeing here for get some wheel draws for both players as well. But MK's got a pretty good hammerlock on this hand.
Yeah.
Ace on the turn changes things since it burned out Jose's ace. 9 onto the river. That's going to be a scooper for MK. He's going to play that 3-5 wheel for the high and low. A gin card on the turn there for MK.
Yeah, and
He could have caught the higher straight, obviously, but the lower straight ace burned Jose's low draw there, or good low.
Jose not out of it though. If the graphics read correctly, he still has 250 behind. Not dead.
Yeah, we'll let Monica. That's one thing I will say. Sometimes in these split pot games, you start to get a little bit off the longer the stream goes. Sometimes the computer might miss a few things here and there, but regardless, if it's super close, we just let the dealer figure it out. And it looks like Monica is pushing him back some chips, so he is still in this tournament.
Chip in a chair.
Just a little bit there, Jose. Like I said, it shows on the computer he has 250 in chips, but we know that we don't have 100s or 50s in play.
Oh yeah, that was
So that's not really a thing.
that makes sense.
So he probably has a few thousand left. But pretty rough final or feature table here. You got Vac there, who's a well-known, well-practiced Big O player from the Lubbock area, plays in a lot of the biggest Big O games in West Texas. Reagan, no stranger to Big O. Mexicutioner who would literally jump over a car to get into a seat for a Big O table. And Ruben's got, and I've seen him play Big O quite a bit as well. And I definitely don't know MK. And I know Jose, who's super short stacked and needed a prayer here, but he's no stranger to the live stream in the final tables and Hold'em. So he's a educated player. Uses a lot of the skills that I know he has playing Big O, whether he has a lot of experience or not. Still, I would consider a dangerous player, well thought player. Ruben here on the button, ace 10, 10, ace deuce low, suited ace and diamonds. Looks like he raised this one up to pot. Asking Monica there what the pot would be. Had to throw in an extra 500 there. Vac here in the small blind. He's going to make the call with the lots of Broadway cards there. Suited ace jack of spades.
Yeah, just Broadway draw and the just suited in spades and 10-8 for, I guess, the lower straight draw.
2, 3, 4. Ruben there still has a live low draw if he can catch another low card.
So wouldn't he be out of low cards because his 3 and deuce is burned?
Yeah, but say an 8 comes out, he can play the ace in his hand, the deuce in his hand, and then the 3, 4, 8 on the board.
That makes sense.
So he had a backup with 3 of them. But if all he had was the 3 deuce and not the ace, he'd be toast.
Got you. Follow. Loud and clear.
Yeah, it takes a while. And so like I said, it's streaming Big O is kind of tough. But because a lot of people don't understand the high-low portion of it. But once you learn it and once you see it, it becomes a pretty interesting game, I will say.
Yeah, it makes you want to play it. Just because it looks like a fun fun game.
We've been playing Big O a lot on Tuesday nights in San Angelo, and a lot of the players have been seeing that game. But like I said, it plays pretty expensively.
Mm-hmm.
And so in May, I started having a Big O tournament on Thursday nights for only $65.
Nice.
To let people play Big O without having to risk big money. And the first couple tournaments I had, prize pool was almost $5,000.
Oh, wow.
On a $65 buy-in.
Maybe a lot of rebuys?
A lot of rebuys, but we had almost 40 players.
Wow.
People just wanted to play Big O. I mean, wouldn't you play in a Big O tournament for $65 just to get to play the game, just to kind of feel it out and learn it?
I think I would.
And I may do something like that here at Kojak's, just to let people have a taste of Big O for at a cheap price.
Oh, yeah. Be nice to learn how to deal it, too.
Yeah, that's the other side I wouldn't say out loud. But
oh, yeah.
Queen, 10, deuce, 2 diamonds here. No one with the nut flush draw.
Jose with pocket 10s, though.
Yeah, he's going to have middle set. Pretty good hammerlock on that high. Needing runner low for anybody to make that there. He's all in for the last 500 in his stack. And in pretty good position to at least see some of that come back.
Yeah, and most likely to win the low.
Yeah, there's the ace. So he's going to have the only flush. So he's got the high locked up and ends up making the low. So he's going to play ace, 4, 5, ace, deuce, 4, 5, 6. And the short stack is going to scoop that one and get a full triple up.
Like I said, a chip and a chair.
Yeah, you got the elusive scoop.
I think there might have been some money on the side, so I think Ray and Martin might have taken down some extra change there.
Yeah, and this is the part where you see me get called out of the booth. What happened was there was almost an insignificant side pot, a very, very small side pot.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, Reagan and Martin and Jose are all three sitting right there next to each other. And once Jose turned over his hand, he had just a massive hand. They knew it was a scoop. And Reagan and Martin, not even paying attention that he was even all in, thinking about it anymore, they both just mucked their cards. They didn't have to turn them up because there was still supposed to be side pot action. You don't reveal all cards unless all action is complete. But in a all-in situation, you have to show all cards. but those guys tossed in the cards and got intermixed up with each other, and so they were trying to decide whose cards were whose, and that's when I come out and say, no, that's not how it works. And so the side pot was pretty insignificant, thank goodness, and I just had them chop up the side pot because you can't award it to Jose because he didn't have enough chips to cover that side pot. So I had Martin and Reagan chop up that, like I said, it was a tiny side pot. It was just a couple thousand apiece. And awarded Reagan, obviously, the main, because his cards were tabled and shown. And Martin and Reagan were like, sorry, won't do it again.
Yeah. Oops. Big oops moment there.
Yeah, but like I said, there was no real nothing really else you could do in that situation because their cards were too intermixed. And after the long week these players have had and all these events and the long day, they couldn't even figure out who had what pre-flop. So Survival Johnny is taking the day off. His insight is fantastic. We're super happy to have him here in the booth and in the box. You know, he's a dealer here at Kojaks now, and definitely coming along in his dealing skills. And we've enjoyed having him in the booth just to kind of free me and Chase up to be able to do stuff like I just had to do on the stream.
Oh, yeah.
Making a floor call.
Quick little floor
And
call.
all the admin stuff. But we have a long weekend. We've had a long week. Everybody needs a day off. So, but I'm happy to see you guys enjoying Johnny's insight. He definitely has a lot of poker knowledge that he will share with the masses.
So off to hand number 15 here. And then he follows up with these streams are good, man. You guys rock. We appreciate that.
Appreciate you, Rival. Each and every one of you tuning in. Quite a few people tuned in across all three of our social medias, Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. You guys are the reason we're going to be doing a lot of stuff with the live stream here shortly. 996 on this flop here. MK, the only player with a 9 in his hand. Two spades. Vac having the nut spade draw. But you won't see people chasing flush draws with paired boards in Big O very often. Boats are way too common in this game. As you get short-handed later on, you might see some people widen that up a little bit. But at this stage of the game, chasing a flush draw on a paired board is, will find you drawing dead a lot of the time. Brian, absolutely appreciate you once again on the YouTube lands. You know, we got kicked off of Facebook yesterday.
Did we ever find out exactly why?
I think I've heard of this, but I didn't Google it because I was trying to get 3 hours sleep last night. But I think there's a time limit you can stream on Facebook because it kicked us off pretty much right at the 8-hour mark.
That's so
and
crazy.
There was no reason for the data not to be denied. And, of course, this stream fired up immediately. I did a test run earlier. And so I think Facebook has a time limit because yesterday was a 12-hour marathon stream. And we had to wrap it up on YouTube because Facebook said, you guys had enough. This isn't healthy. And I fully agree.
Yeah, they were trying to save us from ourselves, is what it sounds like.
Absolutely. But YouTube does not care. Folds on around 2. Reagan going to raise this up to 10,000. Blinds are 2 and 4,000. Martin makes the call there on the button. Executioner, naked ace of spades, unfortunately, in his hand, but he's still going to call that 6,000, being halfway there in the big blind. Ace, 5, queen, 2 diamonds here. No players having the diamond to draw. Like I said, the deuce 5 is pretty much the best low draw right now. King on the turn there. That's going to give Reagan and Martin on the high. Martin's showing the 6-3 low. He still has a low draw there.
No one with a diamond draw either, so.
No, and that's a good bet there by Martin.
I say him and Reagan, very similar hands.
Oh, Zach, none taken, buddy. The Blaze and Cruz had an absolute blast in here. I've commentated with both of them this last week and a half, and they're both absolutely just wizards at the games that they play. And so I love having them in the commentary booth. And Blaze and Cruz being the boys that they are, they kind of cut up, had a good time, which I'm not very good at. Unfortunately, I'm the droning Pat Summerall and poker commentary. But like I said, at the end of the day, this is one of those streams that there is going to be a lot of education, a lot of insight, and we could use either one of those guys, but we need to definitely have some nights off every now and again, and that's what Blaze has earned.
Yeah, and Alex got you to reveal a little bit of your chess past, I heard, while I was sitting there doing
Yeah.
the buttons.
Yeah, I'm a man of a few talents. Chess was one of them once upon a time. Wish I had the time to still play. I don't even know if Basil knows that.
I know. You got to play Basil next time you're both here. I got to watch Basil beats me, so I want to see someone beat up on him a few times.
3 out of the 4 aces between these two holdings here. MK holding the ace suited with the ace queen, and Martin the spade variety, which he does flop the nut flush draw. Ace tray here being low on this one here. I'm trying to figure out. There is the 9, so that one's going to be wrapped up there by Martin. MK can't even catch an ace or a queen. And he shows it and discussed there and does lay it down. So Martin there, a couple back-to-back pots, picks up his chip stack, trying to inch closer towards Reagan, who's still your chip leader at 180,000 in chips. Right behind him, MK and Vac, both around that 130 mark. Martin just under 120. Ruben and Executioner both sitting around 70,000 in chips, and Jose still looking for a good spot.
Yeah, I think he picked up a good spot last time. I thought with the chip stack he had, he was just gonna call all in the next hand he had, but he ended up folding to the next hand and he ended up scooping that hand with the floor call we had.
He chose properly, and at the end, at the end of the day, when you get short in Big O, I mean, you just kind of have to go with it. A lot of things can happen when you have 5 cards, but you still want to have suited ace deuces, things like that, obviously, to give yourself the highest percentage chance possible.
Oh, yeah. And now he is, I think, when he picked up that pot, he's right behind the button now, so he gets a full orbit to pick a hand he likes.
Really be discerning. Martin here waking up on a heater. Double pocket aces, double suited, diamond and spades. Jose, he likes his low wrap. 2, 3, 6, 7, 7, 8, 9, a little middling straight cards there, which a lot of people are a fan of those too, especially in an all-in situation when all the good cards are accounted for. Sometimes those middling straight cards come through handy. Martin here already put in a raise enough to cover Jose, so we're going to be off to the races here.
I say Martin's more likely to win the high, and Jose is more likely to win the low here.
Yeah, you see there, Martin doesn't need, he has the ace 5, and Jose has the 2, 3, 7, 8, so he's got some backup plans here, but it's going to be, Jose's going to be looking for a lot of middling straight cards here on this flop by Monica.
Flop comes out 2
Three.
3s and a 5.
Yep, 3, Jose flopping trip 3s, and still a lot of good turn cards for Martin here. King is one of them there to give him
2 pair.
some life. Can catch a king or a 5 on this river here. And there's the deuce. So Jose going to scoop it again. He's got the 3s full of deuces for the high and playing the 7, 8 low.
Nice. Jose once again picking his spot.
Yeah.
Chipping a chair, that's what I said.
It just keeps coming up.
Then
Brian, have a good night. I would definitely understand the call for the bedtime. I didn't get one last night. I'll be doing that later. And like I said, it's going to be a good stream. Reagan still chip leader, 180,000. You see on your screen there. Jose has come back from 4,000 to 21,000 now. So he's going to have a little bit of wiggle room.
I say one more double up, and he's right in the races.
Yeah, the cumulative winnings here, you see, lost only about half of his stack. Reagan and MK, the biggest benefactors since they've been on stream here.
Ruben just keeping it right in the middle, just up 2,000.
It's kind of a Ruben's thing. Martin there with the 64% VPIP, which is astronomical for Big O. But we have only had a less than 20 sample sizing here. And like I said, he was on a heater there for a minute. Zach, it was a thing, and it was a good story. Baby Boy Cruise.
Mm-hmm.
Not real sure where he got the name Baby Boy Cruise, but
I think he might have said it was from a movie, maybe?
I'm not sure. But Zach there asking about his nicknames, initials.
I remember when I first started dealing here, he was playing a cash game, and I think I was asking him if he clocked out or not, and I didn't know his name, so I was trying to call it him. And I looked down and it said Baby Boy, and it was cut off for Cruz. And I'm like, I don't know his name. I'm just gonna.
I'm not gonna call that out.
I'm not gonna call him Baby Boy. I'm just gonna wait until he walks back over here.
Yeah, it was too funny. Zach, I think you have to go back and watch that clip. I think we had one of the waitresses in the room to make that a little bit extra funny for everyone. But this hand number 19, we've got Reagan raising it up here at 10,000 with the suited ace tray. And called by Martin, who's still playing the heater. Executioner, pocket eights, ace, deuce, suited. I'm probably going to see 3 to a flop here, 10,000 apiece. You know, these pots, like I said, I'm raising it up pre-flop. When they pot it pre-flop and start to inflate these pots, you start to get into that stack to pot size ratio. 5, 3, 6 rainbow flop here. Reagan going to have 2 pair. Martin here is sort of drawing it pretty thin, looking for running diamonds to have second nut flush diamonds. And Executioner flops the nut low with the ace deuce, has the pocket eights for the high, and
The redraw of the hearts.
running hearts, backdoor hearts. Yeah, he's not going to get any action here. Not enough for anyone else there. Reagan could have peeled one just for fun, but Executioner there after that call definitely would have been putting in the rest of those chips. And if Reagan didn't pick up just a total gin turn card, doesn't want to risk that leading chip stack that he has right now, and I do not blame him.
Yeah, I thought Reagan might have peeled one there, considering he flopped 3 pairs. So any of the I guess he didn't have any straight blockers, but any of the he had a lot of set blockers.
Yeah, and when you flop 3 pair, you know, you're basically eating into your own outs here. You know what I mean? When you're making boats and Big O, you want to have a flopped set. That way you have a lot of your open outs to make a boat. But 3 pair can not quite as valuable as some people think it may be, but still gets played in cash games, I promise you that.
A little more conservative on the tournament table.
These guys are playing for a $7,400 first place prize pool. The event number 8, $20,000 guaranteed Big O Championship. We hit that guarantee onto the money. 40 players played in this event, so it ended up absolutely perfect.
Do you know who our last entry was?
I was too busy running around. Martin here going to call, test that heater that he's been on, see if he can connect. He's got suited ace in his hand, ace king. Jose is going to actually raise this one up. He's got the naked ace of spades, queen 10, 3-4, so leaning into those low cards. Reagan with the naked ace of clubs, no matching club, but ace queen king with the ace tray low. And Martin getting a good price to see if he can make something happen here. As Cody in the box, 7 deuce jack. Martin with the nut flush draw here, and I believe Jose's got the ace tray low draw. king on the turn, brings in the suited spades, but Jose's got the spade blocker there with the ace of spades, so he can be feel good about having that. Most people won't chase a flush without the ace.
And Martin has the 2 pair with the king jack.
Yeah, and Jose's going to come along with the all-in here, so Reagan decides to bet with his spade draw, pair of kings, nut low draw. But unfortunately, Martin here's got 2 pair and the nut diamond draw. So he came along with the call, and then Jose put in the last of his chips since he does have the nut low draw as well. Unfortunately, he won't like it to get to quarter, but it doesn't come in. A dry 9 there.
Oh, gives a.
Yeah, Jose's got the straight. Yeah, so never mind. That was a gin card for Jose.
That's exactly what he needed.
Yeah, the low it did not make, so Jose is, we're going to see him scoop his 3rd pot here at this feature table.
And just like that, he's back.
Yeah, and I mean back. It's going to give him a 65,000 chip stack, putting him ahead of Ruben. So chip in his chair was real.
Now, I have my horse now.
Yeah, executioner there with the little dab up there on the run good for Jose. I feel like that was the only card he could hit to really scoop. I'd have to go back and look. That was a pretty gin river there. Somebody else there in the YouTube scene there saying, "Where's Blaze at today?"
That is Vince.
That's Vince.
I'm 95.5% sure.
Got the very anonymous user 3501 name there on the YouTube side of things. Yep, another Blaze fan. So Blaze will be listening. He could be listening now. He could be listening later. But it's good to see that he has quite a bit of fans, and we'll encourage him to be in the booth more often.
Yeah, from what I heard, Vince, he heard you might be watching and decided to take the day off.
Zach, appreciate you, buddy.
Yeah, have a good night, man. See you in a couple hours when you rewatch this.
Or here at Kojak's coming to play in the main event tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
I want everybody here to come fire in this main event, the $50,000 guaranteed 2025 West Texas Poker Championship Series main event. $480 buy-in. It's going to be a fantastic tournament here. 10-8 deuce, 2 clubs. Ruben with the nut club draw and the nut low at the moment. Just a fantastic flop here for him. You may see him re-raise here. 10,000. No, he just makes the smooth call, which I don't mind. Martin's the one that bet this one out with a top pair of 10s. Sort of a test the waters bet. 7 on to the turn does bring in the nut low for Ruben.
I think that would have gave, who folded?
I didn't quite see that. I'm looking at enough cards of who's still in it.
Yeah, I know. But whoever was folded, I think it would have gave him the nut straight.
You know, Ruben here with the ace 3-4 gives him an uncounterfeitable nut low. That's why you see the check mark there on the low side. And Martin's the one's going to bet out into him here. So Martin here with the 6-9 makes the nut straight. And Ruben here, any club will scoop this one here for him, which will be a massive come up for him. This pot, 123,000. Big pot here. If he hits a club, doesn't happen. So chop, chop, no harm, no foul. Ruben there, monster hand. Monster hand. Makes the nut low onto the turn with the ace tray. And that same ace tray being the nut club draw.
I'm still reading his cards, making sure he's got it right. Make sure our graphics are right.
We're going to see Jose getting moved off the feature table. I was hoping to see that run-up continue.
I know, I might have to run out there and make sure he's still building up.
Yeah, the people at that table are going to have no idea that that man had less than 5,000 in chips an hour ago. Not even an hour ago.
I know we talked about it a little bit already, but Ruben, Even in Hold'em, I think a very different game from Big O. Obviously, very good at picking his spots and laddering it up. Laddering up. I think it was last year at the High Roller. I think he entered the final table as one of the shorter stacks, and I think he ended up finishing third place. He laddered all the way up, so Ruben not to be messed with, picking spots perfectly there with the nut low and chopping the pot with Martin.
He's one of those guys that when he gets his chips in the middle, he's got lots of equity. That's for sure. Him and Vac both. They're both the very quiet in the shadows, and you look up, and they're one of the last ones in the room.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of which, folds on around to Ruben in the hijack. He's got suited ace-9 of clubs with the ace-deuce, and he has an extra deuce in his hand for a little bit of a blocker. Martin makes the flush in his hand. That's a toughie.
Oh.
But he's going to call the big blind there. Since he's halfway there in the small, Executioner is going to check his option. We're going to see a flop of 10, 6, 3, 2 diamonds. Executioner with the only diamond draw, but it is only queen high. The ace is ace deuce, and Ruben's hand's still going to be the nut low draw. All three players check. A board pairing to 6 changes the dynamics pretty significantly here. Martin now having trips.
Trip sixes.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to see Executioner come along. Ruben still could, but you're basically putting in your money to try to win half the pot. And so he makes a disciplined fold. That's sort of a key moment you see there between amateur and more experienced Big O players is you don't want to be putting in money just to win half of it back. You want to have a high backup draw. You know, you want to have multiple draws, multiple ways to possibly scoop. And even though that pot might have had a little bit of meat to it, didn't want to risk another 10,000 of his only 60,000 stack there to try to chase half the pot.
Good patient play.
So we've got 6 players here at this feature table, which means since Jose got moved off, we should be 6 and 6. 12 players remaining. Now, Big O's only played 8-handed, so the final table will only have 8 players. So they're going to play 5 and 4 before we get down to the final table. So we need 4 people to be eliminated.
I think we may get to this last break before. I think after this next break will be the final table.
Well, blinds will be going up to 2,500, 5,000 here pretty soon. Couple minutes, and so you're going to have some people needing to make some moves. Reagan raised this one up to 10,000 with the Queen Jack 10-9. Middling straight cards there. Executioner went ahead and called with the Ace, Deuce, King, Queen, no suits. Diamonds on the King, that's it. 4, 10, 8. Rainbow flop here. MK top set. Let's see if he wants to go ahead and play this pretty dry board. Nothing wrong with go ahead and taking it down a pot. You're going to see him bet pot here. 30,000 to go. Don't see, Reagan's open-ended, and he's got a full-on wrap here. He can catch a lot of cards here to make the nut straight. So, yeah, he is going to make this call. It's a sizable bet at this stage.
And
but,
no low draw there from Reagan.
Yeah, no, there's no low. MK still has the 5-3 low, but Reagan, he's only got a 4 in his hand. He doesn't have an 8 or less. So Reagan only going for that wrap, which he did make, by the way, with the Queen 9.
And does have the redraw to the straight flush.
He does. Open in a straight flush draw. MK here, he checked it. That Jack is not a card he wanted to see in that 8-10 range. And Reagan pots it. And MK's going to call. He's going to call and try to hope to pair the board. He's going for the gusto here. So Reagan stands up. Pretty significant pot for him. He's already chip leader at the table, and this will make it even greater. Reagan dodging a board pair there. It doesn't happen.
But
The low does make it, though.
the low makes
Yeah.
it a chop.
Yeah, the 5-3 of MK is going to play. He's going to get saved by the low. And that's going to be a frustrating river there for Reagan. who could have been on the verge of scooping a monster pot.
Yeah, and we saw from the percentages, board pair not likely. Probably a decent amount of his outs were folded.
Yeah, it's like I said, that was a very slim river there for MK to come out unscathed. And now him and Reagan are both about the same, 136,000 in chips for the chip lead of Vivek right behind him. So big, big river there for NK. And all smiles right now. I think he knows how thin that was. And nothing wrong with that. And you find yourself in that spot a lot playing Big O.
Hoping for a few outers.
Yeah, you can fold all night in the Big O cash games, but in Big O tournament play, you have to pick spots and do something somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
And he felt that was a decent enough spot. Hand number 24 here on the feature table. There's 12 players left. As we maintain balance here, we have 6 players here on this feature table and 6 players on the outer table. Since we stole one of the players from the feature, we can safely assume there's 12 players at this time. I can see the live clock numbers, but we run 15 minutes in the past here on streams, just like everybody else. Martin here with the ace, king, jack suited with the ace, ace, deuce, low. Reagan, pocket tens, ace, queen with the suited ace of hearts, and does pick up the royal draw here. And he's got an ace tray for a running low. Martin doesn't have a whole lot. Looks pretty good, but in the case of Big O, he just needed too many running cards to call a pot size bet there. Good lay down there by Martin, keeping his stack just under that 100K mark.
I think right as I begin to finally see it, you already say it. Because I was like,
Yeah.
oh, he has a flush draw and the straight draw. You're like, oh, he's a raw flush. That is the faster way to say it. Martin did have some straight draws there, but like you said, not strong enough and no hearts in his hand, so could safely put Reagan on some hearts.
With as little sleep as I've had, keep looking because I could miss something very easily right now.
Oh, yeah.
And when you're looking at a lot of cards out there, it's hard to catch. And I've even looked at the percentages a couple times and tried to figure out why the percentages were there, why they were the way they were. But a lot of that's factoring in folded cards, etc., and stuff I'm not even paying attention to that could come home.
Oh, yeah. Reagan, another pretty looking hand there, does have the ace-jack suited of spades.
Yep.
Ace-6 for the low, not a very strong low draw.
But pocket aces, one suit, good enough to raise it up to 10,000. He's going to fold over to Ruben, and Ruben's going to complete a small. He's got the ace, deuce, naked ace of diamonds, but he's got the ace, queen, ace, deuce, low. Vac letting his hand go, so Ruben here with the low advantage, 4-7-7 flopping trips. Those percentages wildly in the other direction. As Ruben, and he's going to lead out here. Man, I would love to see Ruben check, but he's going to go ahead and reach for chips. He's going to bet that pot of 25,000, and Reagan, even though he has the pocket aces, he's going to know he's just cooked there more often than not. So Ruben's image there, losing him just a little bit of value, but in this game, you don't really want to slow play too often because anything could happen. Reagan could bink an ace right there on that turn, and now you got 7 full of aces, and he's got aces full of 7s.
I think the queen of clubs might have been a different card because we did see one get turned over pre-flop. Because I think he showed him 2 diamonds. I don't think he showed the 7.
Plausible, but I think the queen was the burn card, was the exposed card.
Yeah.
So I think he probably still had a 7 in his hand.
Oh yeah, no, he
Yeah,
still had a
he's-
7, but I think he flashed the diamonds.
Yeah, so he
Maybe.
might have had the flush draw plus the boat draw, trying to make up another one there. Either way, Reagan knowing he's well behind in that hand regardless.
Have you seen that movie Basil's talking about Me, Myself, and Irene?
Vaguely, was that the Jim Carrey movie?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Basil, the nickname maker. Yeah, I have 3. It's Jeffrey Dahmer, the now after the haircut, Me, Myself, and Irene, and Kip from Napoleon Dynamite.
Well, there you go.
Which I attribute that one to Braxton. That one he started, and It's pretty accurate, I gotta say. The stash really sells it all.
I saw the Jeffrey Dahmer comment, and I had no idea what he was talking about.
Yeah, that's one of the many nicknames. The man in the mask making nicknames for others.
Well, if they're doing that, you gotta be semi okay in their book if they're doing that.
Yeah, I respect the game and making nicknames for everybody.
They in Fort Worth they call me the robot.
The robot.
They say ask the robot
I like that.
because I'm always working. Say I'm gonna go eat some lunch, and they say, "Don't you mean plug in?" Say, I wish it were true.
Go sit in the sun. Solar panels. Executioner taking that one down with a.
Yeah, stacking
With the
some
Rays.
much needed chips too. He was down around that. I'll say 30 bigs. It's still quite a bit, but in Big O, you need some chips to continue playing. So the blinds definitely not quite. They can hold them. You can get 10, 15, 20 bigs, but in PLO and Big O, you need quite a bit more because the game gets expensive real quick when people start potting it.
Oh yeah.
It's just like in Hold'em when somebody bets the full size of the pot, that's pretty significant. But in a pot limit game, when people have flopped monsters and they're trying to deny equities and deny draws that change, where the nuts change every single street, you need a lot more than just 10, 15, 20 bigs.
I've also noticed the pot limit games tend to make the pots bigger sometimes.
Oh yeah, it definitely does. People are more prone to bet pot just because that they feel like they have to.
Mm-hmm.
Kelly's saying the knit master. I don't disagree too much. That's what they put me on the board as in San Angelo during a cash game one time.
Oh yeah, the knit master.
Knit master. I'm calculated, not nitty.
Same thing.
4 ways to a flop here. Suited ace
wow.
for Martin.
All
All spades. Vac, the only one with spades, but not a playable spade. 7-3. We've got ace tray low for Martin.
So very close to the straight flush there, flopped for Vac. So
Yeah.
very close.
Yep. King doesn't change a whole lot. It's going to go check here. Board pairing 6 for Executioner, but doesn't have the connector for the boat. So Vac here is
Checks
going to,
around.
if it just checks around, he's going to win this with the 7 high flush. And they see if who's got a low.
Martin
Martin's,
with the 5-3.
ace 3.
Ace 3.
Ace 3 low. Yep.
So it'd be 8-6-5, 3 ace.
Correct.
Nice. Yeah, I know, Big O. Back in the day.
You're ready to deal it. Ready
Yeah,
to deal it.
ready.
It's definitely a practiced game. Not only are you having to worry about lows and chopped pots, but you have to keep up with pot limits and when people bet pot. So it's a lot of work to deal this game, and the only way to learn it is to deal it.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
for sure.
That would help it.
And Basil, speaking of dealers, Cody, end of the box, definitely experienced dealer.
It's funny. I don't know if I brought this up to Cody, but one of my first times here, long time ago, we had the cage still in the corner.
Mhm.
I think I was playing the free roll, and I if I had brought it up to Cody, I still give him stick about it. But I was playing the free roll, and my first card was an ace. He, of course, the other ace gets flipped. Looking back, it was probably my fault. I probably had my hands too close to the felt,
So
and
you always remember.
and the second card he gave me was a king.
That's
So I was like, it's still a good hand, and I think I ended up losing the hand. Aces I would have won. Ace king, I think I hit a pair, and he had a 2-pair or something like that. So I would have got all the money.
it does happen.
Oh yeah, and if it's gonna happen, it's gonna be an ace. It's never an inconsequential card like a deuce or
No.
something.
Or if it is, it was a pair of them,
Oh, yeah.
usually. 3 ways to a flop here. Deuce, 7, 9, 2 spades. Vac, the only 2 spades in his hand with the queen. He's got pocket queens, ace, king, ace, tray, low with the deuce out there. Needing one more low card for the nut low there, and I think he bet this one out, which he did. And don't see Executioner. Yeah, he's gonna come along for the low here. Maybe he's got a lot of good straight cards. He'd come out looking for an 8.
Martin would have turned a boat there. Martin did fold bottom set with pocket 2s.
Bottom sets tough in this game because those underboats get crushed way too much.
Yeah.
So low does not get there, and Vac is going to be best with the kings, or I'm sorry, the kings and
Kings and 9.
kings and 9s with an ace, and Mexicution might have wished he put a bet in there, but against Vac, it's hard to really put him on much, and you're trying to just get to the river with value to make that low with the ace tray, but would have got quartered anyway. Vac having the same low draw.
And I did see that on back. Is that a newer or an older Kojak hat he has on? It's a very deep blue. I feel like it's an older one. I feel it's one I haven't seen before.
I'll take a look here. Knowing Vac is probably an older one. He's one of the original dinosaurs, as we call him. Been coming to Kojaks for about as long as I think you can come to Kojaks.
Member number 2.
He from the Lubbock area.
His player card starts with a single digit.
Hadn't seen him in a while. And it's good to see Vac again. He took down last night's High Roller Championship. He ended up getting, I think, 3rd in the ICM chop, and then cooked his way right through the 5 ICM choppers to take down the title and the trophy. It's well done.
Vince asking the important questions. How did Vac even get here? Did he even shower?
There was a lot of us that didn't even do that, I'm telling you. We stopped stream about 7 a.m. this morning. 4 ways to a flop. Ruben suited ace, deuce of hearts, and a pretty good flop. Straight flush draw for Ruben, ace deuce low.
Wow. Martin, straight flush not coming. Martin's got the check
Yeah,
mark.
well, Martin's got the boat there, 3-4. No one's going to be able to improve on the boat. Ruben's going to be, it's tough to lay this one down, but you got 4 hearts in your hand.
Yeah.
And so he does go ahead and make the call. King on the turn, consequential. Ruben here.
Does pick up blowouts now.
And he finally does go ahead and give it up there. Martin probably potted. Yeah, he bet 50,000. And again, back to that talking about betting pot to deny your opponent's equity, to whereas the big blinds mean a lot more in this game because the pots get out of control, even more so than you would think compared to no limit, but they really do when people are just so prone to saying pot.
Yeah.
There's a new one, Basil. Calls it Richie Rich.
I feel like that might be Reagan. Reagan Rich? Right, that's his last name?
Oh, okay.
I hope it's not a 4th one.
It could be.
I'm running out of nicknames to keep track of. I'm gonna start writing them down on my hands. I feel like that one could be fitting though as well. Unfortunately.
There's my knee jerk, but yeah, it could be Reagan because I think his last name is Rich.
Hoping. Basil, please confirm.
Blinds are 2,500, 5,000 now. $7,500 in the pot, making the pot size pre-flop even more significant. Reagan here with the ace-king suited. Looks like he's limping in here. Martin in the cutoff lets his hand go. Mexicutioner calls 1,000 with the suited ace-deuce, pocket 6s as well. Looking for clubs.
I'm not as well versed in Big O, so about how many big blinds do you think you need to have before you start shoving in Big O? Well, I know you can't really shove pre-flop, but before you pick your spots.
Whenever you can, because like I said, you get too low and there's just too many draws and you're trying to let luck get in there. Too many people are going to call you down, kind of like in Hold'em. If you stick around and wait until you only have 3 or 4 bigs, you can pick up pocket aces and get 4 colors. Doesn't work. Mm-hmm. Mexicutioner here. He's I'm seeing the pocket 6s here, but it is a pretty good bluffy board if nobody has ace tray. Ruben is going to be a non-believer here with bottom set.
Bottom set and the ace tray with the backdoor hard draw.
Yeah, no ace tray out of Ruben's hand, but he has gut shot 6, but Michael's got half of them in his deck there. So Mexicutioner going to be the one. No, Ruben's the one actually at risk here. He's shorter stacked than the Mexicutioner. So Jack of hearts on the turn gives Ruben the nut flush draw. 10 on the river. And they're going to chop this one up. Executioner's ace-6 is going to play. And Ruben's bottom set of deuces is going to take it back, so they both gain some decent free flop chips there. Yeah, Executioner was just trying to represent the ace tray there, which is people are going to have in their hand a lot of the time. Ace deuce tray pre-flop, 2, 3, 4 pre-flop.
That's one of those lows I didn't quite understand. I was trying to understand and it went away too fast.
That's part of it. Joe wanted to know what's open on the live tables. We don't know what's open. I can tell you they're playing 1-2 and 1-3.
We do have a table 1-2 running. I do not know if they have seats open, but there's no one on the list. So if you put yourself on the list, you're first up.
Yep, that's get on Poker Atlas and maybe you can even give the front desk a call. Luis still up there probably. Let you know if there's an open seat.
Yeah, and if you get Luis on the phone, go and wish him a happy birthday for us as well. It is Luis's birthday
Oh, I
today.
forgot about that. Yeah. Yeah, Joe, they keep us in a locked room when we're doing the live stream.
In a sauna room, actually.
Yeah,
No
it's
AC.
it's definitely a sauna in here sometimes. We're watching the stream 15 minutes in the past. That way no one can communicate with anybody at the tables. We try to compensate all headphones and phones, things like that, so no one can communicate. But like I said, the 15-minute delay is all other streams do to prevent as much as we can, and it definitely does work. Folds on around to Battle of the Blinds here. Ruben looks like he made the call. Vac going to check his option here. Vac with pocket kings, king, queen, 5-4 low. Ruben, ace, jack, 10, ace, 5, naked ace of diamonds, ace, king, 10. So both players catching some pieces of this that are almost home. But middle set is going to be in the lead here for Vac, and I think he's going to bet this one out. Ruben looks like he has a lot there, but in Big O, you don't. You're still just looking for a queen, and that's it. So it shows the ace-10 as he folds. Two pair dominated a lot of the time against queen jack. And but pocket kings is the culprit in this situation.
Yeah, somehow I didn't even see the two pair. I was reading for the straight, so like he has some straight opportunities if something comes out because he can play two cards from his hand. He had the backdoor hearts draw with the jack 5, but I didn't even see the two pair. Two pair was not even there in my eyes for some reason.
And not good on that kind of flop.
Yeah.
Be drawing it to 4 outs for the boat. Dealer Roberts sitting in the box. We've got six players here, which means 5 or 6 on the outer table. Final table is 8 in Big O. So we've got a little ways to go before we get down to the final table. We're paying 5 places. We had exactly 40 entries into this Big O championship.
Right on the money for the guarantee.
And I'm fairly confident we're going to hit the $50,000 guarantee this weekend, starting tomorrow. It's the main event, the last big event here for this West Texas Poker Championship Series. And $480 buy-in. Lots of people coming to fire a bullet or two into this event. $50K guaranteed Texas Hold'em main event championship.
Another battle of the blinds here.
Yeah,
And both of 'em.
Reagan flops the world. Unfortunately, can't make the Royals. Vac has the queen.
But
The deuce 4 ahead in the low draw category, but he's going to need running lows. We'll see how Reagan plays this here. You typically don't want to slow play too much, but against Vac, it kind of helps. He definitely is hard to extract chips from.
I think
Goes check, check, yeah.
that check could have maybe potentially won him some money.
Well, if he knows he's got the second nut diamonds, but Vac's the guy that'll he'll lay that down because he knows that the ace jack is going to be betting there a lot of the time as well. But he is studying his hand. He's really likes that queen high flush, but I don't know. Reagan may get paid off regardless on this one because that is a pretty strong hand to lay down short-handed. I say short; it's only 6 out of 8, but it's still mentally there.
Yeah, and then once you call here, there's not many. Maybe if the board pairs, it could potentially slow down action. But as long as the river's a blank, it could potentially. You think you're best here. You're best on the River with a blank.
Yeah, and I like Reagan's sizing here, only betting 20,000. Reagan here could be representing Queen Jack a lot of the time, and I think
think
that's what Vac's thinking about.
I think Reagan potted it though, because it was 20,000.
Oh, is that what it was? Yeah, that's right. I forgot it adds it to it even as soon as they bet it. So he did pot it for 20,000, but
Polarizing.
again, he can do this with a lot of Queen Jacks as well. So Vac here with the second nut diamond. He stacked up some raising chips there. Interesting.
Yeah, maybe going for a raise. If he gets re-raised, maybe it's easier to let go at this moment in back
Well,
size.
I think the only reason you raise here is to try to entice a check back on the river. You know, risk the extra, just click back 20,000 now, just to not have to call off a river bet if you feel like your opponent doesn't has the straight and you trying to represent the flush. But he's definitely tanking on this one, that's for sure. And Vac doesn't do that very often. A pretty decisive poker player.
Doesn't make the call.
Yeah, just makes the call here. That delay may feel like he's going to get some extra authority here on this river, but as we can see, he is definitely not.
And
Vac's
the blank.
going to check this one here. I'd like to see Vac bet 20,000 just to maybe get just a click back call and set your own price per se.
Reagan pots it again.
But yeah, instead of betting 20 or 30,000, now he's going to have to call 60. If you feel you were best on the turn, you're still the best now, Vac.
Yeah.
Even though we know you're not, but he's a disciplined enough player to know that if you don't have the nuts in this game, you better be scared, because a player with 5 cards in her hand, ace X of diamonds, he just makes the call, and he's going to see the bad news here. Yeah, that's a tough one there for Vac, and that's about the only way you're going to extract chips out of Vac, is to put him in such a very, very close spot like that.
Yeah, and that was nuts versus second nuts.
Yeah, and he wanted to fold it too. You saw him, and so huge pot there for Reagan, coming out of a very unlikely location. Reagan now 204,000, almost double MK now.
I say since sitting at this table, Reagan's been chipping up little by little.
Yeah, he's back over that 200,000 mark after losing a little bit back. And you see Vac now down near bottom of the pack there. Him and Ruben a little under 68,000 in their stack. Blinds are 2,500, 5,000.
And a little pat on my back, pat on the back of myself there. Not because Vac lost chips, but he thought he was best on the turn and the blank came out, so he thought he was best on the river as well.
Yeah, that's sort of the process you have to give yourself. But like I was saying about risking, 20 or 40,000 to see if your opponent just flats back, or if they raise you, now you've set your price essentially for fold.
But even with, say he does bet that, Reagan pots it, and that pot bet's pretty much all in at that point.
Yeah, but now you can fold by only losing 20 or 40 instead of having to call off the 60 plus. In other words, kind of set your price to lose.
But in that specific situation, do you think Vac's going to fold there once he does?
I think you have to, because Reagan's never bluffing in that scenario.
Okay.
And he's playing his hand pretty much face up at that point. That's just kind of set your loss to what it could be. But that's still hard to do, don't get me wrong. No one with hearts now on this one.
Only heart blockers.
Yeah, Queen, 9, 7, 2 hearts on this flop. Martin flopping 2 pair. Executioner lets his hand go. Top pair Queen for MK, which doesn't say much in this game. He's got the King heart, no ace to be found.
And he has the Jack 8 for the gutter ball to the 10.
Yeah, the gut shot. So a lot of good turn cards, but don't know if it's worth almost a quarter of his stack. Yeah, and he's thinking about this one. Really wants to call, it looks like, but just don't think he's quite got enough of this one to continue. But I could be wrong. He could be looking at the blinds and deciding to gamble some here and there.
I say Martin has seemed to be making his moves pretty precisely here. A lot of times he's getting it in, and he's not his favorite in the equity category, but getting better hands to fold. Maybe some image play there from Martin.
Yeah, Martin here with the 2 pair ahead, but You know, MK's got a lot of good turn cards. Lot of good turn cards. That's what he's thinking about right now. Like I said, it's about almost a sixth of his stack. I see it now.
Does decide to lay it down. And Martin has been on Reagan heels since he, every time Reagan chips up, seems like Martin catches a few hands to chip up as well. Just a quick look at these stacks here. We got obviously Reagan in first with 200,000. Martin and MK close behind him. Martin with about 142, MK with 116. And then Executioner, Vac, and Ruben all hanging around that like 57, 54 mark.
Yeah, a little more than 10 bigs left, which is a super dangerous spot in PLO and a Big O. Like I said, pot sizing getting out of control when a lot of people do bet pot just out of pure instinct of the game. And it's always funny to me because in Hold'em, you know, people bet the pot a lot, you know, don't get me wrong, but you don't see it quite as often as you do in pot limit games. It just feels available to them, so they want to utilize it. MK here at laying down the pocket queens, not much else working in that hand there. Ruben suited ace with an ace tray low, pocket fives also. Wants to see a flop. He's going to put in, raise it up to min click to 10,000 here. And Reagan waking up with a monster hand as well. Suited ace six of diamonds, ace deuce low. So Reagan definitely going to see a flop here on the button in position.
And the ace queen for the Broadway cards.
Yep. Executioner here, not waking up with anything into the big blind, letting that 5,000 chip go. So heads up to a flop. 10-8 jack, spade draw. Nut spade draw for Ruben. No low just yet. No, he's running low cards for Reagan's ace deuce to come into play. Ruben here, you may see him bet. Yeah, he's reaching for chips, and I just don't think Reagan's going to be able to come along.
Yeah,
not a lot of good improvement he can make on this hand. Running diamonds is his best hope, and so he does lay it down. So Ruben getting a little bit of life back.
Yeah, but gonna separate himself from the other two small stacks of the table.
And like I said, we're looking for a final table of 8. We've got 6 here at this feature table, so we could be still at 12, might be at 11. Players will be going on a break here in about 3 to 4 minutes, 10-minute break, so we will be taking a break ourselves.
Is it 10 minutes? I thought it might have been a 15-minute break.
Shouldn't be.
Oh, yeah, it is 10 minutes because it
No,
says it right there.
I don't think there's a color up
Yeah.
on this next level. I don't know. Whoever made this tournament, I have no idea.
I think they might have been coloring up the purples.
Should be. Yeah, it is coloring purple. It is a color break. That's right. We still have the purple chips in play.
Oh, yeah, that's why that's why we had there's no 50s.
No.
Yeah, no 50 chips.
Vac here looks like he's raising it up. Suited ace, pocket trays, ace jack of diamonds, 3-4, ace 3-4 low. Good hand here to go ahead and raise it up. Put some of these chips to work. Reagan lets his suited ace go. Kind of surprising. I thought he might have played the suited ace with the ace tray low. Martin here, ace, deuce, low, a suited ace of clubs, pocket nines to go with it. Does make the call. It's a pretty significant raise out of Vac, 15,000.
MK.
We've seen 10 mostly, but 3x is not very often. And Martin's going to come along here.
Yeah, MK with the 3 kings in his hand decided not to continue.
No, probably not. 8-5-5 on this flop here. Martin with the nut low draw. Jack of clubs as it goes a quick check, and another quick check as the ace burns Martin's
And check.
hand, burns his low there, doesn't it? And so Vac's 3-4 is going to play for low, and he's got the 2 pair for high.
So Martin
How
wins
did-
the low.
How did Martin win the low here?
With the ace, deuce 4?
Yeah, deuce 4. There it is. I didn't see the deuce. So ace deuce, 8-5-4 deuce ace.
The deuce saves him.
Yeah, the 4 deuce versus Vac's 4-3.
Yeah, the quick action does not benefit the commentators.
Not in Big O.
Not in
at
Big
all.
Not a sleepy Big O knower and a, I guess, middle tired Big O not knower.
No. But there's still quite a few of you watching this Big O tournament event number 8 of this 2025 West Texas Poker Championship Series. We're going to be taking it all the way down to a winner to see who can hoist that 8th trophy of the series. Those pretty cool looking smoke, white and red smoke trophies.
Is there a name for the specific type of trophy?
Not a clue. Charlie ordered them. You'd have to ask him. But
Whatever they're called, they look good.
they're cool.
They're cool. I heard they look good in a black light, especially.
I think they would. Yeah. Any kind of lighting to light up that little smoke design they have on the top of them.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's pretty cool that they're all kind of unique from each other, given the different smoke pattern in them.
Oh, yeah.
Reagan here in the hijack going to raise this one up to 10,000. Got the suited ace king, ace 6 low. Martin in the cutoff makes the call with the suited ace of heart variety, pocket sixes, ace 5 low. We're going to go heads up to a flop.
And Martin does have the 6-5 for the in case his ace gets burned in the low.
Mm-hmm. Reagan only the ace 6. 3-8 queen rainbow. A definite whoever bets can take down flop here.
So
It's going to go check, check.
that makes me wonder where, well, now it was 5, now it's 3, where his 3% comes from. Because I guess that's the part if it doesn't make.
If it burns one of Martin's, I guess if it doesn't make, because they both share 6 is the other thing.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why.
Oh,
But,
yeah, they can chop it. Okay.
Yeah, the ace 6. But yeah, Reagan's not going to be able to call here. So first bet, first served on that one there. And it looks like the players are taking their 10-minute break. And that means we're going to be taking our break here. So let's double check there. Yeah, they are taking that break. So appreciate each and every one of you tuning in to the Kojaks Poker Club YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, wherever you're watching this event number 8. Hang in there. It's not going to go as late as last night did, I will say.
Oh, yeah. I hope so.
And thankful for that. But it is going to be a late stream, but we're going to keep it going all the way to a winner. Can come down to a final table once we lose a couple more. I will say that we are down to 11, so 3 more eliminations to get to that final table. Those blinds moving up every 30 minutes. So stay tuned to YouTube, Twitch, or Facebook. See who gets to take down event number 8 in that trophy, and the prize pool of $7,400 up top of this $20,000 prize pool. We had 40 players, exactly a $20,000 pot, met that guarantee perfectly head on, and so stay tuned, guys, and we'll be right back.
Catch you shortly.
And we are back just in time for an all-in situation here. Vac went all in with the double suited aces, deuce, deuce, 4-6 king rainbow on this flop here. Pocket aces still ahead for Vac.
Let's see if they will stay in the lead here.
In this game, you never know. 8 of spades on the turn.
Inconsequential.
Yeah, don't think it matters here on this river. The 6.
Check, check.
Oh, yeah, all in there. So Vac's gonna scoop.
He gets the ace. He gets the. Yeah, you're good. He gets the ace and the ace deuce for the low.
Yeah, that's a pretty strong hand, but like I said, you're just denying other ace deuces at that point, which is fantastic. You've got Vac now at 127,000. Looked like there might have been some kind of small chop there. Not real sure what happened to that hand, but not real sure why Martin there got some of those chips back, but maybe she was just counting down the stack, and then that's probably what it was, is he just pushed forward the chips so Monica could make the quick math there, make the double up go faster. So glad to see lots of people still logged into all the social medias for the stream on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch, watching this event number 8. And hope everyone watching the playback of the Big O stream is having a good day.
We're back.
So just a quick reminder here, see if we can pull it up before the hand begins. Reagan's still your chip leader at 178,000. Ruben and Execution are both around that 50,000 mark, looking to make a move. Blinds are 3,000 and 6,000.
I think Vac and Martin switch places there.
Yeah, back with that big scoop all-in pot there. Martin here, ace, 6, deuce suited of diamonds. Going to just call in here.
And some good low draws with the 4 deuce and back above the 6, even the 7.
Folds over to Vac in the small with these newfound chips. Pocket jacks, pocket 9s.
And a queen. Suited all around.
Yeah, a lot of possibilities with this hand here, and he's in the small blind, so it's half price for him to come along, and that's what he does here.
Do you think he was maybe contemplating a raise there?
I think he was contemplating a raise for the sake of Reagan to check, if I know Vac. I don't think Vac was ever thinking about making a raise there or a lay down. I think he was just pausing for dramatic effect to get Reagan to just possibly check his option instead. King, ace, 4, 2 clubs. No players having a club draw here. Ace, king going to be best for
Martin with 2 pair. Ace,
yeah,
4.
ace 4 there, yeah. 3 on the turn.
Oh no, maybe getting Reagan some trouble. Turning 2 pair. Ace 3.
And Martin's got the deuce 6 low here. It's going to check harmlessly around. It looks like, did the dealer put out the river there? Or no, Martin bet 18,000.
You bet pot?
Yeah. And I said pot's the common bet. That's why these guys with, 10 bigs don't, they definitely need to chip up even higher than that.
I did look to confirm a little bit ago. Chepe still in the tournament. Jose G, as he was called in the stream, still had chips last time I checked.
So the comeback trail is still real.
It still continues from 0 to trophy is what I'm calling it.
The commentator's curse. He did it, Jose, not me.
I'm behind you. The commentators weren't.
Dealer Monica.
Oh, yeah.
Fantastic Big O dealer here at Kojak's. Trying to work us in to that final table. We're looking for 8. We went to break with 11 players, needing to lose 3.
Just 3 more before this final table. Be interesting to see who comes in from the non-live area.
Yeah, we get to see who all has some chips in play. Execution under the gun, letting his hand go. MK, who's been kind of quiet since he chipped up. Just kind of letting the game come to him right now. Folds all the way around to the blinds. Reagan and Martin. Reagan with the suited ace-8, ace-king 10, diamonds suit. And Martin with 10-8, pocket 7s, 4. Ace, jack, deuce, 2 spades. Reagan with a 10 high flush draw, but not really consequential there.
Check, check.
Quick check, check. 7, Martin not having a much to work with there. It looks like it's going to go check, check again there. 9 on the river. Reagan's going to have enough there to scoop.
Scooped with the ace and for the 6-8 for the low.
6-8 low.
Wow, one of the highest lows without.
Yeah, it definitely happens.
It best say it beat the other highest low, 8-7.
8-7, yeah.
That's funny.
And then the aces with the king and kicker for the high. And since it is pretty late at night here on this Thursday night, lots of you still listening, I'm going to give you a spoiler alert. We're going to have a final table in the next 15 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
Could be some of these guys, could be some eliminations on the outer table. We don't know. Stay tuned. But things are moving, so stay tuned in. See who at least makes this final table 8-handed here of this event number 8. 5 of them are going to be into the money. We haven't shown the payout here for a minute, so let's get that up on the screen before the hand begins. First place, $7,400, $5,000 for second, $3,000 for third, $24 for fourth, and $2,200 for fifth. 5 players. We had a $20,000 guarantee, and that is exactly what the prize pool was with 40 entries into this Big O Championship. $20,000, pretty juicy prize pool.
I was saying the entry was just $600, so fifth place there, almost 3xing your money pretty much.
Yeah, it's good. Good prize pool.
Executioner with the ace, jack 9. 2 naked aces, but the jack 9 is suited. Got some Broadway cards with the jack and the ace. Ace deuce for the low. Gonna be, I think that's raising chips. Looks like maybe Potta did there.
Yeah,
Raise
he-
of 24,000.
yeah, he did.
MK snap call looked like with the ace 3, 4, 5, 7, 5, 4 suited.
Yeah,
Ace 3 suited.
looking for hearts and a pretty solid low draw here. Queen 9 deuce. Pocket aces is still going to be ahead here.
But it does burn Executioner's low draw, so
Yeah, but there's running lows for MK here, so it's difficult for him to come along. But we saw how pained he was to fold it last time when he didn't have a whole lot working for him. 26,000 out of his 82,000 stack, so it's not an insignificant amount of his stack. But he hasn't folded yet. Thinking long and hard about this call here. Executioner is still ahead with the pocket aces, has the nut club blocker, so he knows that MK is not holding the nut flush draw. And he's going to make the call. Wow. Needing a lot of help here, otherwise doubling up the Executioner. It's going to leave him with 56,000 in chips if he does not catch a favorable run out here. Needing some wheel cards, perhaps. There's one of them. 5 on the turn. That's going to give him a pair of 5s. Executioner's aces is still ahead here. And to the river. Another 5 on the river. It goes runner, runner. MK knew it all along. That's why he called. Tough beat there for Executioner. A well-practiced Big O player. Again, would wrestle a gorilla to get into a Big O game. Is definitely his favorite. And unfortunate run out there for him. Not his first, won't be his last. Definitely knows the feeling of that. And MK there with the slight shrug of the hands. And there's the fist bump saying sorry. But that's tournament poker for you there. So we lose the Executioner, and we are 5-handed. Like I said, the spoiler earlier that we are pretty close to the final table, outer table, and the feature table right now here live on stream. So I think one more elimination, I think, will take us down to the final table. Won't be a full break, but just enough to get everybody situated and their chips counted. But the final table coming up. Let's see if everyone here on this feature table makes it to it. Ruben here, first act. Didn't get a read of his cards, but they were not of Ruben quality. Throws them into the muck there. Vac. Pocket deuces. Ace deuce. The ace is not suited. Naked ace of hearts. But enough to raise it up there, put some pressure on some of these players. Looks like you made it 18,000 to go. Reagan in the cutoff. Not much there into the muck. Martin folds his cards as well. And it's coming back around to MK. A lot of low suited connectors here. 765, pocket fours, hearts, and diamonds. 12,000 more to call of those newfound Executioner chips. See if he wants to gamble here again like he did the last hand. Still hasn't relinquished the cards. Finally does. So Vac there raises it up. Shows him probably the ace deuce. Vac there. You have some animation chips. A little bit of talking, a little bit of movement, a little bit of flourish. Easy to do when you have a pretty good chip stack right now. Let's take a look at those chip stacks. Blinds are 3,000, 6,000. Players still pretty deep. Ruben, the only one really close, down to that 10 bigs marks, needing to find somewhere, and he is in the big blind right now as we speak. Reagan, 178,000, had the chip lead here for a while here at this feature table. It's gone back down a little bit as MK gets catapulted all the way up to second place, close to Reagan after that fantastic run out on the all-in with the Executioner. And Vac still comfortably sitting with 127,000 in his stack. Martin, who ran good early, built that stack up and's kept it up there. Hasn't given a whole lot of it back. Still up on the feature table since he's sat down. So 5 players here. I believe they're playing 4-handed on the outer table. So I think the next person eliminated will be the final table of 8. Vac here under the gun looking at pocket aces, 1 suit diamonds, but pocket aces, pocket deuces to deny a lot of the other ace deuces out there. He's going to pot this one again up to 18,000. Or no, just 3x'd it, sorry, not quite pot. MK's calling a lot quicker this time. Ace, king, queen, ace, 3 low, unsuited, naked ace of hearts. Ruben looking down at ace, jack, jack, 9 deuce, ace, and he lays it down. Interesting. I guess since the ace wasn't suited, didn't want to get involved, trying to make that final table. Throws away that one here. So MK and Vac heads up going into a flop. 10, 8, 6, 2 clubs. Second nut flush draw for MK. A lot more attractive when you're only 5-handed. Vac still ahead with the pocket aces at the moment and the nut low draw, the next low card that comes out. MK looks like he's betting pot here almost 40,000. He did bet pot 42,000, and Vac just simply can't lay this one down. He's got half of the aces and deuces in his hand, and so he knows if that low gets there, he's got a great odds of having that one wrapped up. MK looking for a club, but does not quite get there. Nut low for Vac at this moment. If MK bets here, he might get re-raised by Vac. Vac, the shorter of the 2 stacks. Vac has got to bet this. Vac has got, he does pot it. He's going to put MK to a test for the rest of his chips. And all questionable other calls aside, this one here is even going to be more difficult. His ace tray, he can't feel like it's good with Vac potting it on this turn here. And he's drawing at the second nut club. The ace of clubs not accounted for in his hand, so Vac could very easily have ace deuce with the ace-x suited of clubs, and MK could see himself drawing almost dead here on this river card. I would say it's going to be difficult to see him calling, but he did call down the Executioner. So you never know here. But Vac here is not doing this with anything except ace deuce with a nut club draw. Even though we know he doesn't have the nut club draw, he does have the naked ace of clubs. So that's just as good in his mind that MK thinks that he should have it. Does a countdown there. MK knowing that he would still be alive if he makes this call and ends up losing. So we know that he can catch a club and be good for half the pot. But I guess the deuce of clubs could be this gin card. Give him ace, tray, low, and the nut flush. That's the only scoop out that he does have. He does end up laying it down, saving his last 96,000. And Vac probably going to show the ace deuce with the ace of clubs. Doesn't show another. No, nope, shows he doesn't have the club. He did end up showing him that he did not have the club draw, so MK had way more equity than he thought he did. But that equity was not realized there, and makes that lay down. I would feel he thought about it way longer than I would have thought about it. So props to him for feeling a bit adventurous. Blinds are still 3 and 6,000. Haven't lost a player yet to go to the final table, but coming soon. Like I said, spoiler alert, I don't mind spoiling at least a final table appearance. Keep people involved. Still quite a few people logged in to Twitch, Facebook, and YouTube watching this event number 8, $20,000 guaranteed Big O Championship. We had exactly 40 entries for exactly a $20,000 prize pool. Paying 12%, so 5 spots. The 5th place spot paying $2,200, all the way up to first place $7,400 in the pot on first place. Reagan here first under the gun, look down. Not much there working. Martin letting his suited ace 4 go as well. MK, ace, queen, pocket trays, naked ace of diamonds, no flush draw. Ruben, king, jack, 4, 4, deuce into the muck in the small blind. And Vac here gets to check his option. Let's see what kind of holdings he has here. Queen, 7, 6, 4, 3, 4 hearts in his hand. Looking for some kind of ace, deuce, flop. Can make hearts, but it would be a third nut heart unless you can see an ace or king out there of hearts. Ace, 10, deuce, Vax 4, 3, drawing to the nuts on the low, and he is going to reach for some chips here, having nothing but running hearts. Low draw here. MK, the ace burned on the flop, so he has a pair of aces, but a 3-8 low draw, which cannot come along with. Needs a lot of running cards to continue, so he's going to sit here and think about it for a moment, but there's no world he's going to call here either, and does end up laying it down. And Vac shows that he indeed had at least the low ready to go. Some running hearts, wheel out with a 5. He's laughing, he's having a good time, and he should be. He's the one that took down our high roller yesterday, event number 7. The $1,200 buy-in. $1,200 buy-in high roller. Vac there took home that trophy. Hasn't quite taken home, but I'm sure it's in his hotel room. He lives up near the Lubbock area, traveled down here to play in some of these larger events. Now, he wasn't the top prize winner. They did an ICM chop at 5, and so he was 3rd in chips for the ICM, netting him just under $10,000. First place in cash went to George A. Almost $15,000 for his efforts. But until they decided to do the chop, we had a $20,000 first place prize. Players came out in force for that high roller, 63 entries. Over a $60,000 prize pool. It would have paid 8, but they saved the 9th and 10th spot as we had a 10-handed final table. So a great tournament yesterday. Ran until the wee hours of the morning, and when I mean wee hours, I mean the big hours of the morning. We were here streaming until almost 7 a.m. And I got a couple hours sleep. Came right back up here for the Big O cash game that we had at 2 p.m. And then the Big O Championship tonight that started at 6 o'clock. This was a $600 buy-in event. We had exactly 40 entries to give us exactly a $20,000 prize pool. And 5 people are walking away with some money. One elimination away from a final table. These blinds aren't too big. Still plenty of poker left to be played. A very player-friendly structure, letting the poker dictate the action, not so much the blinds, which is a good fresh breath of relief for these poker players, getting to play poker instead of late blind bingo. MK here, first one under the gun to act. I think they're looking at the clock there and can see that they're one elimination away from a final table. I think as we can see a little bit of thought processes at a couple of these players to extend the time just a little bit. Maybe make it to the final table where we can see some free hole cards rather than having to put in the blinds as so often. Ruben here from the cutoff just called the big blind with the Jack 5-4-3. Lots of wheel cards. Reagan completed the small blind with the Ace Jack 10, a 6-5 suited ace of hearts. Martin checks his option with 2, 3, 4, 7, 10. Speaking of which, we've got a 2, 7, 6 board. Checks over to Ruben, who has all of the outs for the straight. Lots of connectors open-ended there. Reagan getting out of the way. Martin calling with effectively the same hand. The 5 makes a big difference in Ruben's hand, don't get me wrong. 4 on the turn. It's going to be a big card there for Ruben. It's going to give him the straight to the 7. Martin there having to double check his holdings to see if he was there yet, but not quite. But he did turn 2 pair. Checks it over to Ruben here. He's checking back to see if he does have, in fact, the 7 high straight draw, which he does. And that's going to cause him to put in his last 28,000. And Martin here, if he had if 7 or 10 was a diamond, you could see him coming along because Ruben's going to have the straight here a lot of the time. And he's got some boat outs with the 4 deuce, the 7 deuce, the 7-4. But it is for a third of his stack just to try to hit a 7-4 or deuce here on this river. Like I said, I bet he would wish to see that 10 or 7 was a diamond, so at least have a weak backup diamond draw to go with his outs. He does unfortunately have to let that one go, so don't blame him there. It was for way too much of his chip stack, and here we are at the final table. We've got the players' chip racks in hand, so they're going to do a quick redraw here. My name is Reese. I'm here in the Kojaks live booth on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch, bringing you this event number 8, Big O Championship final table now officially. So 5 places here being paid. 5th place, $2,200. 4th place, $2,400. 3rd place, $3,000. 2nd place, $5,000. And all the way up top at 1st place, the $7,400 first place prize and that fantastic trophy. I keep forgetting to bring the trophy into the stream room. These things are absolutely beautiful. You can look at our Facebook page to check past winners that we've had. Speaking of past winners, I mentioned a little bit earlier, VAC took down our high roller yesterday. Ended up, I believe, 3rd in the ICM chop. And then they played it down to a winner where he took home the top first place prize with the trophy. A massive, massive tournament, almost $63,000 in the prize pool. Blew that one out of the water. This one here, the Big O, we met the guarantee exactly. It was a $20,000 guarantee. We had exactly 40 entries, so hit it right on the dot. So we can officially say that we have been crushing the guarantees. It's still for this entire series that started over a week and a half ago. We've had some monster prize pools, some monster paydays. We'll put together a little bit of a compilation of the winners as we get through this weekend where we have our last event coming up. Let's take a look at that here. I'm going to pull up that schedule. The Texas Main No Limit Hold'em Championship coming up tomorrow. 1 p.m. and 6 p.m. is going to be your Flight A and Flight B. 1 p.m. and 6 p.m. respectively. It is a $480 buy-in, $50,000 guaranteed tournament. I've been sent a lot of messages, a lot of people calling and asking about the tournament. I think we're going to have a lot of people coming in from all over to shoot a bullet or two into this $50,000 guaranteed No Limit Hold'em Championship. And like I said, there's 5 flights total. So the 2 flights A and B tomorrow, 1 p.m. and 6 p.m. And then we're going to have Saturday, the same thing, flights C and D at 1 p.m. and 6 p.m. And then we're going to have that turbo flight E. And don't sleep on the turbo flights. You can get in, get a quick bag. 2 bags are going to be moving forward on this tournament, and then we're going to have the triple and quadruple bag bonuses. And if you can bag 4 out of the 5 flights, you are a monster and deserve all of the monies for that. But definitely you want to try to get at least that double bag. Top 12% are going to be carrying on into day 2. That's going to be on Sunday at 5/18 at 3 p.m. And even if you don't make that day 2, you can come back on that Sunday for the $1,000 all participants 0 entry tournament. It is a $1,000 prize pool tournament. We're going to pay 3 people out of it. If you participated in any of our West Texas Poker Championship Series events, you have 1 free bullet. No re-entry, no rebuy, no add-ons. We're just going to play a fun poker tournament to show appreciation to each and every one of you that has made this series the fantastic success that it's been since May 6th last week. 10 days ago we started this. It feels like a month, ladies and gentlemen. I am exhausted. I'm sure all of the staff is as well. Big, huge thank you to the staff that has carried it through, and we have 1 more weekend left of this No Limit Hold'em Championship. I'm really excited to see the turnout for that event starting tomorrow. Like I said, lots of people coming in. It is a $50,000 guaranteed tournament. You don't see that very often here in West Texas. A $480 buy-in for this main event. So definitely a fantastic ROI is going to be had. If I had Charlie here with me, I would do a little over-under on number of entries, total prize pool. But since he's not here, I'm not going to say anything. I don't want him to see what I said and then adjust his accordingly. He did that to me last week for the, I believe it, gosh, what tournament was it? Let me look at the schedule here. I want to look at the schedule. The mini main. Yeah, the mini main tournament. I guessed 32,000, and he said 33 so I can one-up you. Intentionally did it there to take the over. But that prize pool ended up exactly $32,000, and I was over the moon to see that called out and got the best of Charlie for once. Doesn't happen very often, so I'm going to hold back my reservation for the main event this weekend until me and Charlie can both be on camera. Maybe do a 1, 2, 3 go and see where we end up. But this is the final table here. We've got Reagan stayed in seat 1. The tables do redraw. He got to keep seat number 1. Vac got moved over to seat number 2. Colin, new to the table, seat number 3. Ruben got moved over to seat number 4. Evan from the outer table coming in seat number 5. Bo, seat number 6. MK got moved over to seat number 8. And Martin moved over to seat number 9. Right after this hand, we'll get an update on these chip counts here as it folds around to Bo in the hijack. Looks like he raised it up to 15,000 with his suited ace-6, ace-tray low. Folds over to Martin on the dealer button, and looks like he repotted here. Yeah, 54,000. Pair of aces, single suit, ace-5 low. He's got clubs, the naked ace of hearts. Bo's going to make that call. He likes his ace, king, queen, suited ace-6 with an ace-tray low. And then pocket aces for Martin with the ace-5 low, also suited in clubs. We've got the dealer Cody in the box putting out king, 7, 10, 2 hearts here. Neither player having hearts. Top pair here for Bo, and pocket aces is still holding up for Martin here. And he's going to bet, and looks like Martin's going to shove in his last little bit, so Martin going to be the one at risk here. Bo had a monster stack. We'll get to those chip stacks here once they get out of this hand here. So Martin here still ahead. 10 on the turn, 8 on the river, and Martin's here. His aces are going to hold tall here for the full double up, courtesy of the new player at the table, Bo. So big hands here, and pocket ace is still holding good. That's pretty impressive to see one pair still holding strong in Big O, but it does happen. So Martin getting the full double up. So let's get a count of the stacks here. These new table got moved in. Bo, who you just saw ship some chips over, still has the chip lead, 241,000. Second in chips is Vac, as we saw him go on that slight heater right before we combined tables at 193,000. Evan, who is a Big O crusher from up north around the Lubbock area, 188,000 in chips. Keep an eye on that player. He could be a problem here at this final table. Reagan, 172,000 in chips. Martin right behind him with those newfound double-up chips, 171,000. MK just a shade under 100. Ruben, 75,000 for him. And then Colin looking for a good spot here to get his last 60K in this Big O championship event. So 8 players, 5 places. If they make any money deals, hopefully I'll be let known by someone. I am watching and commentating on this stream 15 minutes in the past. We have a 15-minute delay, like all streams do. So if they make any kind of deal, I won't know it unless someone comes and knocks on the door and lets me know. Ruben here under the gun, naked ace of spades, but he does have ace deuce 4 low with suited connectors 6-7. Makes the call for 6,000. Bo, who just shipped over those chips, has a much better hand this time. Ace king 10, the suited ace of clubs with the ace deuce low. MK lets his hand go. Martin with pocket aces once again. This time he's single suited once again. The ace 5 of diamonds. He's also got an ace 3 low, naked ace of hearts. Over to Vac, who can get in cheaply here, halfway in the small blind with some middling connectors there. And Colin, the short stack, going to check his options, see a free flop. Pocket kings, 3 deuce low player. King queen is of hearts. 10-9 queen. Big flop here for Vac, who flops the straight. Kind of flashed back to his hand there. Kind of surprised that he had it. 2 spades, no player having spades right now. So the straight draw standing tall, but can't really know it on such a connected board. And he does have the bottom end of the straight. So Vac's probably not going to play this one too aggressively. Try to get to a cheap showdown to realize some equity. The 3rd spade on the board is definitely going to slow him down. Ruben here does have the naked ace of spades. He can definitely represent this ace, as none of these players know where that thing is at. And when everyone has 5 cards, somebody has the ace of spades, and then they have 4 shots to have that second spade to go with it. So I wouldn't be surprised to see everyone lay this one down. Yeah, Vac does lay at the bottom end of that straight down. Pretty easy fold for him. And Ruben's going to get some much-needed chips to put him at that 6-figure mark, 100,000 in chips. So great bet there by Ruben, having that naked ace of spades, representing that flush on the turn. And just in case anybody who was asking about Blaze and Cruz, they commented a little bit yesterday on the high roller. Fantastic knowledge of those 2 players. Had a lot of fun here in the booth. I want to let everyone know that they are here on site playing in the cash games, and both of them denied coming into the booth with me because they're scared. I just want to put that out into the ether. Alex and Blaze both scared to commentate Big O. Everyone let them know I said that. Now, they've done a fantastic job. Enjoy the night away from work. Blaze and Cruz just wanted to get into those cash games that are going on out there. We have the Flush Frenzy still up for grabs. We've got about 2 hours left of that. We'll get into that later. As Evan here under the gun has raised it up with pocket queens, ace, deuce, low, naked ace of spades, unfortunately for him. Martin in the hijack makes the call. Ace, jack 10 with the ace, deuce, low player. Reagan going to come along as well in the cutoff for 12,000. This is a min raise with 3 callers. That's pretty strong. Colin here, a lot of Broadway cards, makes the call as well with a naked ace of clubs, and Ruben just has too much value to lay this one down. So lots of opportunities for 5 ways to the flop and a $60,000 pre-flop flop. Queen 8, 7, 2 diamonds. Martin with the nut flush draw here. We've got some straight opportunities, some gut shots out there. A lot of things that could develop here. But Martin here with the best of it with his ace deuce and along with his ace 10 of diamonds nut flush draw. Oh, I'm sorry. Top set for Evan. I wasn't even paying attention to who was making that bet there. It was Evan with his top set of queens. We could definitely see some chips get shipped on this one here. Evan has flopped top set of queens. Bets the pot, or close to the pot, 40,000. And Martin there looks like, the one I was talking about that has the nut flush draw and the nut low draw. Looks like he's going to repot here. So it's going to be effective all in for a lot of these stacks. Unfortunately for Martin, there's a lot of diamonds in the holdings of a lot of these other players. Ruben's got 3 diamonds. You saw some other diamonds folded there. So Ruben here lets it go. So we're going to be heads up. Evan here did make the call. Martin, the one at risk, looking for a diamond or a low card. There's the diamond, so he has the top almost wrapped up. Evan looking for a board to pair. Does not happen. And the low doesn't get home, so huge double up here for Martin. And a very dangerous Big O player left with peanuts here. Evan as a top set, flops the nuts, but never can trust that in Big O on the flop. Too much can develop. And Martin ends up hitting that nut flush for the high. No low developing on the river. They both had ace deuce anyway, so it would have been a 3/4 situation regardless. But massive pot there for Martin. That's going to catapult him all the way up to the top of the leaderboard. Let's have a quick look here if we can pull this up. Yeah, Martin, you're going to see there is catapulted way up there, 366,000 in chips. And Evan, the bottom, 23,000. Top set, you just can't. It's too tough, too tough to lay down. And he's not out yet. We've seen players come back from less, and he can still do it here. The blinds are 3 and 6,000. He can even survive this big blind and small blind coming up here if he just gets absolutely nothing, and still have about 10, 12, 13,000 left over. There you see the VPIP of this final table. Not sure that's entirely accurate, but since we've combined the table here, might have a little mix of stats there. Might have to reset those VPIPs to see where everybody's at. But in Big O, it's like I said, a big deal, but you don't see it a whole lot out of too many people. Might have 1 or 2 going a little bit crazy, pre-flop potting, etc. There you see Martin, that big 281,000 increase to his chip stack. And Evan, who had almost a 200,000 stack himself, gets all the way down to 23,000. Needing to pick a spot. He may, I don't even know if he's looked at his cards yet. He may be putting it in here regardless. See if the players are paying attention to that fact. Bo here raising it up to 20 for him. Ace 9, a suited of hearts. Ace queen, 3 deuce. So the ace deuce with the ace tray. Low draw here. MK calling it with the suited ace deuce as well. Ace working diamonds, ace deuce low. Vac in the cutoff, looking at pocket kings, pocket tens with a 7. He's got the king 10 of clubs here. Does make the call as well. So wow, lots of players liking their hand, and Evan's just going to get out of the way. And I know a lot of you are thinking, why not put it in there with all that money in there and get the full quadruple up? You don't understand. It's a laddering thing now when you have this much action pre-flop. And a lot of train wrecks could be happening here. Ace, king, 6, rainbow here on this board. Vac flopping the set of kings, and Bo is the one reaching for chips. He's going to put out a feeler bet here of 25,000. Big bet, big bet. He's got the 3 deuce low developer if he can get another low card here on this turn. So the bet definitely does have teeth. 25,000's a lot to MK here, who has flopped 2 pair, and his low has been completely counterfeit. So he's doing some studying here for a reason, because it's going to be difficult for him to continue this hand, even though he's only got 70,000 left in his stack. That flop did not connect well with his holding. Let's see what he decides to do here. It's counted out, but like I said, his low cards have been counterfeit here with that ace and the 6. So he would need running lows to have any sort of low opportunity here. 2 pair, aces and 6s, just not quite worth it. Even though he only has 70,000 left, has to lay that down. Vac never going to go anywhere here with the middle set. Does make that call to see what develops here on this turn. So Bo here with a good hand, but way behind. There's a jack, no low, but it does bring home the flush draw for Bo. So you may see him bet this again. He's got the nut low draw with the 3 deuce, and now picks up the nut flush draw with the ace 9. And yeah, he's going to make a big bet here. 55,000 it looks like. Vac's only got 142 left. That jack did bring home a lot of broadways, but he does have 2 10s in his hand, so he has a lot of blockers there to the Broadway, and that is definitely being considered for sure. So he has a set of kings and pocket 10s, and he's actually going to lay this down. He's going to show it. He's going to lay it down and then show the set there. So Bo's aggression definitely picked him up a sizable pot there, 312,000. Doesn't quite catch him up to Martin, but you see him chuckling. I think he knows he got away with one there. He had a lot of outs still on that river, and none of them we'll never know. We will never know. Vac makes the laydown. Had lots of chips shifted, Aiden, while you were out.
So I've heard I left and there was no final table. I came back and we're down to our 8, right? Or we got 7.
We're at
now.
7, yeah.
Who did we lose?
I am so tired.
Was it Execution? Or
We lost him before we went to the final table.
Okay. Wasn't back. Wasn't Bo. Wasn't Ruben. Wasn't Colin. Wasn't Connor. Wasn't MK. Martin? Chepe? No, Chepe we lost before. Who knows?
I should know, but I'm quite exhausted at the moment.
Oh yeah.
Let me take a look here.
You get into a little bit of days being back here for too long as well.
Evan is
Okay.
short stacked, and let's see. Did we lose anybody?
Yeah, because
No, we're still at 8-handed.
Oh, we're still at 8. Okay.
Yeah, both of you looked at that gap there and thought we had lost somebody, and I was like, man, who is it? I cannot believe the only short stack I know is Evan.
Okay, yeah. Now I'm caught up. So we just had some chips move around. Who's the current chip leader?
It went all Martin's way on an all-in and left Evan short stacked. That's what I was trying to say there, is that he didn't get eliminated, but he was short.
Okay.
And then we've got Bo, who picked up a monster pot, very aggressive betting, and got Vac to lay down a superior hand on a scary developing board. So we've got Colin here in the cutoff. Calls the 8,000 of the 4-8,000 at big blind, small blind. Vac calls in the hijack as well. Evan there laid down the small blind. He's hoping maybe a couple of these guys will get eliminated. I didn't see what he folded. He's trying to see if he can spin up that short stack. Ace, deuce, 7 at 2 clubs. Queen high clubs for Colin. The deuce, the 5-4, the low draw here for Vac is best currently.
Yeah, with the 5-4. I don't know if you just said that.
Yeah.
I had something to input and I totally have forgotten it.
Bo here does have the second nut draw. I don't know if he's going to put those newfound chips to work that badly.
That's what it was. Bo
But,
found himself some
yeah.
chirping chips, as Charlie would call them.
Yeah. Colin here betting 15,000. Pretty small bet into this pot, about a third pot. Doesn't need much more to get the information out of it.
And
Bo and Vac both coming along, so a very, very important turn card here, as always, in Big O, as everything changes with the 6 of diamonds. Not really, but typically does. So
5-4 picks up a straight.
Yeah, no aggression there. 3 on the river. That's going to give Bo the high.
It gave
And
Vac the straight though.
Vac gave Vac the wheel, but that's going to give him the nut low. So Vac going to get half this pot if it checks all the way down. Bo's going to show his king high, the ace of clubs unaccounted for, so he's not going to bet it for sure. And Vac here jams, which not a bad one.
And he has I think the nut straight with the 6-7-5-4-3. So not exactly the wheel. He's a little higher up.
Yeah, but he's got the wheel for the low.
Oh, the wheel for the low. I got
Yeah,
you.
yeah, that's
Okay.
what he's got the low locked up. But can Bo find the call for 72,000? Collins all in for 17.
Does fold.
He laid it down. The ace of clubs unaccounted for. I don't hate it. It was 72,000. That was a quarter of his stack. He's going to be entirely frustrated. You saw him sitting there shifting in his chair when he sees that Colin.
Also had a flush. Oh my! I didn't.
Yeah,
I
the
didn't
queen,
realize.
the queen high got him half of it. That's what I said. Bo laid down the winner there with the king high of clubs, but when you have the ace of clubs unaccounted for in Big O, somebody's got it. Unfortunately, no one did this time. So you saw Evan there with his head kind of in his hands, wiping the brow there. He was frustrated with two players effectively all in and no one eliminated. He's trying to creep his way, that short stack, up to the top 5. It's our pay scale. 2,200 for 5th place.
Reagan picking up a fresh cup of coffee, replacing the old one.
Yep, they're playing for $7,400 up top.
Yep. Got to be sharp and keen. Your instincts here.
With as active as I am and as much as I do 24/7, I'm not a coffee drinker.
Energy drink?
Rarely.
Rarely.
Almost had one today. And if that signifies that I'm not a big energy drinker, I don't know what else would, because this would be a day I should have drank one on.
Oh yeah. I'm not big on energy drinks. Red Bull. Never really drank caffeine. Not even like really sodas growing up. So energy drinks get me wired. Coffee, I like coffee. I like the way it tastes too.
I definitely drink my fair share of Diet Coke. Get my caffeine that way, which I have today, I'm sure enough of. Hand number 51 started out with the feature table, and we've reached the final table. And speaking of final table, Evan has pushed in his last 11,000 across the dealer button there. King, queen, queen, 10-3, suited queen, king. And Bo here in the small blind will probably have to come. No, he's just going to let it go. MK.
Best not to get in the way because MK might call with his ace.
Well, that's the frustrating part, and I think that's what Bo's upset about in that last hand. Could have eliminated a player, but had to lay down the second nut flush. I know he's frustrated about that. MK, it doesn't matter what his cards are. He's got to call the 3,000 more. And so Evan going to be in trouble here against the pocket aces. Suited ace, ace tray, monster hand for MK. He's got the clubs and the diamond nut flush draws.
It's a
with
flip. Oh,
ace 3-4. Yeah, it says flip, but I can promise it's not. King 9-5. Now it's not bad. 6 on the turn. That's going to seal the deal there for MK. Evan wasn't able to catch up there with the pocket queens. So a sigh of relief out of this final table to see a very, very strong Big O player eliminated from this final table. A huge titan of Big O out of Lubbock. Evan, always good to see him. He comes down to San Angelo on occasion and plays in our Tuesday night Big O game. I don't think I've ever seen him lose, Aiden. He's a
big winner.
He's a monster Big O player. Very definitely a skilled, studied player. So like I said, to have an elimination of his caliber helps out this table, I promise you, as a whole. And they know it.
Oh yeah, I would say tournament is you can be the better player, but a lot of it comes down to you have to win some flips.
No, it's got more variance than Hold'em, that's for sure. And that's why you don't. I mean, there's not a ton of crossover between tournament and cash game Big O players. If they're going to play in a Big O tournament, it has to be of a pretty sizable amount to make it juicy enough for them to come in. I know I have a lot of Big O players in my San Angelo market, and they play on Tuesday nights like I had just spoken about. And then I have that cheap Big O tournament on Thursdays, and you don't see a lot of those big cash game players playing in the little tournament for Big O. So it's definitely gambling for the money and not for the fun of playing Big O for a lot of those guys. But these larger buy-in championships events do get in a lot of the Big O players for sure. We're at the first place prize, $7,400 tonight.
And MK picking up back-to-back aces here. Now, ace, jack, 4-3, 4-3 ace for the low, and actually, forget what I all said, he won the hand.
Yeah, the only downgrade, it wasn't double suited.
Oh, yeah.
Nothing wrong with picking up ace, ace, deuce in any big O scenario. We did see pair of aces win a high earlier in his hand. One of the hands you missed. It's pretty rare to happen. Just a single pair of aces take down a high in a check down situation.
I wonder how like if anybody's ever seen like just high card win. It's got to be pretty unlikely.
I personally haven't seen it.
Yeah, let's say it's got to be really, really unlikely.
I'll tell you what else is unlikely, though, that I have done personally. I was playing Big O a long time ago. I don't play it very often, and I had 5 pair.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I don't know what the odds are of that. Didn't bother looking it up, but I feel like that's going to be a pretty tough one to make.
Pretty tough one to make, and just look at it like, man, I wish one of these would have paired up another time instead of the other one.
Pretty wild looking at 5 pairs of check down pot. Didn't have to put anything in it, obviously. And had to show the table, of course.
Yeah, you're like, look, guys, I win. I have the board, all of it. So, no raises so far. Colin going to be the one calling in a +1 with the ace 10, 10, 6, 4 suited in clubs.
32,000 in the pot. The blinds 4,000, 8,000. Each one of these pots pretty significant to these chip stacks, except for Martin here, who's got 350,000. But definitely a big come up for Colin or MK if they can pull this one out. It's going to be checked all the way around to MK. MK has been pretty diligent. Takes a while to very carefully read his hand and see what he has. 9 on the turn.
Reagan picked
Does
up the
give
straight.
the Reagan, Reagan king high straight there. And Martin's going to be the one betting this out with his king 10 straight as well.
Oh, wow. I didn't realize they had the same hand.
Yeah.
And then
Colin has outs to the larger Broadway. And
did have out to the club, the nut club.
no, he didn't lay down nut clubs. There's no way.
There was nut club laydown.
No shot. Somebody mark it. Rewind.
Rewind. The flashback to Darryl folding aces. I think it was all in a call.
Yeah.
Or 96 pot and call.
Yeah, they're going to chop up that king 10.
I feel like that's the got to be scary shoving all in. Even if you have the nuts, well, I guess there was no low, so you don't have to worry about it. But just shoving, and most of the time it's gonna end up a chop is like a weird feeling.
Yeah, with that kind of board there, there's no low.
Mm-hmm.
King 10 there. I mean, neither.
The nut net.
They're just going all in, just in case, and a snap call and clear and obvious chopped pot.
Yeah, maybe hoping someone maybe has queens, but even then, I don't know if they're calling that.
Not going to call it there. But you never know, so you might as well bet it just in case.
Yeah. Worst case scenario, you chop.
Mm-hmm. So down to 7 here at this final table. 5 players walking away with some cash, unless there's been sort of a chop that we haven't seen or heard about yet. I'm assuming when you were out there, you didn't hear anything about any kind of chop or anything.
I did not hear anything. They've been quietly playing their Big O. No talks of chop just yet. I imagine they might wait till 6 players, so 1 off the money, the bubble. Because right now we are at 7, so maybe they're waiting for the shortest stack to bust, and then they'll talk for a save. That's what I imagine they might do. Colin with the ace 8-6 deuce deuce, good low draw and the suited in diamonds. Bo with the spade draw and a bunch of Broadway cards.
And non-raised, or we just limped into this one, so we're going 5 ways to a 7, 6, 10, 2 clubs. Nobody has clubs here. Let's see, I got some top pairs, some bottom pairs, straight draws. Oh, there is the 8-9 in Vac's hand.
And the middle set for Martin. Pocket 7s.
Yeah, you might see him call off with that bait. No, he let it go. Interesting. Like I said, sets are pretty dangerous in Big O if they're not the top set. So still having 4 to the river. There's another 10 there.
What a turn
That's
to Bo.
but Bo's gonna have the 10s full, and that's a perfect example there why you lay down the middle and bottom sets in this game when you're trying to ladder up for sure. Cash game, you'll still people call that off because, like I said, they can always rebuy. But in a tournament, one life to live, you're not going to be calling off much with bottom sets and middle sets. See how much Bo's sizing is here. 77,000, big bet. And that's going to be an ender probably.
Yeah, probably getting people off the low draw.
Oh,
Cause
Colin called it.
oh wow,
He is going to call to try to win half the pot. It would be an increase in his stack pretty significantly. So I guess I don't think I hate this call because if he gets a low card here, and he does,
chop it
so
up.
Colin there. That's a pretty brave call there, but like I said, it's I think it was the correct one. He's got pocket deuces in his hand, so he blocks a lot of other ace deuces out there. And there was 5 ways to a flop. He only started the hand with about 30,000 in chips, and now he's sitting here with 100,000. So a chop was very profitable for him and willing to gamble on it. So I think that was a good play. I think it was pretty gutsy, but a good play. And now he's back into 6 figures, and that's going to leave Ruben, our short stack, at 76,000. Blinds are still 4 and 8. Should be going up pretty soon.
I'm missing the Vac drip from yesterday. Thought Vac was really well dressed yesterday. The baseball kind of jacket,
well.
especially with the poker chip.
Well, to give him some credit, he got probably about as much sleep as I did, so didn't probably feel like getting too dapper today.
Oh yeah, still looks good nonetheless. Drippiest player on the table, I have to say.
He's typically well dressed every time I've met him. Definitely him or Bo, maybe Ruben, but I know probably between him and Bo for the most experience with Big O. I know Bo plays a lot here at Kojaks, and they kind of play a lot of ROE and PLO. Big O hasn't been gotten together a whole lot at Kojaks in the last couple of years, but I know Vac plays Big O a lot up in Lubbock.
I thought you were going to mention Bo and Vac in the same vein as well dressed or best dressed. I was like, love Bo, but
Yeah.
I would not put him in that category.
Yeah, for a Texan, he does well. Vac here going to pot this with 2 pair, King Trey. Colin up and down straight draws. Bo needing some help there with some runners. He may not be able to come along. Colin got those chips just now, and this is not a bad spot to call off here, but he does fold. Like I said, you're drawing to a rainbow Broadway board, but Vac putting on the pressure of the newfound chips.
Aggressiveness does take it down.
Yeah, it's a good bet by Vac.
Off to hand number 56 on the stream now.
56. He said part of it was the feature table. We started the stream when we had 16 players. We are now down to the final 7. Only 5 getting paid right now. No word yet if they pay off 6 and 7 or just leave it to the 6th place bubble. I've got a friend of mine used to work for us in Dallas, and he, no matter what, it's almost like a running joke, but unfortunately he has to tell the joke no matter where he goes when people don't know him. But he never, ever, ever lets the bubble get paid.
Really?
He adamantly refuses in anything he ever plays everywhere. He says,
man.
never pay the bubble, max pain. And he's like laughs about it, not like, he doesn't do it in a jerk way, even though a lot of people I'm sure still think it is. But he refuses to pay the bubble, and he wants to, because he says, I want to make it a thing. I want to make paying the bubble not a thing. Ruben here in the big blind gets to see a flop with 3 threes in his hand, ace 5-4 on this flop, calling it middle set. Ruben showing his trip threes, lays it down, so Colin getting some chips back there, putting him back at that 6-figure mark, 100,000 in his stack, and Ruben Still going the wrong way with that stack, but still plenty of bigs left to maybe see some flops.
Yeah, once I saw the Ruben reaching into his hand, I was like, he's going to flash the 3 threes.
Flash the 3 threes. Interesting enough, I'll mention it again, the Tuesday night Big O games in San Angelo, they play trips in the hand. And so if you get dealt trips in your hand, pre-flop you just say, pay me whatever it is, you don't reveal what your trips are, but maybe show a neighbor that folded, but most everybody just trusts everybody, or they'll give it to the dealer will glance at it. But they get $25 from every player.
Oh, nice.
If you get dealt trips in your hand. Now, if you play it and you win, you get double the amount, whatever the stakes are.
So if you play it, you don't say pay me before?
No, you don't say it out loud.
I was assuming not. That might be too much information.
Yeah. But you still make the 25, but you're gambling to try to get the double. But you can fold pre-flop and just say, I got trips, pay me, boys, and show your neighbor or show the dealer or whatever, and make 25 per person.
So
pretty interesting.
what do you win if you win with it?
Double, essentially.
50.
Yeah, and if they're playing for 50, then you win 100.
Nice.
3 ways, 58,000 as Martin raised it up to 18,000 with the ace king 766 suited ace. There's a 9 jack king 2 hearts. Reagan with the nut flush draw pocket aces. Also, by the way, jack 10 9. He's going to bet this one out as his aces still hold, but he's got the nut flush draw and some Broadway outs here with the ace 10.
Bo does have jack 3 of hearts, but not likely to be betting on that.
No, but he is going to make that call. Interesting call there by Bo.
Maybe keeping Reagan honest here?
Maybe so. See if Reagan keeps on the pressure. He's got a lot of outs still.
I'm going to say any 10.
No, he does check it. The 9 on the river. It's kind of a scare card here for Reagan. No, never mind. He's got 9s full of jacks now. So I didn't see the jack there for a moment. So Reagan's going to bet this one out, and Bo's not going to be able to call. So Reagan there getting some much needed chips. Big pot.
Flashes the 9 jack.
Yeah. Letting him know he's got a big enough chip stack to where he can show the honesty and get people to stay out of his way for a little while as he tries to ladder up into the money. Me and, I don't know if it was me and Blaze or me and Cruz talking yesterday about when I sit down at a poker session and if I start catching cards immediately, strong hands, taking down pots, I'll show the strength. That way I can use it to bluff later. But I refuse to do the opposite, to where if I have to bluff early, I don't like showing it because I'm not guaranteed to be getting strong hands later.
Yeah.
So I may be telling a story that I can't
keep up with.
Can't keep up with and benefit from. But Reagan there is showing that he did indeed have it. Try to keep out of Bo's way, who has 242,000 in his stack and can do some damage to Reagan.
I might steal that next time I play.
It's worked out for me a lot. Show monsters early and get the big bluff off later. Build that reputation, build that table image. And but I will say that's a difficult process to do in Big O because it's hard to bluff. We saw it earlier. I don't know if you were in here that Vac represented the club flush. He had the naked club, ace of clubs in his hand. But in this game, that's about all you're going to get away with against better players. Is if you have the naked ace, you can still bet it as if you had the nut flush because other players will give it to you a lot of the time. But other than that, it's hard to bluff in Big O.
Yeah, that reminded me of that call by Vac on when Reagan had the nut flush and Vac had the second nut flush.
Yeah.
Maybe it was just you not to, just like a warning not to bluff me unless if you're gonna raise, you better have it because I'm gonna call you with it.
Yeah, that was kind of a weirdly developed hand. I think that's why Vac ultimately had to make that call. Reagan here going to be the first to act. Looks down. King, king, deuce, deuce, 7. Double suited kings. And not going to play that hand. Yeah, he's definitely playing a little more passive right now, wanting to get some of these shorter stacks out of the way. You don't want to play a tournament for as long as these guys have since 6 p.m. and get out with no money right at the end. You're going to see Colin in the hijack call, and then Ruben called, and now MK putting in the squeeze. Pocket aces, suited ace, and suited spades, or diamonds and spades, with the ace deuce. And that's about as gin as you can ask for in this game, so that's why he potted it up here. Unfortunately, not going to get any action. Ruben here with ace deuce, but a naked ace of hearts. So MK picking up some extra bigs there.
Fortunately, unfortunately, but does pick up the big blind, or the small blind, big blind, and extra
One
extra big
call
blind with
there,
Ruben.
yeah, by Ruben. Like I said, at this stage, you're trying to just survive orbits, get into the money pay scale. Like I said, these players have been playing since 6 o'clock today. We had exactly 40 entries, reaching us perfectly on that $20,000 guaranteed mark. Fifth place getting $2,200 for their efforts. So a good 3x plus if they only have one bullet in. But we have to lose 3 more players before that happens.
Yeah, they're taking it one hand at a time.
It's definitely going to take a little bit of a heavy draw cooler situation to get some of these stacks to move. Blinds are not forcing the issue. This is a championship event here at the West Texas Poker Championship Series, where our structures are definitely player friendly. Makes for long nights, and boy, I regret it, but it's definitely good for the players.
About to say next series, everything's gonna be turbo. Done within the hour.
I don't know how many $1,200 high roller entries you'll get with 12-minute blinds.
Be an interesting one to run, and Reagan gets a walk there.
Yeah, the first walk we've seen here on stream.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I haven't seen a walk.
Wow. Didn't know if you saw one when I was gone.
No,
Don't
blinds are 5 and 10,000.
Don't know how common walks are here.
Big O, you should see him quite a bit, because the problem is if you get involved with any kind of hand, you're going to pick up some kind of draw, and so you have to have a really good post-flop ability to lay down pretty big draws.
Yeah, it's almost like I've painstakingly learned Hold'em just not to call with my weaker aces unless they're suited, because I hit an ace and I'm like, top pair.
Yep.
And you're just causing yourself harm when you don't need to. So Colin's gonna be first actor, getting massaged by our lovely Jackie. Picking up Jack 975, gonna lay it down. Bo double suited, 5 deuce of diamonds, king 9 of spades, 7 of hearts, gonna lay it down. Lots of lower cards so far. MK gonna lay his down. Martin's gonna lay his down. Small blind versus big blind. Let's see if we can see 2 walks in a row. We will. 2 walks in a row. From no walks to 2.
Yeah, they're definitely taking it a little bit. I think Vac there was checking Reagan's pulse
Make sure.
because that was for giving him the walk.
What a good guy.
Yeah, we're going to be tightening up a little bit as we get close to that money bubble. So I'm really curious to see if these guys extend that money bubble. It's only a $600 buy-in. $2,200 is the 5th place prize, so there's a lot of money to be able to go around to pay off a bubble or two. But blinds are 5 and 10,000. One hand could make the difference for some of these shorter stacks for sure. Ruben, being one of those, has to let his hand go under the gun. Bo, looking at it, is suited ace, deuce, deuce. Ace, jack, 3, deuce, deuce with that diamond draw. Looks like he raised it up to 20,000, 25,000. MK here looking down at an attractive hand, but a second look will let him know that that's not quite good enough. Naked ace of hearts. Martin here waking up with single suit aces. So that's all the aces. No more aces coming out on this flop. He's got ace, ace, king, queen, 3. Ace tray at low with the ace, king of clubs. Makes the call, so we're going to go heads up. Deuce, deuce, 6. How about quads? The first one we've seen here on stream for this one. Bo taking a long look there. Yes, sir, it is quads. Now, how are you going to play it? Actually, it may be easier for you because it looks like Martin's going to be the one betting for you. Bo checked it over to him, and Martin definitely taking advantage. He's got the ace tray low. Unfortunately, Bo has the same ace tray. This is going to be a monster pot, boys and girls. Oh, but Bo immediately check raises him here on this flop. And Martin, that's going to be tough because, Martin's got a big stack as well. Man, I wish Bo could have bled that one out just a little bit. Martin was in the big giving mood and lays it down and shows it. Wow. So Bo took down a pretty big pot there, but could have been bigger if he'd have known that Martin had the ace tray. Pocket aces with the ace tray, and Bo flopped quads with the same ace tray. That could have been a massive, massive pot, but Bo content there taking down that pot, and I believe that's going to put him in the chip lead. He does have that going for him at the end of that. 334,000, yeah, for Bo. Martin, well, like I said, he was a second in chips right up against him. Chip leader before that hand, and Bo let him off the hook on that one. Reagan at 225, Vac at 121, so a pretty big gap between it, third and fourth here. And then Colin and Ruben, both the ones under the 6-figure mark. Colin close to the 100,000, 82. Ruben down with about 5 bigs left. Bo here under the gun, pocket aces, king, queen, 10. Very pretty hand. Unfortunately, those aces are both without suits. So 2 dry aces, king, queen, 10. Still going to raise this one. No, he just called the 10. It's going to fold all the way around over to Reagan in the cutoff. Not a very pretty hand there. Does lay that one into the mug. Vac, not much going for his hand. He is on the button. Might want to play some position here with his king, queen, jack, 6-5. Thinking long about it, but does decide to go ahead and throw it into the muck. Colin here. Some raggedy cards for Big O for sure. 9976 tray, but he's already in the small blind halfway there. Goes ahead and calls it in, and now Ruben's turning the big blind here. He's got ace, king, 10, 3 deuce, a great double draw low. Naked ace of diamonds, though, unfortunately for him, but he does have the ace, deuce tray, and he does go ahead and put in the rest of his chips, at least as much. It should hold him. Yeah, he's only got 46,000 behind, so that pot should hold him really closely either way. And now Bo here lamenting the fact that neither one of his aces are suited. But he has the chip, so he does make the call. So Colin will probably get out of the way here since he has the other short stack. He does, and so Ruben going to be at risk with his short stack. Ace, king, 10, 3 deuce against Bo's ace, ace, king, queen, 10. Looking about a 2-to-1 here. Which is pretty decent odds in Big O. 8, 3, 6. 2 hearts. No player having hearts. Jack on the turn. No help to either player. It's really still close. 8 on the river. And so the 3 deuce is going to play for the low on the... Is it? No, ace deuce. Yeah, ace deuce, not the 3 deuce. So that's going to be chopped up there. So no elimination just yet, as Bo survives the all-in. And there were still 7 remaining. Blinds 5 and 10,000. Dealer Robert in the box. Very good Big O dealer here at Kojaks. Had a tremendously successful and long Championship Poker Series. We started back a week ago on Tuesday. So 10 days ago. This is event number 8 out of 10. 2 events left. One of them being the main event starting off tomorrow at 1 p.m. Everyone folding. I'm sorry, MK called under the gun there with the ace, queen, 10, 7 deuce. Suited ace, ace deuce low. Calling with the suited ace, king with an ace deuce low. Probably going to make this call here. No, he went ahead and shipped it all in. Yeah, he's only got 32,000, so that's a good good all in there. And Ruben here, who also has suited ace, ace deuce, ace queen, jack, 4 deuce. So back up there for the low. He's going to make the call. I like the call instead of the reshove. Gives yourself a chance to still be alive in case Colin does survive against all the other opponents. Bo going to get out of the way, but MK, who was the initial raiser here, only 10,000 more to come along. He is going to make that call instead of re-raising there and trying to leave it up to 2v1. Going up against Colin, who is at risk. And he's going to need a little bit of help. He needs some clubs here. I feel like he's ahead, but I'm not sure. 8, 6, 7. 2 hearts here. MK picks up the nut flush draw. And Colin here with the pair of 8s. Ruben does like his hand, though, with the nut low anyway. And the backdoor clubs goes all in for 29,000. MK here, he's going to make the call since he effectively has the same hand. MK here with the pair of 7s and the heart draw ahead of the field. There's a much needed club here for Ruben. No, I'm sorry, Colin for the nut flush draw. Doesn't make it. The jack is going to make this go Ruben's way. Had to take a second look at that one there. So yeah, we've got all 3 players getting their money back on the low. That's confusing. All 3 players with ace deuce. And Ruben winning the high. Man, this is one of those hands I'm glad I'm not the dealer because I'm sitting here looking at all 15 cards and it's hard to make out anyway. But yeah, Ruben's going to make the high there, and then all 3 players are going to chop that low with ace deuce. So tough work here for Robert. He's going to have to give half this main to Ruben. Making some change there because you definitely need change when you're going to get this many split ups. And Colin stays alive here. 7-handed. Yeah, what an interesting hand there. Three-way chop for the low. And I think Ruben had maybe 2 pair for the high. To go back and look at that one, it's way too late for me to be squinting at this computer screen. And too late for you to be listening to me drone on about this game. But we do appreciate each and every one of you. There's quite a few people still logged in. I don't know if the apps are left open as you guys go to sleep, but either way we appreciate it. It shows the views, and we've got a lot of stuff coming up with these live streams, a lot of stuff planned. Pretty excited to bring you some of the stuff. Can't wait to start announcing some of those things coming up, but lots of people still tuned in watching on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch, and we do appreciate each and every one of you. Martin here under the gun, going to call the 10,000 big blind with the ace king suited, ace 4-5 low. Diamonds is the draw. Reagan here finally waking up with the hand ace king suited with the ace deuce. He's got the ace deuce tray 5. Folds over to Ruben, who's going to let the dealer button go. Bo's going to fold the small, and MK is going to call that raise. I'm sorry, Reagan did raise it up to 25,000. MK is going to defend. He's got the suited ace with the ace tray low. Got 4 clubs in his hand. 3 clubs in the rest of the player's hand, so he's going to have a hard time getting there, but does have pocket queens and going to flop top set with it. 4-9 queen rainbow. MK flopping a very good high. Going to waste no time here, putting in his last $55,000 into this almost $90,000 pot. And both players very, very, very far behind. You're not going to probably see a call out of either one. Reagan's got a lot of good turn cards going for him, but don't think he wants to put in 55,000 of his 200,000 stack. Yeah, he's got a lot of turn cards, but he does have to let that one go. So pretty big development there for MK's. Gets him some chips back. He's got 140,000 now in his stack. Let's take a quick look. Bo is still here. The chip leader with that beneficiary big hand. 324,000 in chips. Martin almost 100,000 behind, but still a good gap on the rest of the field at 237. Reagan 200,000. MK 140. Vac 121. Who's hasn't had much to fight with since he got back to the final table. Ruben, I think he doubled his stack. Still, he's went from the short stack to 114,000, and Colin fighting for a spot here, trying to find a place. He ended up getting staying alive during that all-in fest, but still needs to make it happen once again. Reagan here under the gun, folding, getting out of the way. Vac, nothing happening with his hand either. Colin here. This is it right here. He's got pocket aces, pocket kings, and an ace deuce. I mean, you can't ask for much more than that. Bo on the dealer button is going to make the call with the suited ace, jack 10-9. And then MK here without much going on, but it's not much more to him. 8,000 more, but he decides not to put it in there. So, well, he was in the small, so it was a little bit more than that. Martin, who's in the big blind, makes the 8,000 extra, less than one big extra to see a flop with the jack 8-7-4-4. So Colin couldn't have picked up a better hand. Aces, kings, double suited with the deuce. There's top set for Colin, taking a stranglehold onto this hand here. 4-7 is the only low player there still, and Martin, so he's got the low possible locked up here as Colin has the high locked up. Inconsequential 8 on the river, and like I said, Martin going to be happy to see here that his 7-4 is going to take down that low. Colin wishing he had more chips on that flop, and especially that turn. So Colin going to get about 12,000 in chips. Almost doubles up, getting half the pot between the three players. As dealer Robert there stacks it up. Yep. Extra chip to the high. There we go. It's very important to Colin. We're still sitting at 7, and it is late. I hope you're watching back this replay. I hope you are sound asleep and not live with me here on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. And if you are, much appreciated. We've got another long day tomorrow. 2 flights for that main event championship. 1 o'clock and 6 o'clock for flights A and B. The penultimate event of the series, but definitely the ultimate excitement. $480 buy-in, $50,000 guaranteed on this Texas main event Hold'em Championship. 5 flights, 2 tomorrow, 2 tomorrow and 3 on Saturday. Flights, that is, time-wise, it's 1 p.m. and 6 p.m. And then a turbo on Saturday at 10 p.m. You can use that turbo to try to get that second bag that you can carry over. 2 bags are moving forward into this main event. So 5 flights, 2 days to hit that $50,000 guaranteed prize pool. It's going to be a lot of fun here over the next couple days here at Kojaks. 4 ways to a flop. 40,000 in the middle. Ace, 9, Jack, 2 hearts. Reagan with the nut flush draw here. But Bo here flopping the best of it with 2 pair. MK's got second nut flush draw. See if that gets him in any trouble. A board pairing 9, pairing the wrong one there for Bo, but still has the lead with the 2 pair here. Nobody betting this one out. 6 on the river misses the world for Reagan. I think this one's just going to go check. Nope. Bo's going to bet this one out here. He's going to see if his ace jack is best, if anybody has a 9. And luckily for him, no one does. MK thinking that maybe there's a world where Bo is doing this with a jack, maybe. Folds and puts the button on top of the cards for some reason there, I guess wanting to show what he folded. Martin here trying to figure out if he's got anything straightening here. He's got 6, 7, 8, 9, but yeah, you're missing it both ways there, but I definitely had to take a second look at it this late. Yeah, MK just wanted to show his hand there. But little does he know it was a good miss. He was definitely losing to the nut flush draw. So it looks like the players are going to be going on a break here in about 8 minutes. So several hands still here to play. 7 players remaining. Only 5 are going to get paid. 2,200 is the count for the 5th place finisher. All the way up to 7,400. Colin here under the gun, needing to find a hand. Couldn't find one there. Lets it go. Ruben, who also needs a hand, but he did build his chest back up to a little over 6 figures, so he can do some damage. Bo here in the hijack, reaching for some chips. Wants to play the king 8-8 3 deuce, suited king deuce. Just calling the 10,000. Reagan's going to complete 5,000 more in the small blind. Vac's going to check his option, and we've got some raggedy hands here going to a pretty good flop. Ace, king, deuce, 2 hearts. Vac having 10 high hearts, but Bo has the 3 deuce. Could see him bet this out here. If you're going to play this hand pre-flop and flop second pair and the nut low draw, you might as well bet it, but he doesn't. Actually, he doesn't have the nut low draw. I apologize. He has 3 deuce, not 3-4. Queen on the turn. Not much changing. 5-4. I'm sorry, 3-5 low draw for Vac, and the only heart draw as well. He's going to call Reagan's bet. Reagan took a good stab at it. Don't blame him there. Board pairing ace. No help. Reagan's got the best of it, and going to be glad that his Vac's mini ounce didn't get home. Like I said, took a stab at it on that turn and snapped off by Vac, but Vac misses everything, and so Reagan rewarded. There you see him laughing as Vic is probably telling him what a fantastic play that was. That was a good bet there. If no one else wants it, see if you can stab at it. He's got the chips to be able to make those kind of plays. Dealer Monica getting into the box here. Skilled Big O dealer here at Kojaks. All of our dealers have done a fantastic job today. Much appreciation to them. And the guest dealers we had come in from Celebrity Card Club over in Odessa, the sister club here of Kojaks. And then the other sister club in San Angelo had a dealer come in from over there. So shout out to all the clubs in the area. Sending in some employees that I begged and pleaded to come help out here at Kojaks. I think all of the dealers from our other clubs had a good time here at Kojax, and we'll still have plenty of times left to have this weekend as the main event starts up tomorrow. I have a funny feeling I'm not going to be present for the 1 p.m. flight. We had a late one in the high roller. Didn't get off stream until almost 7 a.m. Got a couple hours sleep and had to come right back up here for the Big O Cash game in the championship. And this one's running into the wee hours as well. But these championship events, these high buy-in events, they definitely deserve to run long and run late. Let the blinds not be the decider. Let the poker decide the play. Under the gun here, Ruben's just going to call with the ace-ace with the double suited. Ace of diamonds, ace of clubs, ace deuce low draw. And just a call, and he's not going to get any action. Colin's going to put in a stack, though, mistakenly here. He's going to stack it up, and get a snap call there. So Colin's not going to like what he sees here. Not quite the hand he expected to see whenever Ruben just limps in here under the gun. So Colin, they both share the ace deuce. Colin has hearts, suited ace hearts, ace 10, and Ruben has two suits, the ace diamonds and the ace clubs. Pocket aces ahead. So Colin has the backup 4 in case an ace or a deuce hits. Let's see what Monica can do here. Heads up to a flop, Colin at risk. Jack, 10, Jack. Neither player having a Jack. Colin catches a 10, but pocket aces of Ruben are still ahead. Diamond draw for Ruben as well. 4 on the turn. And to the river, the 8 of clubs. No help to Colin, and we're going to have our 7th place finisher. Well played, Mr. Colin. I'm not real sure, but I think he was one of the ones telling me he wasn't sure if he was going to play the event, but he did decide to and made a very, very good run here, beating out 33 other players in this Big O Championship. $600 buy-in event number 8. $20,000 guaranteed prize pool that we hit exactly on the nose with 40 entries, and made a good deep run here on this stream table and got to enjoy a fantastic massage from our local therapist, Jackie, while doing so. So congratulations to him, and expect to see him quite a bit more here at these events and possibly this weekend for the main. You see players here, looks like they called for a pause to the clock here. So yeah, it looks like they are now going to make a deal for the bubble. Didn't want to do the double deal there. And did Reagan knock over his own stack, or did Monica do that to him? Yeah, it looks like they are discussing a chop here. Not a chop per se, but probably a bubble save. Let's find out. Yeah, it looks like that it was decided here. Players agreed to take $200 from all 5 places. So what was a $7,400 first place prize is now a $7,200 first place prize. And they're going to give $1,000 to the next person eliminated. Yeah, so they did a bubble save here, so paying top 6, all 6 of these players into the money. Congratulations. Like I said, guaranteed at least a minimum of $1,000 for their efforts. And so making a little bit of profit on that $600 buy-in. So now let's see if things loosen up a bit as we have officially reached the money here in this Big O Championship. Martin here immediately raising it up to $25,000 with the King, Queen, Jack, 4-4. Vat going to make the call with a lot of hearts in his hand, but he does have suited ace, deuce, tray, 5. Jack, 10, 6 on this flop here. Martin here going to flop Top jacks, check, check, 9 there. That's going to give Martin the straight with the king, queen. And Bo here has some outs for the larger Broadway. Martin's going to bet this one out. No low's going to make here. So Vac, the short stack here, not going to be able to continue the hand. Bo likes his hand, showing it off, showing that it has some potential, but it has to lay it down. So Martin there with the pre-flop aggression found out a way to bet them all off on the turn here and pick up a pretty nice pot there. Immediately starts making moves once the money has been reached. Good on Martin. Let's take a look at the chip stacks here. Bo's still going to be your chip leader right at that 300,000 mark, but Martin has crept ever so closely with 293 within a big blind of the chip leader Bo. Reagan it down around 225,000. And then the big gap down to Ruben, 138,000. MK right behind him at 125. And Vac, the short stack, at 66,000. Your event number 7 High Roller Championship winner needs to find a hand to find some chips with. Martin there, +1. Folds after MK under the gun and calls the 10,000 big with the ace-queen suited. Ace-5 low. Reagan in the hijack, looking down at ace-9 suited with the ace-4 low. 4, 5, 7, 9 ace. And we're going to go heads up to actually not yet. Reagan actually raised it. And MK, thinking about it, looks like these players are going to go on a break. This is that 10-minute break I was talking about earlier. So they reached the money and going to take a quick break to reevaluate where they want to be. And does MK want to put in another 10,000 to see a flop here with the suited ace-queen, ace-5 low? Doesn't quite look like he wants to. I think he might just be wanting to go to break. And that's what he does. So Reagan there picking up a little bit extra, 25,000 there for that hand right before the break. And don't go anywhere. We have 6 players remaining. All 6 are into the money now. $1,000 being paid out for the next person eliminated. $2,000 for 5th, $2,200 for 4th, $2,800 for 3rd, $4,800 for 2nd, and that top prize of $7,200 for first place in that fantastic trophy, and the accolades of being the event number 8 Big O Championship winner here at Kojaks. Thanks for sticking up with us here on all of our social medias. There are YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook. I'm sure I'm starting to sound like a frog after a couple of long events live on stream between the High Roller yesterday and this Big O tonight. But this has been a fantastic event, and these championship events, they don't go quick. These guys are putting up pretty good money to win these prize pools, and it's only a benefit that they get to play poker and not have the blinds be deciding things too much. But hopefully you're watching this on replay and having a good day. Otherwise, maybe you're at work and I'm keeping you awake in this action here for this Big O. But either way, stay tuned. We're going to take a break. I don't know if it's the full 10 minutes or not. I'll keep an eye on it. But stay tuned, and we'll be right back. And Reese back here with you live, where we have 6 players remaining, and all 6 are in the money. $200 was taken off of each of the 5 places, giving $1,000 to the 6th place finisher. So congratulations to each one of these players. Reagan here going to take some aggression like we saw right before the break. Under the gun, raising up to 25,000 with the naked ace. Ace tray, but gets the job done. Although these players just paid the bubble, doesn't mean they want to go out for that $1,000 6th place prize. They're shooting for that $7,200 first place prize. While I was out on the break, we still have 2 cash games going, and I'm going to show you why. This is the Flush Frenzy that we're running right now. The all-new Flush Frenzy. We have 2 windows of opportunity, 4 p.m. to 10 p.m., and then again 10 p.m. to 4 a.m. If you make all 4 flushes, all 4 suits, you win the jackpot. I believe it's $2,750 or $2,500, $2,750. It was hit just a few days ago for $4,750 by Mr. Craig. But we have 2 players out there right now with 3 out of the 4 with 1 hour remaining. Both players have locked up that $100 bill consolation prize in case they don't hit it in the next 4 hours. We have 1 player chasing spades, 1 player chasing hearts. If you're going to play poker, you might as well play poker where you can passively win a jackpot by making some flushes. And that's just what these players are doing out there right now. One of the 3, I don't mind saying, was Chase. Not Chase the worker, but player named Chase. He has hit 2 of our Flush Frenzy jackpots in the last month. So he's going for his 3rd. And back into the action here. Couple limp-ins here, and then Reagan's going to make a big bet here with the aces and 4s with a king. Unfortunately, both of his aces are unsuited. Martin and Bo both call. Wow. So we got a $111,000 pot. I think this one snuck up on these players. 8, 5, 5. Bo having a 5 in his hand with an 8, flopping the gin boat. See how he plays it. We saw him kind of get over aggressive with a monster earlier. Let's see if he, I mean, it's $111,000 in the pot, so yeah, he's going to go ahead and announce it. Just in case someone can't hit a small odds outer here to make a bigger boat. Reagan does show the aces in fold. Bo shows the unassuming, unpredictable 8-5 on a flopped boat. Picks up a massive pot. And that's going to have him in the chip lead by even a more significant margin. Let's take a look. $365,000 for Bo, over $120,000 between him and the 2nd place Martin at $244,000. Reagan right on the heels of Martin, $231,000, and then a $100,000 drop down to Ruben, who thought was asleep there for a moment. Looks like he's going back to sleep. $130,000 in the stack. MK at $109,000, and Vac still looking to make a move with his $66,000. Still quite a few of you tuned in watching this event number 8, and we do appreciate each and every one of you on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook. Hanging in there to see who takes down that fantastic trophy for this event number 8 Big O Championship. Ruben here may step a step closer with pocket aces, ace tray suited, ace 4 suited, double suited aces. Let's see what he chooses to make it here. The blinds are 6 and 12,000. Looks like he's going to make it 25 to go. Seems to be the latest raise amount. Just basically a 2x click. As we wait for the graphics to catch up here. No, he made it 30. A good, little bit bigger here. And that's going to be a big red flag. And is right on Vac's big blind, and he doesn't want to stand for that. Thinking long and hard here. does let it go. So big blind steal there from back by Ruben, and Ruben's going to lay out those suited aces. Let back know that it's not personal. Didn't do it because you were in the big blind. I did it because I had the hand. And that's going to put back one notch closer to needing to make a move here. Reagan on the button. Blinds are 6 and 12,000. Blinds are going to start getting significantly bigger here. And when you're playing pot limit Omaha, pots can get out of control. Bo having a massive chip lead, it definitely does help, but one good pot from Reagan and Martin, and they can be right up there in the mix with him. Even a good double up from Ruben. Ruben will put him right up towards the top. So any one of these players can still make a move with a good scooped pot. Martin here in the cutoff going to raise it up with single suited pocket aces. He's got the ace deuce of clubs on the low draw, naked ace of diamonds in his hand. Raise it up to 25,000. Ruben in the big blind is going to fold, and so he's going to pick up a round of blinds there for his efforts. Once again, all these players in the money. They took $200 from each one of the top 5 places. Stuck it down at the bottom. 6th place going to go home with a $1,000 bill, getting their $600 entry back, plus a little bit. No player wanting to be the next one out. 5th place, still $2,000. Goes on up. The big jump between 3rd and 2nd. $4,800 for 2nd and $7,200 now for 1st. Dealer Monica here dealing out this Big O. It's one thing for me to sit here and stare at it on the stream and talk about it, but being this late and this many hours into the tournament and dealing it, 2 totally separate challenges. Props to her and our dealers for dealing this difficult game. Martin here in the hijack looks like he made it 25,000 again with a mystery hand. Reagan letting his go back, letting the button go. Ruben folding as well. Bo in the big blind, 13,000 more. King 9 6 6 5, not going to be worth anything at all. So he's going to let that one go. I have to admit I don't have just the most tremendous experience in Big O tournament play, but I would have to imagine that raising pre-flop carries quite a bit of weight when you're short-handed, especially these players trying to ladder up this pay scale. We've seen the pots being taken down pre-flop, 18,000 per orbit you can scoop up. And Martin, 280,000 now after picking up those couple pots pre-flop. Trying to hit that 300,000 mark to pull closer to Bo. Just a 1 pot separation between the two of them. Vac and MK. Your shortest stacks. 109,000 for MK, 48,000 for Vac. Both need to make a move pretty quick. 4 blinds and 8 blinds accordingly. Martin here under the gun. Just gonna call this one here. Ace King suited, Ace Deuce low draw. Reagan here in the hijack. He's got the naked ace of spades with an ace 3 4 5. Actually, no, he's going to raise this one up. Put some pressure on these other players, seeing Martin do the same thing. Bo here in the small blind is going to complete with the naked ace of hearts, but ace deuce deuce 4. And MK here going to complete as well with his big blind already mostly collected. Ace 10 7 5 4. Naked ace of diamonds. So Only the nut clubs are working for these 4 players, but all 4 players have an ace in their hand, and 2 out of 4 have ace deuce. So some fireworks on a low side possibly. 3, 6, 10 rainbow. MK gonna have the top pair tens with the open-ended straight draw with the 5, 4, and it's gonna be good enough for him to put in the rest of his stack. 86,000 going into the middle here. Monica making sure that the pot will hold, and we can see that it will. Martin here has the nut low draw, gut shot for the 6 high straight, backdoor clubs, but it is 86,000. It's for a quarter of his stack, with 3 players behind him, and he makes a very good lay down there. Reagan in the hijack, sort of in the same position here. He's got the open-ended straight draw, same 5-4 as MK does, with the same low draw. But he has the top pair of tens. And Bo's going to make the call as well. He's got the world here on this one as well. He's got ace deuce, the last ace deuce of the remaining 3, so he's got the nut low draw. And the only running clubs in anyone's hands. And he's got the pocket deuces as well, which takes out half the deuces in the deck. And the ace deuce 4 needs a 5 for a straight. And MK and Reagan both had the 5-4 open-ended, so this pot could go any one of 3 directions. Jack on the turn doesn't really change much of anything. Does give diamonds to Reagan, though. And the river, the board pairing 3. So Reagan here going to have the trips. No low made. Wow. What a river for Reagan. MK had that one pretty good lock on that, since they all kind of had the same draws with the top pair to back him up. And Reagan's going to make trips on the river with his 3s. And yeah, that's going to do it for Mr. MK. A fantastic run here at this Kojak's event number 8, $20,000 guaranteed Big O championship. And he's going to be the one that's going to be the beneficiary of that bubble pay, $1,000 for his efforts. Great, great run, Mr. MK. I spoke to him a few times on the outer tables. And I didn't really see him much at risk for the entire tournament. Had a pretty well-navigated tournament, and got his money back, plus a little bit on that 6th place bubble saved finish. He said we were paying 5 places, but they took $200 off of each place to pay the bubble $1,000 for their efforts, and MK is glad for it. And so now there were 5. $2,000 going to the next player eliminated. But once again, nobody wants that payday. They want to get all the way to the top of that $7,200 first place prize. Reagan here going to be the first one to act here under the gun. Unknown hand laid down. Ruben here, suited ace, ace deuce low, ace king jack 9. He is 130 in chips. Vac has 48, so there's going to be a little bit of ICM consideration to be made about not being the next one out when Vac only has 48,000 in chips, 4 bigs left. But Ruben's going to raise it up anyway at 24,000. Bo's going to make the call with the naked ace of spades, but ace, king, queen, ace, deuce, 5 low. Martin here in the big blind, a cheaper come in. Going to see what he can make happen with 10, 8, 6, 3, 3. He's going to flop 2 pair with a 9, 8, 10 rainbow board. So Ruben here has the straight draw. He was the pre-flop aggressor here. He's got right at 100,000 in chips left. Let's see if he wants to try to make a move on this pot now. That's going to check. And last tag to Bo here. Bo's going to be the one to fire this one out. He's actually got the weakest holding out of the 3 players. He's got the gut shot king, queen. But it may be just enough. Ruben here. It's hard for Ruben to call half his stack when Vac's so short, and that's what I was just talking about, the implications of the short stack being alive. It's not much of a pay jump between 5th and 4th, but it's still the equity of getting the chips to make a run up to the rest of that leaderboard. And so Vac somewhat holding this game hostage, and I think if Ruben is going to raise that pre-flop, he's got to take a little more aggressive stance. But decide that caution is the better part of valor on that one. Let that one go. So we're going to see what can happen. He's got Vac on his right, so he's going to be able to sort of determine what he's going to do based upon what Vac does with that short stack. Vac here, the one under the gun. Not much going on there. Lets that one go. Ruben not having much either. Lets that one go. Fold over to Bo in the cutoff, who's going to limp in with the king, king, queen, 66. Martin going to make the short blind. Short call there. And Reagan in the big blind is going to put some more on top of this one. The suited ace. Ace, deuce, low draw. Ace 10, 9, 8. Don't think either player is going to be able to come along, and I'm completely wrong, as they both do. So 111,000 in this pot. I'm telling you, just like that, these pots can get out of control. There's 5 players left, but so much can happen so quickly in Big O. Ace, queen, 7, 2 spades. Bo here with his second nut flush draw. No player wants to bet out here on this flop. We're going to see a turn. Let the graphics catch up here. Wow, so everything popping off here all at once. Bo here made a bet of 75, and Martin jams back in over the top of him here. Nut low draw for Martin here with a 5-3 spades, which is no good, as Bo has the second nut flush draw. And Bo's going to be ahead here currently with the pocket kings. There's the spades immediately here on the turn. So Bo hammerlocked 4 on the river, and that's going to be a chop, as Martin's 3 deuce nut low does get him those chips back. So careful step in there for Martin, but he decides to gamble with the 2 other short stacks still in play, trying to make a run to the top of the pay scale rather than just staying alive. Snapped off by the chip leader there, and no blood shed. Both players getting about 20,000 extra chips for their effort. And a good turn card there for Martin and Bo. Dealer Cody in the box, another one of our experienced Big O dealers. Dealers did a fantastic job today dealing this Big O championship. A little bit of nerves out in the field. These dealers know the game, know how to deal it, but don't get to deal it too very often, and find themselves dealing a $600 buy-in championship series event. But everybody stepped up and has done a fantastic job. Ruben here looking down at a lot of nothing under the gun. Gonna let that one go. Bo in the cutoff, a playable hand, suited ace 4, pocket queens. Just calls the tooth at 12,000. Martin on the dealer button looks like he put in the call as well with the pocket kings, suited 1 in clubs and 1 naked heart king. Actually, he raised it up. I'm loving this aggression out of Martin. Reagan here, not going to lay this one down, has the ace 10 4 suited in clubs. 7, 8, 10 working middling cards. And Bo's going to make that easy call after he limped in with the pocket queens, ace 4 suited. Lots of opportunities on this Jack King 9 2 diamond board. Nobody having diamonds. Lots of players having Broadway connectors. Martin flopping open-ended with top set of kings. Incredible. And he's going to let everybody know. 87,000 in the pot. It looks like he's putting out a pot-sized bet here. That is what it is, 87,000. It's going to go snap, fold, fold. So Martin, I'm loving this aggression out of Martin here. Definitely making a difference here, putting pressure on these shorter stacks. And people paying attention, wanting to ladder up here. The pay jumps don't get real until you get to third, second, and first place. No one wanting to go out in fifth or fourth, for that matter. $2,000 to the next elimination. Blinds are 6 and 12,000. Going to be going up to 816 fairly soon. Next 10 minutes or so. They got a few more hands to get in here on this 510 level. Or the 612 level, sorry. Reagan jumped Bo, by the way, in the chip lead in that massive pot. I needed to go back and check those chip counts after that massive pot. Bo here under the gun, first act. Pocket jacks, king jack suited into the muck. Martin not everything into the muck as well. Reagan putting these newfound chips to work. King, queen, jack, suited king, deuce, tray, low. Vac, who needs to make a stand in the big blind here. He's only got 30,000 left in the small blind, but he did let it go. He's going to see another orbit now for free at least. Ruben, not liking what he has, lays it out, and Reagan's going to take some very valuable blinds here from the two shortest stacks. Let's have a look at them here. Reagan, 428,000 in chips. Martin now 311,000. Bo has dropped from first to third, 283,000 in chips after those pre-flop calls and unable to continue. Ruben fallen down below the 100,000 mark to 94, and Vac sitting with just 30,000, less than 3 bigs, needing to find something to develop here. And there you see the payouts, but those are the incorrect ones. Martin here under the gun. Let's see if he continues this path of aggression. Probably would if that ace was suited. Naked ace of diamonds, ace deuce deuce into the muck. Reagan here, a lot of connectors into the muck. Vac not wanting to play his button there. Don't blame him with those rags. Ruben in the small blind going to give Bo a walk, and rightly so. I think Bo's going to raise that one up. Ace king suited, ace deuce 3 low. Great starting hand. Looks like he showed it there to Ruben. Let him know that, say, hey, I was waiting for you, buddy. And poor Bo. And I'm sorry, not poor Ruben. Somebody get that man a cup of coffee. He's trying to make it to that trophy, this Big O championship. You know, I'll be fair. I have heard nothing but good remarks about the structures in these championship events. I feel like some of the people that I spoke to would tell me if they disagreed. And they have not, but there is a world that this fall in the Permian Basin Poker Series, you may see some of these championship events become 2-day events, and I don't know which one people would want more, a 2-day event or a long marathon 1-day event for some of these championship events. The field, I promise you, is split on that. Vac here in the cutoff, counting out some raising chips, seeing what he has left. He's got pocket aces, single suit, diamonds, ace, ace, 7, 6, 6. Going to raise this one up as much as he can, and everybody looks like a snap fold to him, so he's going to pick up a couple blinds there. 18,000 worth of blinds for his efforts. Still only 76,000 in chips, but Ruben there right behind him on the bottom with 88,000. 6 and 12,000 here. Reagan with the massive chip stack here. Not really being that shy, but definitely being selectively aggressive. You don't want to double up any of these short stacks inadvertently here. I'm going to try to whittle this field down. Back here under the gun, the shortest stack. He's got a suited ace. Ace tray low. 76,000. Picked up a level of blinds there. Does he want to try to pick up another set of blinds here? Now he's going to see if he can see a cheap flop here. Just calling the 12,000. Ruben not having anything to wake up with. Lets it go. Martin in the small blind completes with the ace, king, king, suited ace. Ace tray low. Good hand here for Martin Pre. Reagan checking his option here. 9, 10, 6, 2 clubs. Reagan the only 2 clubs in the hands. It's only 3 deuce though. Not going to play a factor. But does have a top pair of 10s. Martin still take a look here. I guess with the flush draw, Reagan had a larger percentage. Well, the graphics caught up there, sorry. So Reagan and Vac are the ones that are heads up here. Sorry. Vac bet out 36,000. And Reagan not liking his hand anymore. And he lays it down. Interesting. Doesn't want to give Vac any chips, just like I had said. He's one of the shorter stacks. Doesn't want to chip him up needlessly. But he's still got a 50% increase in his chip stack there. Just between the limped blinds and seeing a flop there. So Vac back in the 6-figure department. 100,000 in chips. Ruben now the short stack with 88. Both of these players one a good pot away from getting right back in the mix with Bo and Martin, while Reagan is sitting with the comfortable stack over 400,000. Like I said, one pot changes everything here. $12,000 to play. Ruben here under the gun. Ace Jack 7-6 tray. Ace tray low. Naked ace of clubs. Decides to let that one go. Don't blame him there. He'll be big blind to next hand. Bo in the cutoff. Pocket kings. Jack 10. King high diamonds. No low cards. Raising up to 25,000 though with those nice connecting Broadway cards and pocket kings. Vac here in the big blind. Looks down at nothing. Had to let that one go. And Martin here makes the call with the ace tray suited. Ace 3, 4, 5. Great low draw hand here. Let's see what Corey puts out for these guys to battle over. High hand versus low hand. 10, 7, queen. 2 spades. No help to many players here. Bo does make a pair of 10s there, but he has a pocket king. So I'm betting 50,000 into this pot. Martin has laid that one down, so Bo picks up some more chips there. Shows the open-ended draw, pocket kings. Pretty good hand overall. So Vac and Ruben, according to this computer, of course, it gets a little bit off with these chopped pots, but Vac and Ruben both pretty equal. According to the computer, dead equal in chips. So they're going to be pretty close. Coming into this final table here, Vac has gone down while Ruben has actually chipped up. He came to this final table pretty short and has worked his way into the money. Hand number 85. Yesterday we played 330 some odd hands on stream. An incredibly long 12-hour stream. But when it was a $1,200 buy-in high roller championship worth every moment. Folds over to Vac in the small blind. Looks like he's going to raise this one up. Naked ace of spades, 9875. Kind of leans into Ruben there. Shows him the ace. Ruben didn't have anything to fight with there. So Vac has now climbed out of the cellar, leaving Ruben down in there. Blinds are 6 and 12,000. Ruben still has 76,000 in his stack. Gonna have enough to scare off some of these players with a good pot bet on the flop. Let's see if he can pick up some cards here in the small blind. Martin going to be the first one to act here. 16,000 to play. Blinds have going up here pretty soon for these guys. No, we just went up to 816. That's what it was, 8 to 16. So 24,000 in orbit here as we reached the blinds here. Ruben, is he going to give Bo a walk here? Does he want to try to pot it here and take this one away? That's his only move with that hand. He does decide to go ahead and lay it down. So a walk there to Bo. Bo's going to show him the rags, but Ruben's going to say, I didn't have much better. And more importantly for Ruben, he is now on the button and gets to see a couple, 3 more hands without committing any chips. Short stack 68,000. 4 bigs. Still needs to put those chips to work and run it back up. One good pot. He's back above Vac, creeping closer to Martin. With Martin sitting at 252,000 in chips. Reagan here, first one to act. King at 9, 7-4 deuce, not much working there. Going to go into the muck. Back mucks his hand as well. Ruben on the button, needs a good hand. Doesn't pick one up. Queen 9, 88-3. Could he pot it here? Maybe. Try to pick up some blinds, but again, you're committing yourself to a pretty bad hand and effectively all in. Bo's going to limp in. Martin's going to check his option. So heads up here to the flop, 2 of the bigger stacks. 7, Jack 3. Both players avoided disaster last time. Bo flopping a 2 pair here this time. Check, check, ace on the turn. No help, but it does give Martin the nut low. Board pairing 3 on the river. This one's going to be a chop pot. The jacks and 7s for Bo, and the nut low here for Martin. Bo's going to bet it out. Martin, does he put in 25,000 to get his money back? Yeah, he's going to go ahead and do it. He's got the nut low. And just afraid of getting quartered there, but it doesn't happen. So nothing going here on this one. And while Cody there is sorting out that pot, let's have a look at the schedule. This is today, later today. We're just going to say later today. It's late enough here on the 16th of May to say that later today at 1 p.m., Flight A, Texas, Maine, No Limit Hold'em Championship, Flight A of this $50,000 guaranteed tournament, $480 buy-in, a big, big weekend coming. And, I mean, it's here. Let's be real. It is here. Later today at 1 p.m. And then the Flight B is at 6 p.m. And then on Saturday, we're going to duplicate that for flights C and D and add in that turbo flight at 10 p.m. Lots of people that I know are coming to fire in a bullet or two into that Texas, Maine, No Limit Hold'em Championship tournament. $480 buy-in, but a $50,000 guaranteed prize pool. It's going to be a monster. We're going to have day 2 on Sunday. So if you're bagging that top 12% in any one of those 5 flights, you're going to come back on Sunday at 3 p.m. and play in that day 2 into the money. And also going on that Sunday as well, that $1,000 all participants 0 entry tournament. If you played in any one of our events for the West Texas Poker Championship Series, you get to play in a no rebuys, no add-ons, just a quick free roll fun tournament for $1,000 prize pool. Probably pay 3 spots and just come on in and play some fun poker and root along the day 2 finalists for the championship. Deuce Trey heads up here between 2 of the larger stacks at the table. Probably not going to see many fireworks for these 2 guys with the 2 short stacks and the ladder implications. Reagan's going to take a stab at it, and Martin getting out of the way. And now Vac is in the big blind. He's got more chips than Ruben, but this is kind of going back and forth between these two players. Bo looks tired but fine, and poor Ruben, I think he's dozing off between hands. Needs to wake up with the monster, wake him up here. Get that stack back up there. Try to ladder up on this event. We're still playing for $7,200 up top, first place, and that fantastic trophy. Ruben here going to be the first one to act. Doesn't wake up with anything there, lays it down. Action on Bo. Nothing going there either. Martin letting his button go. Reagan, ace-queen suited, ace-4 low. He's any kind of bet here is going to get Vac off the hand, but he's just going to call. So Vac's going to get to see a flop for free here. Queen 5-5 4 deuce. Dealer Cody putting out an 8, queen, jack, 2 clubs. Reagan the only club draw in his hand. Top pair for both players though. Could see some small exchanges here. Deuce on the turn. Both players now with Reagan now with the ace-4 low draw. Vac not a very good draw here for the low. Top pair not that spicy with no kicker. So may see Vac surrender here. Does he want to put in a little bit of his chips? No, he's going to put in a little bit of his chips here. Well, so Vac's going to see a river. Wants to see if anything can develop. Ace onto the river. That actually is going to chop their lows. Both playing 5-4. Yeah, both playing 5-4. Reagan's got the high with the clubs. Really needs to put Vac to the test here with a pot size bet. I mean, it may not be good, but at some point you have to try to show some aggression to these shorter stacks, and that's exactly what it is. A pot size bet here, so Vac basically putting his tournament life here on 5-4 low. It's going to be good here a lot of the time, short-handed. Counting out his chips to see what he would have left. Does he want to try to get some of that pot back? Reagan sitting there chuckling, I'm sure. Vac muttering under his breath. And he puts it in there. So great call there by Vac to get his chips back there. Oh, he's not actually. I'm sorry, they're chopped there. He's going to get a quarter of his stack, so he's going to come down low there. Yeah, so he's getting some back, but not all of them. As I completely forgot that Reagan had the same low. I was just thinking about Vac getting some of those chips back, but not quite as much. He's going to get quartered on this pot here with a 5-4. Pretty unfortunate. 5-4 is going to be good there a lot of the time. This short-handed, Reagan could be betting pot with a lot of the high draws that did get there, broadways, club flushes, and 5-4 it could be good. But unfortunately, he's going to get quartered down to 52,000 in chips. Basically got that last bet back, which sometimes a lot of the poker players will say you have to do. And that's what happened. So Vac now 52,000-ish in his stack. Ruben at 88. Ruben now going to be the large blind. Vac putting in 8,000 of those chips into work. And the small Reagan's got all of the towers there in front of him. We've got 1.1 million chips in play, almost 1.2 million chips in play, and Reagan has 474,000 of them. So a little less than half of the chips in play. The rest of them are divided between a Bo and a Martin, as Vac and Ruben, barely 100,000 between them. But nobody wanted to get to that 2,000 spot. They want to work their way up this pay ladder. Bo here under the gun, 2-3-4, and Queen 8. Not a great hand. Almost got in there, but decided against it at the last minute. Boredom only almost got the best of him. Vac here has found a spot to get as many chips as he can here in the middle. He's got ace, queen, king, ace, deuce. naked ace, unfortunately, but the king high diamond draw, he's going to go all in as best he can. And Ruben's not going to claim off. That's the battle of the blinds against the two small stacks. And that's what the players want to see. They don't want to see any of the other larger stacks building up those smaller stacks. If we get those two small stacks, we might see an ICM chop here. But they can't do much handcuffed by these short stacks. Vac and Ruben both. Ruben with 72,000 and Vac with 60,000. So both players pretty short. And that's going to hold up any kind of deal making and or too much aggression. Start trying to coin flip with these guys in Big O. You're never going to have much more than a 60-40 at best when both players have 5 cards and lots of ways to win. Martin here going to be first to act. 16,000 to go. Looking down at 6-5-4-4 king. No good into the mug. Reagan, not much to wake up with either. Pocket deuces, taking away some of the ace-2 straws, but throws that into the mug as well. But Vac going to take those new chips and just keep them in his pocket. Ruben going to give Bo a walk, not waking up with anything. And Bo, luckily for Ruben, Bo had a monster. Ace-2-3 suited ace. Was going to probably see a raise there. And instead, Ruben's going to be able to see a full orbit, or at least 3 more hands before having to commit any more chips. As we get dealer Robert back into the box. We've still got 5 players. Had them for since the break. Some chips being shifted around, but some last-minute chops, as does happen in Big O. But no players want to be the next couple knockout spots. They want to get up to that third, fourth, first place prizes. 2,800 for third, 4,800 for second, 7,200 for first. Reagan here under the gun with a mystery hand right now. But it wasn't that good into the mug. Vac letting his naked ace of spades go. Ruben on the button. Picks up ace 3, 5, 6, 9. Naked ace of hearts. Bo lets it go, and Martin's going to fold, so Ruben's going to pick up some cards, some piece of chips there. He slams the ace of hearts down, saying, I had the ace of hearts. Getting a little bit loose and fun here this hour, late at night, early in the morning, however you want to look at it. There's still quite a few people. We've actually increased the viewership just a little bit in the last couple hours. I'm hoping some of you are maybe waking up to get ready to go to work and hoping not still up like me. But we appreciate each and every one of you across YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch tuning in to Kojak's Live. We're watching the last 5 players left of this Big O Championship tournament. Each one of these players bought in at least one time for $600 to be where they're at. Next person eliminated is going to get $2,000 for their effort. Vac's going to try to not be that guy under the gun, going to put in as many chips as he can. Not quite all in with the suited ace 7, ace deuce 5, 6. Oh, drops his cards there for a moment. Happens. Ruben in the cutoff. Lots of connectors there. Queen, Jack, 10, all hearts. Probably got out of the way there. But we'll find out as the graphics play catch up. Bo, look down at pocket kings. It's like he made the call as well. Interesting. And so Reagan here completed. So 176,000 this pot. This is a swinger here at these final 5. 4, 5, 3. Big flop here for Vac. He's got the wheel. He's got the redraw to the ace flush. And he is laughing and talking and knows that this one's just locked. And Reagan's got the 6, 7. So it's not quite that locked, but Vac's got the redraw. So 5-handed. There it is right there, immediately right there on the turn. Vac's got the flush. 5 on the river. Scoop for Vac. Much needed chips, and Vac is back. Patience paid off. Selective card choices paid off. And a huge swing in chips there for Vac. And he's going to have twice the chips of Ruben now. So now Ruben needing to make a move. Reagan still over the 400,000 chip mark. Still comfortably your chip leader. But what a beat there to get scooped for that much. 408,000 for Reagan in his stack. Way on down. Second, Bo, 278. Martin right behind him at 222. Vac has scooped that big pot and put him almost at 200,000. And Ruben still down at the bottom at 88,000 to go. $2,000 for the next person eliminated. Vac was the first one to put himself at risk between him and Ruben, and came out in spades. Basically tripled his stack. 196,000 now for Vac. Ruben here has got to be feeling the pinch a little bit. He's the first one to act here. I'm sorry, Vac was the first one to act. Vac folds his under the gun. Let the graphics play catch up here. The chip count still there. Will go away as soon as we start seeing some of the cards being registered here. Apologize for the delay. Ashley, late messaging here. Watching out live saying, way to go, Vac. Got a Vac fan. It was a big hand. Vac definitely had things go his way last night as he took down event number 7, the High Roller Championship. He was part of a 5-way ICM chop for the money. He ended up with almost $10,000 for his efforts. But that was good for third, actually. But then after the ICM chop and the money was distributed, they played for a little bit more money and that trophy and the accolades that go with being the High Roller Champion. And he ended up carving up those final 5 and taking home that trophy. Maybe not home, but took it to his hotel room at least. These fantastic trophies. We may have a paused clock here. They may be trying to remake a deal here. Interesting if they are. Reagan, a pretty significant chip lead. However, he sees how susceptible things can be and how quickly they can turn around in Big O. You know, the blinds are low. They're only 8 and 16,000. But when you have pot, repot, and scoops, effective stacks to pot ratios can shrink significantly. I mean, Vac went from way down at the bottom to nipping on Martin's heels. Yeah, it looks like they have called the floor over, discussing some sort of rearrangement possibly. Hopefully I'll get word here in the booth. I'm on a 15-minute delay. So any kind of deal made naturally takes a little bit to make it into the streaming room. But they've had that 15-minute window. So whatever they were talking about, nothing has come out of it just yet. These graphics will play catch up here. Vac and Ruben both folding under the gun in the cutoff. Looks like Bo and Martin saw a flop together. And now Martin checks it. And Bo, big bet. Queen 6-5 is the board. And Bo 3-4 open-ended. And not much else. Martin with the ace-deuce low draw. Does he want to get involved here with just low draw? He has a pair of 6s, gut shot outs for the low end of the straight. Don't know if he can pay this one off. Big aggression here by Bo. He does make the call, though. Interesting. So another massive pot. Things are swinging as these players have opened up just a little bit more. Still kind of a coin flip on this hand here. 3 on the turn. Massive, massive for Martin as he has the deuce 4 straight. Going all the way to the 6. And Bo, not much left. Made that massive flop bet. Called off by Martin. And Martin immediately, without hesitation, goes all in. And Bo very disgustingly lays down the cards. That's the first pretty rough beat we've seen Bo take here of this final table. That's going to knock him down to 172,000 in blinds. And Martin now 344. And that's going to be good for really close to the chip lead. Not quite the chip lead, but Reagan at 392 and Martin at 350. So there's still a little bit of separation between the two of those players. But big, big hit from Bo, who had the world, bet the pot. And Martin came along to gamble and binked the gin card on the turn. Massive turn card there for Martin. I think no matter what, Bo's going to be thinking of that hand later. Let's see if he can keep it together here. Nothing to believe that he'll tilt it off, but understandably can be upset. He's still sort of tightly gripping those cards, as I can see. Ruben here lets go of his suited ace jack. Bo does make a fold, so he's not immediately steaming to get it back in there. Reagan in the small blind, king 10-10, 5 deuce, suited king. Looks like he just called the flop here. Vac checks his option with the naked ace. Queen jack 8-7 in his hand. King 3-4. Top pair for Reagan. Not much working for Vac in this pot. Ace 7 low if it develops. But we see Reagan has the open-ended 5 deuce to go with his top pair of kings. He's going to bet out 16,000. I don't think Vac's going to be able to come along here. No, he doesn't. He lets it go. So Reagan picks up a pot there. As I said, playing that large stack kind of carefully. No reason to spread it around the table and make this thing more difficult than it needs to be. Find your spots, make your flops, and then c-bet and take it down, just like he did right there. Now the short stack, Ruben, is in the big blind, 16,000, so 16,000 out of his 88,000 stack. Not much left behind. It needs to pick up a hand here pretty quick. Really wish I knew what that meeting was about earlier. They didn't. I don't think they did a full clock. Well, they did. I had to have paused the clock, but whatever deal, I haven't heard about if there was one. There might not have been one, given the stack sizes here. With such a large lead from Martin and Reagan over Ruben, almost 5-1 chip stack. They're not going to be too keen on giving some of their equity away. Bo here under the gun raised it up to 32,000 with the ace-queen suited, ace-5-4 low. And everyone's going to be getting out of the way. And Bo's going to get some of those chips right back in his stack. Unfortunately, taking Ruben's big blind. So Ruben down to 72,000, needing to put another 8,000 in right now for his small blind. Hand number 97. Hard to believe we had over 300 hands yesterday on stream. We had quite a few different commentators come through, brought everyone all the way, pretty much the whole way through, and I think it was the whole way through, of the High Roller Championship yesterday. That $1,200 buy-in tournament that you see right there, Vac, the winner of. Martin here under the gun, ace, naked ace of spades with the ace deuce low, jack 10-4 to go with it. Looks like he was making it 32. Yeah, he min clicked it to 32,000. Reagan straight in his hand, 9-10 jack, queen at king, naked king and queen there. 9-10 jack of spades makes the call, and there's a good enough hand for Ruben. Ace deuce 4-5-8 suited ace. Finally picks up a ace deuce with a suited ace. Puts in his 72,000, which is not an insignificant amount, to Bo, and he's looking down at the suited ace with an ace tray. He had ace king queen jack 3. Lots and lots of opportunities here as Martin has come along as well. 200,000 in this pot now. This is the second big swinging pot here that we have seen. It's going to make someone pretty healthy. 248,000 in the middle. 4 ways with Ruben all in. You're likely to see this hand check down here. Reagan mathematically with the best of it, and Ruben the only. Ruben and Martin both have an ace deuce 4 actually. Ruben has ace deuce 4 5, 5 8 9 all clubs. Martin flopping the jack high flush while Bo has the nut flush. So we'll see if they want to create a side pot here. Bo flopping the nuts. That's got to send some red flags for Martin, but Martin's immediately reached for chips. This is not a good sign. He does have the ace deuce back up low. All in for Bo. Call by Martin. Massive, massive pot here. Hand number 98 of this Big O championship, and they're going to lay it all on the line with 3 all-ins here. Ruben the one firstly at risk. Bo right behind him. Bo having the nut high here. 7 of clubs on the turn. No change. Bo's hand maintains the nut flush. Ace deuce for both Ruben and Martin. So Robert's going to have some figuring out to do here. Wow, what a train wreck of a hand. And Ruben's going to get a quarter of that low with the ace deuce, sharing it with Martin. Bo's going to get a little bit back. Or he's half the, I mean, he's going to get half that pot, so he's going to have a lot of it back. So yeah, that's a lot of chips swung, but not too terribly many here. Let the computer tell me here how that exactly handled out. Martin and Reagan both 344, 336,000. Bo got pretty healthy off of that nut flush flop that held. Vac at 172,000, and Ruben made a little bit. So yeah, what a hand. That was a train wreck of a Big O hand between all 4 players. So the Ruben still the short stack, 72,000. Right above him, Vac with 172,000. So 100,000 separating those 2 players. Blinds are at 8 and 16, and soon to be going up to 10-20. Something's going to have to give here pretty soon. Back here making a move with ace 6 suited, ace 5-4 low. Just calls, and Ruben's going to get in as much of his stack as he can with the ace deuce suited, ace 10, ace deuce tray. Actually, Martin getting out of the way with his holdings, whatever he had there, and Vac here going to sit here and think about it. Martin let his hand go, so Vac's the only one left in the pot. 50,000 for him to call. He's only got 156,000. Yeah, he's going to let that one go. So I don't blame him there for that one. Ruben's going to have you on the low for sure there a lot of the time at a minimum, and you don't have a lot there to make with a high other than a middling straight or an ace high flush. And Ruben's going to get some pretty healthy chips there and close that gap between him and Vac. You know, if you see these 2 short stacks get too close to one another, you may have another deal made. They were discussing it earlier. I saw him talking to Corey, but no one came to me here in the booth, so nothing was decided. But if these little stacks keep coming back, these blinds keep getting bigger, these guys may make some kind of deal. The pressure of the late night also resting on these guys. If you're watching this at a later date, it is currently 4 a.m. This has been a 10-hour tournament so far. Our championship tournaments last a good while here at Kojaks. Lots of play to be had. The better players definitely love the larger, deeper structures with lots of poker to be played. Bo here, ace, king, 10, negative ace of clubs. The ace tray low. Martin immediately folds. Reagan, he's going to be in the big blind, so a discounted call here. So we're going to see a flop. He's got pocket kings with the king suited of hearts, the king suited of diamonds. Bo would love to have one more club in his hand, but he has a ace, king, 10, 3, 5, 6, 9, 7 here on this flop. Pocket Kings are still going to be ahead here. Running spades are alive for Bo. Running diamonds are alive for Reagan. Neither player having much going on, and looks like Bo was the aggressor here. The graphics didn't quite catch up, but Reagan checks and Bo made a significant bet and steals that one away from Reagan, and Reagan is starting to fall down closer to the rest of the pack. Look at these stacks here. Things are starting to equalize. 320 for Martin, 303 for Bo, and 301 for Reagan. Vac and Ruben way down half those third place chips, 156,000 for Vac, and Ruben right at 100,000. So chips are starting to be shifted again. Like I said, you may see as things start to equalize and the clock ticks on further, you may see some deals starting to be made. The blinds going up to 10 and 20,000 pretty soon. Bo looks down at ace king suited, ace deuce 4 low. Looks like he bet pot or close to it, 50,000 to play. See if anybody wakes up with anything here. Reagan in the small lets his go, back folds, and Bo gets some of those chips back. And don't blink, but the chip lead has shifted. Once again, Bo, who went from a crazy beat and frustratingly had to lay the hand down, and just a few hands down the road is now the chip leader. Not by much. Both him and Martin both around that 320,000 range. Reagan still right there at 300,000. Vac at 140, and Ruben just over 100. Any player one pot away from either a massive chip lead or right into the mix if you're Vac or Ruben. Bo going to be the first one to act here. Let's see what he looks down at. King, queen, 7-7-3 into the muck. Frustratingly there, he needed a hand there while the two short stacks are in the blinds. Take advantage of this tournament equity here. Reagan on the button looking down at ace, king, queen, 5-4, suited ace, ace 4-5 low. He's going to raise this one up as he should against these two shorter stacks. Put some pressure back, immediately folds. Ruben here goes all in, and Reagan's going to make the snap call. A decision has to be made at some point here between these 5 players. Something has to happen, and Ruben wakes up with a hand of his own. A little bit behind Reagan's, but not too much. He has the suited ace of clubs, ace deuce low 4. Ace 8-6 burns the ace for both players. Deuce 4 ahead for the low for Ruben. Now the deuce is burned. So tough one here for Ruben. King on the river is going to give Reagan 2 pair. And Ruben has 2 pairs, so they're going to chop the high, and Reagan's going to take the whole low with the 5-4. As that 2 dusted off Ruben's ace deuce 4 options there. His 4-7 going to get beat by Reagan's 4-5. Give dealer Robert here a moment to figure this portion out, but Reagan is going to take all the low, and they're going to chop the high both with 2 pair aces and kings. So Ruben getting quartered down to about 50,000 in chips. Big move there. Give Robert just a moment to figure this one out. Our viewership's still going up ever so slightly as things are starting to pick up here in this event number 8. Just a little after 4 a.m. Central Standard Time. These players have been playing for about 10 hours on this Big O Championship tournament. So big pot there for Reagan. That's going to give him back into the chip lead, but not by much. It is the haves and haves not right now. Reagan 350, Bo at 326, Martin right there with him 320. Vac sitting steady at 130, and Ruben taking that quarter, leaving him at 53,000 in chips. He's going to need to find one here. He's in the small blind right now, putting in some time on this one. It's the blinds. I don't know if it went up this hand, but if it's not this hand, it's the next one. Blinds are now 10 and 20,000. So no one really in the comfort zone. One good pot decides a lot. Martin here under the gun. King, queen, jack, jack, 10. Lays that one down. Going to see if didn't want to put in some extra chips there. Vac going to take advantage of that button, taking it away from the blinds. Ruben, unfortunately, just doesn't wake up with much. 3, 4, 5, 6, 10. As Vac just made the call here for 20,000. Looked like he had raising chips, but he did not, I don't guess. Need to take another look at those chips stacked up right there. Looks like he's got 30 out there. Yeah, I raised it to 55, so he did, in fact, make the raise, which makes the call even harder for Ruben here. Since Vac didn't limp in, Ruben's just got some low straighters. 3, 4, 5, 6, 10 into the muck. Don't blame him there. And Bo, looks like Bo re-shoved here. Goodness me. Ruben has 2 bigs left. And Bo here ready to play it all. And Vac makes the call. Big tournament moment here. Ruben here loving life, hoping that somehow Bo can pull this out and eliminate Vac. 8, 6, 6 on this flop. Both players have an 8. Ace, deuce drawing here. King gives Vac the high so far. Jack on the river, no low achieved. Vac is going to take this one down with a pair of kings. Goodness me. Bo still got a lot of chips. No real reason to panic just yet. Although Ruben here is going to get to see a few more hands now getting the button next hand. And see a little bit of frustration there out of Bo. Kind of laughing off. Didn't really mean to do that. And not coming out on the right side of that one. Had a lot of diamonds in his hand. Couple deuces knocks out a couple options for the ace deuce in your opponent's hand, but Vac here gambling with the ace 4 suited. Ace king 9, 8, 4 comes out with top pair of kings, no low makes, and Vac takes the whole pot, sitting now at 270,000 in chips. Bo now just under 200, so we're not at complete risk here just yet. Ruben only has 2 bigs left, but he's on the button. He's going to get to see a few hands before he has to commit those chips. There won't be any calling from him from here on out. Blinds are 10 and 20,000. He's got just over 40 in his stack, so it's an all-in or fold moment. Hoping to look down at an ace deuce suited. Reagan here, first to act. Your current chip leader at 350,000, but not by much. Not liking what he sees. Vac here with all those newfound chips. Hasn't even had time to stack them all up, and he's going to put them back in play. Ace suited, ace deuce, spades, 6, 7, 8. Ruben here on the button was super short, and he let the hand go. Bo here is counting out some calling chips, so here we go again. Bo putting himself at risk here. Not quite with necessity. He does have suited ace queen of clubs, ace 4 low, but dominated right now by Vac, even though the math is in Bo's favor. I just don't understand how. Queen 5 deuce, that's going to burn Vac's low there. Bo ace queen high. He's got the ace 4 gut shot wheel draw. Vac here now playing ace 6 low. And Bo's going to very wisely bet this one out pretty significantly. And Vac may not get to come along. No spades, no real straight cards. His deuce got burned. He's playing ace 6 low, which is not the greatest. Bo potting this one here. It's going to put him close to at risk, if not at risk. You see Robert there throw the button out. And does Vac want to gamble? He really doesn't have much to gamble with, and he knows it, but he's just wanting so badly to eliminate Bo and not give him this, you know, $170,000 pot. Taking a long look. He would need a lot of help. He's still showing 27% equity, and it would take me pausing the stream and getting on a calculator and making spreadsheets to see how he's that close. But I guess he can catch a lot of two pairs. But he is going to lay it down. And so Bo's getting his tripping chips back, as we've heard, but they're still not quite all there, but it does put him at 269,000 chips. Now back in third place. Vac drops down to 200,000. Ruben, only 2 big blinds left, and we're seeing all of this action. These players are unconcerned about this next spot outpaid. 5 places. All 5 are in the money. The next person eliminated is going to get $2,000 for their efforts. But none of these players want that payout. They want the $7,200 up top. But they're definitely not scared to get it in and gamble. And if they get eliminated before Ruben does, it is what it is. These guys do not care, apparently. Ruben sitting with barely enough to cover the orbit. Back under the gun, looking down at queens and sixes, no good. Ruben, ace-10 suited, 7, 8, 9, 10, decides it's good enough for him to go ahead and put it all in. 43 is the total all in, so not much more to the small and big blinds. Martin looking down at pocket jacks, 6, 4, 3. Not much to battle with. Reagan in the big blind, ace-king suited with an ace 4, 6 low. But Martin could call here a lot of the time just to try to go 2v1, but decides against it at the last minute, so Reagan's going to make that call. So Ruben is finally at risk for his last 2 big blinds, and not the other previous 4 all-ins at the table that weren't him. 5, ace, deuce, 2 spades. Ruben has 2 spades in his hand. Ace-king is still best at the moment. Queen on the turn. And Reagan is going to hit a deuce on the river. He's going to play the 6-4 low. And the aces and deuces with the king. Eliminating Mr. Ruben in 5th place. He survived and survived and survived and almost laddered up by just hiding in the corner with 2 big blinds as the action still flew crazily around him. Players not caring too much about the cash prizes. They're trying to get that first place prize. And the players didn't want to see Reagan to be the one to eliminate the shorter stack. It just adds to his, as he is now back into the chip lead just over that 400,000 mark. Martin just under 300,000. Bo not far behind him at 270,000, and back right at 200,000. So 3 out of the 4 players just over 10 bigs. If you've stayed up this long, stay up a little bit longer. This might not last too much longer. Bo here under the gun got to feel a little bit better about the ladder up, but some work needs to be done by 3 out of 4 of these players to try to catch up to Reagan with this stack size here. Vac's going to be the first to try. Small blind versus a big blind. 10 ace deuce on this flop. Vac has the ace. It's going to go check, check to a queen onto the turn. That's going to give the Broadway to Reagan. Vac would have bet that Reagan might have gone away, but his king jack's going to be the nuts right now. And he bet out very, very small, and Vac couldn't do anything with it. Sees that he was ahead on that flop. Knocks Vac down to about 180,000 in chips. Almost 100,000 less than Bo and Martin. And Reagan sitting comfortably up top at 423,000. Dare I say it's still anybody's game, though. One good pot, and we're right back into the mix. Any one of these players, if not even the chip lead, if they can get a couple people involved in the pot. Martin under the gun, looking down at pocket queens. Jack 6-4 into the mug. Reagan on the button. Pocket kings suited. 3-4-5. Pocket kings playing spades. Vac lets his hand go. And Bo in the big blind. Pocket kings, Jack 8 tray. Actually, I'm sorry, Reagan raised it up. I like the aggression here. Both players have pocket kings. 7-7 deuce on this flop. No help to either player. Reagan has a draw with the 3-4 low. But Bo still playing his pocket kings, but he has the king heart draw. And if these players go check, check, Bo's going to win this hand a lot of the time. There's a 10 on the turn. Not changing a lot. Some more outs for Bo, not so much for Reagan. He's got a 3-4 low he's going to try to have to get hold of here on this river to stay in this hand. But Bo's going to make him pay for it. Looks like it's a bet of 60,000. 75. It goes full 3 stacks. And Reagan makes the call. Big pot here brewing. Both players pocket kings. 8 on the river. And that's going to make a chop for the high. And Reagan's got the 3-4 low. But Bo's the one putting on the pressure. 154,000. This is a difficult call for Reagan. And he lays it down. Huge swing there for Bo as he gets Reagan to lay down the 3-4 low. Pocket kings. That went from being a quarter to a scoop. And I don't blame Reagan one bit. He didn't beat much on that flop. Pipped a little bit onto that low. Wow, what a hand. What a bet. Big shift there. So let's have a look at those chip stacks and see what shifted there. Reagan's still pretty healthy, but that's going to give Bo the chip lead as he has 394,000 on that great river bet. Reagan still sitting second in chips with 308,000. Martin down now 290, getting closer to Reagan here. And Vac over 120,000 down off third place, needing to find a place to pick up some chips here shortly. Blinds are 10 and 20,000. Reagan here under the gun, feeling some newfound pressure as a chunk was taken out of his chip stack. Ace, king with the ace suit. Ace, king, 10 and pocket sixes. Looks like he's grabbing some raising chips here. Vac letting his button go. Bo not waking up with anything here, and Martin's going to complete, since he already had some there in the big blind. King, queen, 10, and 9, 8. A lot of possibilities here from both of these hands. Some pretty similar holdings. Neither player having, well, the ace, Reagan does have the ace 6 low. Martin, no low draw in his hand at all. Deuce 3 ace. So top pair for Reagan. And Reagan's, yeah, there's a 4, so he's got a ace 6 player. And it's going to be a bet and a fold, I believe. Yep, and Reagan's going to take that one down, getting some of those chips back that he lost to Bo on that laydown. Once again, I don't blame the laydown at all. It was a perfectly fine, logical laydown. No reason to risk half more of his stack to possibly get quartered there with that 3-4 low. Didn't have any high to speak of. Little did he know they had the same high. Just shows that with Bo's aggression there, he went from being quartered to scooping the pot. So good river bet there. Some no fear poker out of Mr. Bo. Vac here, the short stack, 170,000, but still plenty to compete with. Under the gun here, looking down at king, 10, 9, 6, 6. No help there. Going to probably go into the muck. Bo on the button. Suited ace, ace queen, jack, jack 7. Looks like he just made the call. Martin going to come along in the small blind with a fairly middling hand, and Reagan aces and fives with a 6. One suited ace. He's going to reach for some raising chips, as he should. He's going to make it 80,000 straight to go. 80,000 straight to go. And I don't really see anybody coming along. No, Bo did. He's surprised me every time. Why not this time too? And Martin's going to get out of the way, and Reagan and Bo are going to battle to get out again. Heads up, 180,000 in the middle. Bo pretty well behind here. Suited ace, looking for a lot of diamonds or a jack onto this flop. No low in either player. No, Reagan has an ace 5 low. King 7 queen. King 7 queen. So big flop for Bo here. 2 pair. It's the bottom 2 pair. It's good enough for a check. Get some more value maybe down the hand. 8 on the turn. Doesn't change either player's hands. Bo still ahead with his king or his queen 7 2 pair, but Reagan's gonna be wanting to lead this out for 100,000 into this $180,000 pot, and Bo is unconcerned. Comes along. Believer in his 2 pair. It's a pretty unconnected dry board. 4 doesn't change anything except for Reagan. Sorry, holy Toledo. The 5-6 just gets there. I didn't even see the open-ended for Reagan there. It's part of that bet. But I don't see Bo being able to call this here. There are worlds where Bo, I think his 2 pair is good, and Reagan is just representing the low. Oh, did Bo made the call. Bo made the call and is now on life support. Wow, I did not expect that. Did not expect that. Thought that Reagan made a bet on that low developing turn card with the ace deuce. And Bo's going to have just a little more than 1 big left, and he's walking away from the table. He might not even want it. Wow, called off there. That's going to change the landscape of this tournament for sure, as Reagan has taken a massive chip lead, 736,000 to Martin's 230 and Vac's 170. Bo was left with no chips. Never mind. So Bo was, I thought he had him just barely out chipped, but the stacks do get a little bit confused with the chopped pots here. So Reagan having Bo out chipped. Bo is now eliminated in 4th place. And after that chop save, $2,200 for his efforts. Well played. Bo made it down into the money, 4th place out of 40 players. Getting more out of this tournament than 34 players did. $2,200 for his efforts. And now there's 3 with Reagan having a almost, he's got a 200,000 chip lead with both players combined. Looks like they're discussing a little bit something else. But Reagan knows how quickly it can shift, but definitely has incentive to hold out for quite a bit with this sizable chip stack. We see Martin there discussing a little bit. Curious to see if anything was made. Nothing yet. Reagan in the small blind. Looks like he's just completing with his Jack 10, 9, 8, 4. Vac reaches for raising chips, and Reagan goes into the muck to not give Vac too many chips unnecessarily. But Martin and Vac both creeping closer to one another. Vac now with 190,000, Martin with 230. So 2 big blinds separating Vac and Martin, and you combine their chips together, and Reagan's almost there, 716,000. We're three-handed now in this event number 8, $20,000 guaranteed Big O Championship. We have a break coming up. I don't know how long these players are going to stay on this break, but they do have a much-needed walk-around break coming here in the maybe the next hand or next hand after, and might give them some time to discuss some sort of deal making here. Reagan here on the button first to act. Lets that one go. Vac in the small blind may give Martin a walk here. These players are too close to one another to really battle too much. Yeah, he does give him the walk, in fact. So Martin there getting the 10,000 in chips. Like I said, both players really close to one another and don't necessarily want to battle needlessly. So players will be going on a break soon. And I did confirm that another small deal was made during the break, so stay tuned and listen in while I figure out what that break may be entailing. Vac here on the button, going to raise this one up to 70,000 with the ace-jack suited ace-tray low. Reagan here looks down to the big blind. Ace-8 of diamonds, deuce-deuce. Ace-8, 5, deuce-deuce. He's going to put Vac all in. I'm curious as to see how this one turns out. I know there was some discussion at the break, but it might not have involved three players. We're going to find out. Vac here, the one at risk, trying to get back into the mix here. Ace-jack suited with the ace-3 low. Reagan ace-8 suited with the ace-deuce low. Ace-deuce 5. 4-3 queen. Reagan flopping the nut. Low draw, backdoor diamonds. Vac still in the lead ever so slightly with just the pair of threes. Queen on the turn doesn't change anything, but it does give Reagan a nut flush draw. Vac barely in the lead here, yeah, with the pair of threes. And the 10 on the river, no low makes, and Vac's ace or pair of threes is going to play. Threes and queens with the ace. So, yeah, I do believe that would be the reason there that they're going to make some sort of discussion here at the break. That's going to give Vac all the way up into second place chips, 370,000. Martin sitting with 230, and Reagan still the chip lead with 536,000. So we're see when we take this break here. So see if we can get the stacks up here and let you get one good look here. Reagan, 536,000. Vac, 370. And Martin at 230,000. 3 places remaining. $2,800 is your next elimination. 48 for second. 7,200 for first. And it's going to walk through over to Vac on hand number 113. So if you've stayed with us this long, don't go far. The players do take a short break here momentarily, and there was some talks during the break, and as soon as I get the details when I come back, I'll give them to you and see where we stand. But no matter what, these players will be playing down to an official winner for that fantastic trophy and that prestigious title of 2025 West Texas Poker Championship Series event number 8, the 20K guaranteed Big O Championship winner. We had 40 entries, pay $600 apiece for that exact $20,000 prize pool. And we're down to the last 3. Heads up here between the blinds. 9-4 ace. Vac still ahead with his pair of jacks. But Martin here with a queen high flush draw, but not much else to go with that. Throws it into the mug, and Vac creeps ever closer to Reagan in this chip lead. Martin has laddered up, albeit if anything else has laddered up a couple spots, but needs to make a move quick or he's not going to have much leverage but with any deals made during this break. Dealer Monica helping us figure out where this tournament's going to go through the box here. Vac going to be first to act on the button.
Mysterious? No.
Aiden back in the box here. I think we've got a couple more minutes before these players go on a break, and I'll get the details on any deals made. Don't go anywhere. We're going to see what happens. Vac here on this dealer button. Looks like he reached for some raising chips. Jack 9 suited 3-4-5. Martin in the small blind. Naked ace of hearts. Jack 10 8-5. Not sure. No, Vac might have just called according to the computers. Let the graphics catch up here.
It felt like he reached for raising chips. If he did raise, I don't imagine Martin's going to call him here.
70,000 here is what it looked like. There's a couple racks for some color ups there, and it's going to go a fold, fold. And these players are going to take a short break, and we're going to get some information on where this is going to lead. We're down to the end, Aiden.
Yeah.
You've been out there watching it. You know, don't spoil it for me. We're going to figure out where this deal is going to go. But no matter what they discussed, we are going to play down to a winner to have an official bearer of the event number 8 trophy.
Yeah, let's see if Vac can go back to back.
I'm telling you, that would be quite incredible. And he's crept up on Reagan's heels here. Let's take a look at this. 506,000 for Reagan, 430 for Vac, right at 200,000 for Martin. So let's go find out what this deal talk was about. And yeah, that's exactly right. Find out if Vac can go back-to-back events, the High Roller Championship and the Big O Championship. What an accomplishment that would be. So stay tuned. Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. We will be right back.
Stay with us.
All right, guys. As you can see here, I'll go ahead and show you. See Corey there counting up some chips. The final 3 players have decided upon an ICM chop. An ICM chop between the 3 players here, and I got the numbers here for you. We've got Martin in 3rd place in the money. They're still going to play for the placements for the trophy. Martin taking $4,080 for 3rd place. Vac taking 2nd place, $5,165, and Reagan 5555. $5,555 for 1st place. So these 3 guys have had an ICM chop agreement during this break, and we're going to play to see who can take home that event number 8 trophy. Now the storyline now is can Vac go back to back?
Can Vac go back to back?
It's late enough. I'll accept it, and that'll be huge. The high roller event and the Big O Championship back to back, taking home those trophies. That's a pretty big accomplishment with these caliber of players that we have here in the fields here in Midland, and have traveled from the outside to play in these and taking the trophy home. Almost $10,000 for his payout yesterday, and then another $5,100 and change today. He's had a couple good days.
Yeah, pretty nice, pretty profitable few days for him.
Yeah, doesn't have, like I said, much to complain about there. Vac has played well, regardless if he does take this down or not. Top 3, $15,000 in cashes in 2 tournaments, both of them with star-studded fields. Lots of Hendon Mob results. The Hendon Mob. You know what Hendon Mob is? Have you been dealing long enough to know what Hendon Mob is?
I do not know. I guess I've not been there long enough. Do I hit that the year mark? Do I start knowing?
No. Hendon Mob is the website that tracks winnings for tournament players.
Oh, yeah.
You know
Me and
what I'm
Charlie
talking
have talked about that.
Yeah.
I've looked people up on that.
And Kojaks is home to a lot of them, and a couple bracelet winners and things like that. So these fields are not soft. They're very big fields here in Midland. And for Vac to get $15,000 in prize monies and the possibility of 2 trophies, the final 3 is massive, 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 and very impressive. So like I said, these 3 players, ICM chop once more. We'll see. We'll get it up on Facebook whenever the tournament has reached a completion. But these three players are still playing on for the title and the accolades of the event number 8 Big O Championship. But the cash on ICM chop, Martin $4,080, Vac $5,165, and Reagan at $5,555. So big paydays for all 3 of these guys, and they're playing on for the trophy.
I do have to say, Reagan's done a really good job of getting a big stack and holding on to it. From the time I left, which is a couple hours ago, and the time I came back, he stayed at the top of the table.
Yeah, he didn't get involved a whole lot, and when he did lose a little bit there, he got down for a little bit, but then won a couple of huge pots to get him right back in there, and that's what tournament poker is all about, is just survival and picking your spots and building back up. But it was never, I don't think he was ever at risk, all in and at risk, and which says a lot in tournament poker. If you can go without being at risk, that's pretty huge. We'll let these graphics catch up ever so slightly here. Dealer Cody in the box. Martin's going to raise it up here on the button. Blinds are 15 and 25,000. Martin made it 90,000 to go with the ace queens. Ace suited with pocket queens. Ace 3 low. Vac chose to complete with the king queen jack 4 tray. 3 9 6 2 spades here, and spades not in either player's holdings. The queens of Martin still ahead.
And Martin goes all in.
Yeah, and that puts 315 in the middle. So if Vac folds it here, they're going to be equal chips. There you go.
Just like that.
So big swing there for Martin. I don't expect this to last terribly much longer, as these players have chopped up all the money.
That trophy, though, is really pretty.
Well, and like I said, Vac's playing for 2 of them, so that's pretty impressive. You know, we had some good runs early in the series. Rudy and Nassim both making, 3 and 4 final tables apiece. They've had a great series, but boy,
Two
back-to-back trophies.
Back-to-back trophy.
Yeah, with in championship events, you know, high-end events, $1,200 buy-in, a $600 buy-in, Big O. You know, you talk about field size, buy-ins, all that kind of stuff. You can argue it either way, which one would be a better run, but both are tough to do. Nassim and Rudy have had quite the sun run the last 2 weeks. And we still have the main left to go.
Reagan are going to raise it with the ace, king, 8, 3 deuce, 3 deuce, 8 of hearts, and naked ace of diamonds.
Yeah, Vac here is going to make the call. Pocket sevens with an ace jack, ace 4 suited of clubs. 200,000 in the pot. Ace 9-9. Both players spiking the ace. Ace king kicker still playing low. Not needs runner for the low for Reagan to pick up half the pot there. Both players check. 10 on the turn. Front door spades get here. A good bet here could take this pot down. We'll see who wants to take the initiative here. Vac reaching for some chips and puts out some there, and
Looks like Vac.
yeah, Reagan can't really come along here with just a pair of aces. Lays it down, so big, good bet there by Vac.
So that's something I was about to ask you. Whenever Big O becomes like short-handed, like it is, like 2 to 3, 4 players, does it get more bluffy? Do you get?
Oh yeah, no, that's when the bluffs kind of start to somewhat work, but at the end of the day, you have to be able to bluff with ICM in mind. Of course, these guys have already ICM chopped, but if they hadn't, you don't want to put too much risk on your stack.
Mhm.
You know, trying to make bluffs in Big O, but you can start to make a lot of feeler bets. You know, the front door spades got there, for instance, just like then, and so Vac was able to kind of represent those front door spades, because while you don't necessarily have to have the ace anymore when it's this short-handed, because anybody could have the flush when you have 5 cards in your hand, you're just hoping that they don't.
Mhm.
That's the whole point there.
Yeah, and no one took initiative on the flop, so
Yeah, Vac is just full of talking now. It's easy to sit and talk and relax once you have ICM chopped things up. Heads up to the flop here. Martin and Reagan at 2, 4, 5. 2 clubs here. Reagan with the nut flush draw and the flopped wheel. Wow. Martin here, nothing going. That's going to upset Reagan just a little bit there, not getting much value out of that. Yeah, you can see the frustration there. Flops everything and doesn't get paid. That's another one of those hands the computer said that Martin still had a
yeah.
20 some odd % chance. Did you see how? Did he have 2 pair possibilities or boat possibilities running out or something? I don't.
He had 5-4. 5-4 was on the flop.
Oh, okay. So
So
he
he
still
had-
had boat outs. That's one of those where if I was just watching this back, I'd have to pause and go back and say, wait, what?
Yeah, he had boat outs, and he had pocket jacks, so I guess running jacks as well. Maybe jack and then
yeah,
board
he's-
pair.
Just enough to give some weird odds that no one's going to really figure.
Yeah,
See me there wandering around in the background
I know.
15 minutes ago.
Pretty soon here we'll see me give some drinks out. Make sure that our players are hydrated as always.
Martin there folding at the button. Actions over to Reagan on the small blind.
Reagan with the ace, queen, jack, jack, 9. Pretty gonna complete here.
Vac here going to check his option. Ace 7 to 6, 4, 4. Dry ace of hearts. 3, 3, 7 on this flop. Vac's going to have 7, but Reagan's jacks is still in the lead. Also, Vac put some chips out there, though.
Is the only one that has a low, and I think Reagan folds.
Yeah, Reagan does fold. He's, I think that gentleman wants that trophy.
Yeah, now the Reagan up to 495, back 460, and Martin at 215.
Yeah, Martin's going to need to make a move here to get back into the mix with these other 2 guys. Once again, if you're just tuning in or just fast forwarding or whenever you're watching this playback, these 3 players have done a ICM chop. Martin getting just over $4,000. Vac just over $5,000. And Reagan a little over $5,500. They are playing for the trophy. Second in a row for Vac.
I know after this tournament, Vac's biggest problem is gonna be where'd I put 2 trophies?
Yeah,
Not
I
enough
feel like
room.
there's a lot of people that are going to hear about 2 trophies back to back in Lubbock.
Yeah.
If he pulls this off.
They need to call it back to Vac.
Yeah. Battle of the blinds here. Vac's going to raise it up to 75,000 with the ace, king, queen at 9-9. Suited king, dry ace, king, deuce, jack on this flop here. Vac going to have a pair of kings ahead. Martin, a real pretty hand, but just not a lot working there. He's going to look at that for a few moments longer and realize that.
I say, just Broadway draw with the ace queen. Got some backdoor heart draws with the ace jack.
Yeah, and he
Yeah.
does go ahead and lay that one down. Needs to pick up one of these pots sooner rather than later. Only 140,000 blinds are 15 and 25.
And it seems, at least from when it's these three players left, as Vac's been the aggressor, and aggressiveness has taken it down.
You know, it's kind of funny. I didn't really want to say it too much, but you know, whenever they did the ICM chop yesterday and played for a little bit of cash in the trophy, Vac really loosened up and truly carved up those other 5 guys. It's like once the pressure of the money is off, he just kind of loosened up and played his game that he knows how to play, and we've seen that evident here in these last 3 hands. He's been talking a lot, really animated. Like I said, the pressure of the money's over, and now it's time to play for the pride, and I think that means a lot more to him than some other poker players that just playing for the money. Here he is on the button, waking up with the ace deuce suited, and it's going to go fold, fold. He's going to show those 2 cards probably.
Looks like he may have showed them all.
Yeah. Yeah, he loosened up after the ICM chop yesterday and just did really well and took down that trophy. And seeing a little bit of remnants of that right now as well. Again, when he sees once that money's done and the pressure's off, he's starting to loosen up and enjoy himself and play some poker. And I know Vac decently well. I know this isn't the kind of money that really means anything to Vac. I don't mean that in a negative fashion. It's just the way it is. And so it's just curious to me why it takes so much weight off of his shoulders, I guess.
I think it goes along with the pride thing.
Yeah,
The money's part of the prize, you know.
yeah, and so he's gotten a little bit of the money out of the way, and now he's just playing for that trophy, and just some pressure's off. Martin here going to raise back here with the ace king, ace 9 of hearts, ace 5 low, back here with the ace queen, queen 4 low, ace 8 4, 2 pair for Vac.
Wow, Martin's got 99% locked up on the low.
Yeah. He's got Vac, his ace 4 is burned, the 8's burned. Yeah, he can't make a low here. Even though it's 1%, I'm not sure how that happens. I guess running lows, I'm not real sure. There's the boat for Vac, though. Going to lock up that high, and Martin's going to take down that low, so he's going to get those chips back, and they're going to chop up the small blind there of Reagan. So no harm, no foul. Short stack still, the short stack.
And on to the next hand.
Oh, I watched that hand. I just realized that.
I was wondering I was like, are those your team?
Yeah, I was like, I completely forgot about that. That's how tired I am. Vac, their chip leader, 582,000 in chips. Reagan still holding on to that big stack that he's had most of this final table, 455,000. Martin at 132. One double up, though, right back into the trophy hunt. And that's what these guys are after. They've already had the ICM chop. All 3 players chopping up the lion's share of that $20,000 prize pool. We had 40 players in this event, number 8, $600 apiece, and putting us right at the guarantee on the money, $20,000. And I've been really happy with this series and our guarantees. And We've exceeded every single one of them until today, and we still met it.
Yep.
Reagan going to be the first act here on the button. Queen 9, 8-6-6. Probably no good. Going to go into the muck. Vac got a lot of diamonds in hand, but a lot of low drawing cards. 2, 3, 4, 5 of diamonds with a random jack. And he raised it up, and Martin had to lay his down. So Vac continuing on the pressure. And it's tough. And it's hands like that. If these guys were still playing for the prize placements, would he be opening up this way? He just hasn't. I haven't seen it. I've watched him for hours now on stream. And it's like a little bit of the pressure comes off on the money-wise, and now we're playing for the fun and the trophy. And he definitely opens up and plays just like that's what he's playing for. And that's, good on him. He just needs to not think about the money, I guess, or something.
Yeah.
And normally, like I said, I know that, like I said, he's won 15,000 in the last 2 events. And that doesn't change, his day-to-day business by any stretch of the imagination. But it just seems to mentally take off a little bit, and playing for the fun and the pride of the trophy brings out a different vac at these post-ICM situations. And here we have Martin in the small blind going to put in, looks like the remainder of his stack. It looks like it was raised, 3-bet, all in. And Reagan here, ace, deuce, suited, queen 9, going up against Martin's king 5, 5, 3, deuce, 4, 8, jack here, 2 diamonds, no help to either player, 4 on the turn, still no help, ace on the river, and that's going to make Martin's wheel. No, yeah, no, what did he? Hearts, 5, 3 hearts.
Yeah,
There
5,
you
3
go.
hearts and
Yeah.
3
And,
deuce for the low.
Yeah, and
Scoop.
so scoop full double up there for Martin. That's pretty huge. Yeah, it's taken dealer Cody's in here looking at it as well.
Yeah,
Took me a minute as well. I was like, wait a minute, I didn't even look at the hearts. It went runner hearts. I was looking for diamonds. But yeah, that's runner there. Reagan had it locked up with the ace deuce. With any other low card, only the ace burned him on that one.
Oh, wow.
And so tough. That was actually a pretty tough beat there for Reagan.
Yeah, and I think on the flop, pre-flop, they had pretty similar equity both ways, and then flop, it stayed the exact same pretty much. It was
Yeah, Reagan is going to win that hand more often than not just with his pair. But like I said, that ace being the gin card, to have the deuce tray be the nut low. And that breathes life back into Martin, knocks Reagan down to 350,000 and about 240 for Martin, and Vac over that 600,000 mark.
I think it also helped the not only the taking the weight off Vac's shoulders, but also I think Martin got even lower stacked, and being to his right,
Yeah.
Vac could easily put on the pressure 99% of the time and get folds out of a lot of Martin's holdings. Risk a little to
Chop him down slowly. 6, 7, 8 rainbow. Reagan's going to continue on here, and Vac is going to make that call with his set of sevens. Reagan in a lot of trouble here. He does have the ace 4 low. No, he doesn't either. The 3 deuce lows for Vac. Vac's going to continue on the pressure. Reagan's going to go all in. That deuce changes a lot.
but the 4 burns Reagan's low.
Yep, that was a huge river again for Reagan twice. And Vac's going to scoop this one with the set of sevens and a burned low for Reagan
Yeah,
there on that river.
5-3 for the low and a straight.
Tough. So,
Wow.
yeah, Reagan smack right there. But you know what? He got the lion's share of that total prize pool. He had the ICM chip lead a few moments ago and took home $5,555 for his effort. So good on Reagan for that valiant effort here in this Big O championship. He's no stranger to final tables. He's no stranger to championships. Has a long list of accolades here at Kojaks, and this will not be even close to his last. I always love seeing him here at Kojaks playing in these events, and I'm sure we'll see him for the main this weekend.
I say similar story to yesterday. The first place in the ICM chop goes out in third.
Yeah, they got the bulk of the money and they're ready to go home.
I don't blame them.
They're not worried about the trophy. But Vac here commanding a chip lead, almost 3-1, right about a 3-1 chip lead over Martin, and he's gonna have an opportunity here to go back-to-back championship events here into this WTPCS. Yep, Ashley, you're still tuned in. Love to see it on Facebook. Vac is doing work, doing what Vac does.
And back with the commanding lead right now, could double up Martin and still be like
Yeah.
well in the lead.
Yeah, we're on the verge of back-to-back trophies here unless Martin can make a comeback here. He's going to fold out his small blind there. Yeah, Vac got 5,165 in the ICM chop, and Martin got 4,080. So both of these players did make some good money in this tournament. Played really well in a very difficult field, in a difficult game. You know, and they always say in Hold'em you can be right and still be punished. Well, Big O is quadruple that. You can have them right where you want them, and every card changes everything. That's what happens when you have 5 whole cards. What a circus game. Absolutely crazy. Vac folding his small blind there.
Good fold.
Not wanting to really lean on Martin too much here. Martin gave him the walk last hand, so he could afford to give it back without any chip loss.
Just a quick exchange of chips. Wow, hand number 128, or no, 129 coming out on the live stream.
Literally nothing. We were like at 340 yesterday.
Yeah, but this is Big O hand. It's like we have to like triple this, so it's like the same.
I've used the same brain power.
Yeah, probably more.
Like I said, I in a couple hours, what did I say? I've been up 41
hours.
well, I was 41 out of 44. Now I'm, let's see, 48. Got 43 out of 47, 42 out of 47.
You coming in tomorrow?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow.
When? I don't know. I definitely am not going to get any big hurry tomorrow. We have Flight A of this main event, 1 o'clock tomorrow. Funny feeling I probably won't see the start of that one. Heads up play, playing for the trophy. Vac here going to raise it up. Ace 10 suited, pocket 10s, pocket 7s. Martin not finding anything there. And so Vac takes down a big blind. There's the trophy I was just about to ask Corey for. Those are cool looking trophies. I don't know if it comes across on camera there, but that top part of the trophy there is kind of got a smoke filled, I don't know, like I don't know how to describe it, kind of a mountain range looking like they just kind of let it drip down and then drip back onto it. Kind of a, I don't know, kind of a frozen lava lamp look, but more rugged rather than the smooth bubbles with the smoke inside. It's really cool. It's absolutely cool the way that those trophies came out this championship series. Martin going to be the one raising it up this time. First act on the button up to 75. King, Queen, 6, Tray. Kind of a moderate holding here. And unfortunately, Vac's waking up with a good one here. Suited Ace 10 with an Ace Deuce 4 low. He's going to 3-bet this one. And Martin's going to go all in. We're going to be right here at it. This could be for the trophy. 8, Queen, 6, 2 hearts. Martin with the heart flush draw. 3 on the turn gives Martin a set. Martin in good position here. 3 on the river. How about quads? But Vac is going to sneak away with the Ace Deuce low. No harm, no foul. Tough hand there for Martin. Comes back from a hand that was definitely the underdog that I would definitely have picked between the two. Ends up making quads, but on the turn, Vac locks up the low. And the game goes on. 980,000 in the stack of Vac there in seat 3. 185 in Martin's stack. These players battling this on event number 8. Tournament has been going for 11 hours. Vac first act here. Queen 10, 885. He's going to let that one go. Don't blame him there. Blinds are 15 and 25. They can afford to fold a few hands here. Martin with 8 big blinds. By no means insurmountable. Can definitely come back with a quickness. Action is going to be first here on Martin. Looks down at king, queen, 3-3 deuce suited king. The hand ranges open up a little bit here when it is heads up play, even in Big O, just like Hold'em. Vac with some very connecting boards here. Queen, jack, 10, 10, 7. Both players have a lot of clubs in their hands. Some clubs could spell disaster for Vac if they do happen to come out. 4, 7, 4, 2 hearts. Vac's 10s are still in the lead. Goes check, check to a turn. There's a gin card for Vac. Could open up some betting here as he makes a set of 10s here on the turn. Yeah, and he just puts Martin all the way in. And Martin's going to make the call here with the king high flush draw. Here we go again. Martin has a low draw as well with the 3 deuce. Could we end up with another chop here? And he barely sneaks it in there with the 8 on the river. And the game continues on. So that's twice that the high-low split nature of the game, it continues it on whenever, I thought that one would be it. I thought that one was going to be it. Don't blame Martin there. He had the king-high flush draw and very, very good low draw to get those chips back that he had invested into that hand that Vac had a hammerlock on that turn. So almost 1.2 million chips in play. Vac still just under 1 million of that. Just a shade under a 5-to-1 chip count here. Looks like Vac limped in here. Martin raised it up a little bit. Vac's coming along. 8, 6, 7, 4, 3 for Vac. Suited ace tray for Martin. He's got those pocket 3s again. Hit quads just a moment ago with him. See if they do him some justice here. 4, ace, 7, 1 club, 2 hearts. Vac has the hearts in his corner. And he's going to put Martin all in here. Looks like Martin called. Martin with the 2 pair. Vac has a slight lead with all the straight outs and the flush outs. King on the turn, no help. Gives Martin more outs on the river. 3 doesn't do it, and they're going to chop this one up again. Martin's going to make the trip 3s on the river, a set of 3s. And Vac here still takes home the low with the 6-4. So we're going to chop that one up once again. So once more, if you are tuning in late as you're waking up, or if you are rewinding, fast forwarding, whatever it may be, checking this out, we had a 3-way ICM chop between Reagan, Vac, and Martin. Martin taking 3rd place with 4,080. Vac taking 2nd place with 5,165, and Reagan, who was eliminated in third, had the chip lead during the ICM chop. Got $5,555 for his efforts. So all the three players got a fantastic payday here in this Big O Championship. And now you have Vac and Martin playing for that trophy. You see they're sitting on the table. And for those that didn't know, this is Vac's second opportunity. He won the first one, and now he's trying to get him a second one. Back-to-back events. Flop Trip Kings, and sneaky check there. Unfortunately, not much for Martin to come along with if Vac does decide to make a bet. Vac decides to check it again to try to see if Martin will do anything to put some chips in the middle, and it's not going to happen. Has to lay that one down. So big hand for Vac, but can't really get anything for Martin there as they tries to give him as much rope as he could, but couldn't get him to quite take it. But yeah, as I was saying before, that hand kind of got interesting. Vac taking down the trophy and the title of the High Roller, event number 7 yesterday. And trying to go back to back. Take home 2 trophies back to North Texas. And like I said earlier, I think a lot of people up in the Lubbock area are going to hear about these 2 trophies for a while. And much deservedly so. Vac has played some fantastic poker the last 2 days. $15,000 in overall prize winnings between the 2 events, and 2 trophies to show for it. Raise their pre and lay down. Chip stacks are getting pretty thick between the 2 of them. Vac now crossing the 1 million mark. 1,015,000, and Martin at 150,000. Martin going to need to start dragging some pots here if he's going to try to take home that trophy. Snatch it away from Vic going back to back. Martin first act here, hand number 137 of this streamed event. We streamed the feature table for a while, and then we got to the final table. This tournament's been going on for almost exactly 11 hours. It's a long tournament, but this is a championship event. Let the players play. Jack, Jack 5 here on this flop. Neither player holding a jack in their hands. Check, check. 7 on the turn. It does give Vac a pair of 7s with an ace kicker. Martin having a pair of 7s with a king kicker. Vac's going to make that bet, and Martin's going to lay that down, so another 25,000 going Vac's way. Martin's only got 5 of those left, 5 bigs. Needs to find a double up here shortly. We've got one major event left starting here in about 8 hours, a little less than 8 hours. Flight A. Flight A of the main event here of this West Texas Poker Championship Series, the Texas Hold'em Main Event Championship, Flight A tomorrow or today, 1 p.m. It is a $480 entry event, a $50,000 guaranteed tournament. We're going to have 5 flights, 2 flights tomorrow, 1 and 6 p.m., 2 on Saturday, 1 and 6 p.m., and then 1 extra bonus turbo flight at 10 p.m. tomorrow night. Saturday night. I'm really confused on what technically tomorrow is right now. So 5 flights, 5 opportunities for you to get in that top 12% advance to day 2, 3 p.m. Sunday. You'll be playing for what is at least going to be a $50,000 prize pool. And there's going to be a lot of speculation on just what that prize pool is going to be able to reach. We have had fantastic turnouts here at Kojaks for this whole 2-week series. I'm sure this championship event's not going to be any different. Queen 8 deuce, not much for either player. Middle pair, I'm sorry, 2 pair for Martin. He's going to bet that one out. Vac's going to let that go, so a little climb back there for Martin. He's only got 50,000 left, 2 big blinds. Vac is stalking slowly around him, just waiting to take those last few chips. I'm sorry, is it 230? That was what he had put in after that, so the computer didn't quite update there. The computer's tired like I am. But he's still definitely stalking him. Got about a 4-1 chip lead on Martin. Martin needs one good double up to get back into the mix here. Vac first act here. Looks down at Jack 10, 5, 4, 3. Going to make the call. Martin's going to check his option with a King, Queen, 9, 6, 3. Queen, Jack 8. Pair of jacks for Vac. Pair of queens for Martin. It's going to go check, check here to a turn. Ace of spades. Martin holding the 2 spades in his hand. Vac going to bet out the spade there. Martin goes ahead and lays that one down, giving him credit for a lot better than just a king, queen, pair of queens, king kicker. I need to get some close-up pictures of these trophies, show you guys that design and that acrylic top portion there. I'd really like to see how those are made too, by the way. Pretty cool design, how they just kind of bleed into each other, kind of a smoke look coming off of the tops of like some miniature mountains or something. Like, you just have to see it. It's like a lava lamp without being blobs. Martin here, first act. He's got a dry ace here, but ace, deuce, tray, Jack 10. Good starting hand. Back here, Queen, Jack, 9, 9, 5. 6, Queen, Ace, all hearts. Vac has 9, 5, but Martin has the Jack high heart. It's going to be the second nuts on this board. It's going to go check, check. Another 4 of hearts on the turn. Both of these players would feel pretty confident about their hearts given there's 4 on the board. And Martin's going to go all in, and Vac makes the call, and he's going to see the bad news. Martin's going to get a double up here, the first one of this heads-up battle. Don't go anywhere. This could turn around. The first step completed. And the no low for either player. Martin's was burned, didn't really need it anyway. Vac had no low to play. Cody getting a good count there. And Martin, the first step, the first full double up with no chop. A couple more of those and Martin is back in business. 825,000 in chips to 280 for Martin. All in works every time but once. So far, so good for Martin. It's got to feel good to start to get some of those chips piled up on your side of the table and see if he can keep the momentum going. Vac going to be the first one to act here. Blinds are still, the blinds are 15 and 30,000 now. So blinds are a little bit innocuous. Enough to get it all in, but you can fold a few times. Vac looking at aces and sevens with a 9. Martin completes. I'm sorry, he just completes, yeah. And Martin's going to check his option with a Jack 8, 6, 6, 5. Going to slow play these aces, and there is a top set of aces for Vac. Middle pair here for Martin, so damage might not be too bad. Yeah, Vac bet 60, and Martin does fold out of the way. top set there. Luckily, Martin didn't pick up any kind of draw there to have things turn the wrong direction right after correcting right there in that last hand with that full double up. Hand number 142. Combination of the feature and final table. We had 40 entries into this event number 8. Exactly a $20,000 prize pool. It was ICM chopped up. First they paid the 6th place bubble. And then when it got down to three-handed, they had another ICM chop. Reagan, who got eliminated in 3rd place officially, took the lion's share, 5,555. Had the most chips during the ICM chop. Vac got 2nd on the money ladder, 51.65, and Martin got 4,080 for his finish here in the money. But they're playing for that trophy right across from Cody. Reagan eliminated in 3rd place. And now Vac looking for that last knockout blow. Not going to be easy on this one. Vac calls, and Martin immediately raises with the pocket aces, Queen Jack 10. Vac makes the call, looking at a deuce deuce 4 10 7. Gonna have to do a lot of work to take this one away from Martin, needing a very favorable flop going up against the hand of Martin here. 3 8 10. Top pair for Vac, not going to be any good with Martin's aces, and he's going to find out real quick here. He has put Martin all in, or Martin goes all in, and Vac makes the call. Going to see the bad news here. Martin, a 3-1 advantage here with the pocket aces being ahead of the 10 of Vac, and Martin's holding a 10 as well. Ace on the turn, all but locks it up. Deuce on the river, and that is going to give Vac a 7-4 low. Pulls him out of the fire there. Wow. 7-4 low is going to play, and Vac is going to get those chips back. Big river there once again, keeping the chip stacks where they were. No blood drawn.
See, they added the nice little trophy into the picture.
Right when he brought it in, I was just thinking, man, I need to yell at him, and it would be a 15-minute wait. We are in a 15-minute delay. And I was like, where is the trophy? I need it on the screen.
Perfect timing.
The best I've been able to describe it to those that can't quite see it, it's like a lava lamp, but not blobs.
Yeah.
Kind of spiky.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, I think you described it the other day as like smoky.
Yeah, they do have a little smoke, like it looks like actual smoke. It's really cool.
Yeah, and it doesn't quite move like a lava lamp.
No, like I said, that was just kind of the back and forth look of the colors. Vac here going to raise this one up with the ace-king suited. Ace-king-queen, 6-6. Martin goes all in here. Interesting. King 10, 7-7-4. I didn't think he would commit his chips with that one.
I think Vac looks excited to get this one in.
Yeah, Vac sees that, the percentages are closer, but this one just feels further apart. Martin ahead with the pocket sevens, obviously, but
Off notches
doesn't
with
mean
Vac sixes.
Yeah, it doesn't mean too much in Big O.
Yeah, because any king gives Vac, any queen, any
Yeah.
six, any ace.
Anything. He's got the king out kicked with the ace. King
Big
4
O.
ace. How about 2 pair for Vac?
And the
2 pair for both, actually.
3 pair.
3 pair for Vac.
And the clubs.
Deuce on the river. Clubs get there. Vac is going to be back to back. Aiden.
Back to Vac.
Back to back. Vac. Absolutely crazy. With the queen 6 flush.
That's my favorite hand. All I'm saying is
Wow.
Queen 6.
Fantastic run down there. Almost about 11 hours. But definitely worth it. I think these are championship events, handshakes all around. What an event.
what an event. It was a long ride.
We see Dawson there, our fantastic operator through most of this event as well. For those checking back in on it, we've had 3 players, Vac, Martin, and Reagan, had an ICM chop about an hour ago. Reagan had the chip lead at the time, taking $5,555. Vac took second on the money ladder, $51.65, and Martin took $4,080 for his efforts. They played for the trophy, and Vac came back and took back-to-back. I'm tired and I'm done.
I got into your head,
But-
trying to confuse it too.
Yeah, but that's pretty incredible.
Oh, yeah.
2 big fields of some pretty serious heavy hitters to win back-to-back events here at the West Texas Poker Championship Series. One of them being the high roller, and the other one the Big O Championship. 2 of the hardest events with like I said, the toughest fields. And
And not only doing that, but doing it on not a full night's rest.
he had about as much sleep as I did.
Yeah.
And he played Big O. I just talked about it. So, yeah, 2 trophies going back to Lubbock, plus about $15,000 in cash between the 2 events, and we still have 1 more to go, and about 7 hours.
Yeah, the main event tomorrow. I'm ready.
The main event, 2 flights tomorrow, 1 and 6 p.m., a $480 buy-in, $50,000 guaranteed tournament. Super excited about finishing out this fantastic weekend. It's been a fantastic series. Can't say it enough. Shout out Vac. 2 impressive performances, 2 trophies, and we still have 1 more trophy to go to see if he can win out last 3 events. What do you think of that?
If he goes 3-peat, I need to call him MJ, Michael Jordan.
That would be quite impressive. So thanks to each and every one of you who have tuned in and watched most of the stream, and if some of you watched all this stream, I want to know that I took the ride this whole way with you to 5:30 in the morning to see Vac win his 2nd trophy of this West Texas Championship Poker Series. 2 very difficult events, and like I said, I'm glad that we were along the ride with him to watch it happen, and it is forever enshrined on YouTube history. And like I said, we're going to have to crunch some numbers and just see how improbable that was, because like I said, the field alone here in Midland on both of those events was star-studded. And to take them both down is absolutely incredible, and it makes me even more excited to see what happens for this main event tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm excited.
So come see us. The Flush Frenzy did not get hit today. Just throwing that out there.
It got so close.
Got
3
so
people
close.
were
3 people got 3 flushes. So that's still going to be active. What's it going to be at? 3,000 or 2,750?
I should be 3,000.
3,000 tomorrow at 10 from 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. But I hope you're all here playing in that main event. Event number 9 here at Kojak's. $480 entry for the extra $20 bonus chips there. You're going to get 40,000 in chips. Try to get in that top 12% to come back on Sunday at 3 p.m. from play for the lion's share of what is going to be at least a $50,000 guaranteed prize pool. We're going to be here for each and every step of the way. I hope you are. We're going to be streaming as much as we can. Keep an eye on us on Facebook. Send us a message if you have any questions. Watch out for the live streams, not only on Facebook, but on all 3 of our social medias, YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook, and the small lives that me and Charlie are going to be doing all weekend long. You ready to deal?
I'm ready to deal.
Are you ready to deal?
Put him back in the box.
We're going to be here. Hope to see you guys here at Kojak's this weekend, the main event. Stay tuned. Come try to win it yourself. If not, root on your favorite player. 5 flights, 2 tomorrow, 3 on Saturday. Coming back Sunday for the culmination of the entire West Texas Poker Championship Series. We can't wait here at Kojak's. Hope to see you guys here. Thanks for tuning in.